Bitch, I am him. Yes, I am him. I ball so hard. I know hit rim. I look so good, but I know have twin. Dinero and moolah. I'm ready to spin. Bitch, I am him. They know that I'm him. She talk about nada. I move to the friend. Bitch, I am him. They know that I'm him. Yes, I'm getting that damn bread. Timothy Hernandez. Yes, we are good. Muy bien. We have problema. I make a call at the block we spin. The narrow I blue. Just like the wind. The trap is jumping. Right out the gym. And she got that agua. And I'm ready to swim. Mucho loco. Snatch my soul. Oh, do it again. And I like tequila. With salt on the rim, I step in the spot, and they know who I am. I told her to bring a little partner. I got the money, that dough, and that guapa. Tell the little bad bitch to come to the casa, and I hit from the back as can viva la raza. You play with my moolah, don't be a stupid, don't cost amigo. Maybe Don Julio, Centenario. I stay clean, but they don't know the money is sushi. Hey, the papa we shoot is cabeza. Oh, I don't think he was using it. No, we no have no conversation, but yeah, we ready to shoot the shit. And no, little mom is just me, cause I ain't no have no duplicate. I step in Fiesta, I do it way better. Let me remind them who it is. Bitch, I am him. Yes, I am him. I ball so hard. I know hit rims. I look so cool. But I know have twin. Dinero and moolah. I'm ready to spin. Bitch, I am him. They know that I'm him. She talk about nada. I move to the friend. Bitch, I am him. They know that I'm him. Yes, I'm getting that damn bread. Timothy Hernandez. Watch the name is me familiar. If you know what's in the head, check out the model.
What's that motherfucking word? What's that word? What's that word? What's that word? What's that word? How y'all coming, chat? What's that word, rabbit? What's that word? What's that word? Y'all already know it's late. I was knocked the fuck out, gang. I was. Yes, sir. Yes, I was. That motherfucking live last night from 12 to 6. I mean, I was on until the morning. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning when I got off last night, man. That shit killed me. But we gonna probably do it again tonight. I be vibing, man. I be vibing when I'm on it, man. I ain't really got no time limit or nothing like that on when I want to get off and that. I just be, you know, I just be vibing. I be going with the flow. It can be zero motherfuckers in the chat. I don't care. I just be vibing out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you want to come vibe out with me, you welcome to come vibe out with me and join the party. You know? But just make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that like button for sure on the YouTube. Hit that like button, run them likes up, sub up to the channel, man. Show me some love, man. It's gonna be a lit night, lituation. I'm gonna talk my shit, y'all can talk y'all shit, you know what I'm saying? Just keep it cute, don't get disrespectful when they chat. That's all I ask. You hear me? You feel me? Alright, so yeah. I wanna show y'all some shit real quick, some shit that I was hey chat, this is legit how the fuck I be feeling when I be at work, chat. That's why I be on y'all asses to this why I be on y'all ass so much to help me become a big streamer or at least ah have enough streams on Twitch and all enough followers on Twitch so I can quit my motherfucking job. Cause this is how the fuck this how I be feeling. This how I be feeling at work, chat. Let me show y'all some shit. This how the fuck I be feeling. And I know a lot of y'all be feeling the same way I be feeling. I'm telling y'all, cause this is exactly damn what's going on. This is how the hell I be feeling, chat. This is how I be feeling. Oh, this shit was funny as hell. I seen this, man. This by somebody I be watching a lot on whatchamacallit, on Instagram. It's my man, funny man. Y'all, hold on, y'all. Look at the look. I'm telling y'all, a lot of y'all be feeling just like this, and don't try to lie and say this not how y'all be feeling when y'all at work, cause I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit. For real, I'm gonna call you out on your shit. For real, for real. I don't care. I don't care what you say. I don't care what y'all say. Hold on.
I'm so sick of dealing with y'all folks. The nigga don't even be doing shit.
It's two of them. It's two of them. It's two of them. It's two
The
of
man
them.
always
It
trying to
is
lock the
two
nigga.
of them. Hold up, y'all. It's two of them. It's two of them. Check it out. Check my bro out. It's two of them. I be feeling like this and this heat, especially delivering packages all day. This how I be feeling in that heat. I be ready to take them up, go all down up through there. I'm telling you now, shut up. Don't say nothing to me. Come on, play. What's going on?
Oh, good morning, man. You. What? Good morning.
Hey, if you're in the YouTube, go hit that follow
Good
button. I mean, go
morning,
hit
man.
that like
Fuck out
button.
here. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. I was just checking up on you, man. Just wish you good morning. That's all. Wanted to see how you doing. God damn. Sick of this shit. Shit. Hey, and then I know it's hot. I know it's hot out here.
Yeah, you know it's hot.
We got about an hour and 30 left. That's it. We good to go. Why you keep coming out here talking to me? I'm just checking up on you, man. You know you frustrated. I'm okay. It's 1,000 fucking degrees. Why you keep talking to me, sir? I'm not. You got 2 hours, man. Come on. This nigga said 2 hours. I'm finna quit this shit. I swear to God. Yo, and then. I need you to grab these rocks for me, like all these pounds of rocks real quick. Yeah, it's like 8 bags. Move those for me down to the what? Move these rocks down to the storage for me, please. What you got me? Nigga, ain't you the same?
He spun around.
Yeah, but I'm kind of doing something. Can you just do it? 1,000 fucking degrees. What you gonna? No, you can do it. Fuck out my face, bro. Quit. I'm tired of you fuck niggas at this job anyway, bro. 1,000 fucking degrees. Yeah, man. Oh my God. All the cut grass from our yards today. It's bagged up. I need you to go grab it and put it in the truck. Bob, quick. You hit Bob, quick. Fuck you in this goddamn job.
I'm gonna kill one of you niggas.
31 minutes left. 3 minutes. 2,000 fucking degrees. You keep talking. What do you mean? Because these niggas 1,000 degrees out there, bitch. I'm sick of this shit. I'm gonna fuck around and kill one of these niggas out here, boy. I'm done with this shit. I'm not gonna die out here. What? Fuck all that. Good morning, man. What? Good morning.
Yo. Hey, yo. That's how I be feeling, man. Y'all be thinking it's a game. Look, this how I be feeling. This how I be feeling right here when you go to court. Hold on, when I used to go to court, right here.
I'm so sick of dealing with y'all folks. The nigga don't even be doing shit.
Hit that like
button.
button.
Always trying to lock a nigga up down this bitch. Where this ticket at? What courthouse is it? Magistrate. That's magistrate right there. God damn.
Yo, you be in the car having to get your motherfucking self prep talks and shit. You be sitting in the motherfucking car checking yourself, make sure I ain't got nothing to fuck on me or nothing like that. And I swear, if you black, or anyway, any race, it's not a black thing, any race, but it's mainly done with black people, right? Before we get out the car, who the fuck do we be talking to when we be like, come on? We be talking to ourselves in our spirit. Telling our spirit to come on. Who the fuck do we be talking to? We be like, all right, come on, let's go. Like, ain't nobody else in the car but me and you. Me and me. And me. I'm talking to all three of me's. What the fuck you talking about? Watching.
Shit. I ain't got nothing on me. I might go in this bitch with a whole zip on an accident. Am I good? I'm good, right?
Come on.
Oh, Lord. God damn, that's what I'm talking about. Shit, what else I got? I'm smelling something. I cannot afford this shit. Please don't let me fuck around and have some shit on me. Please. Now, what the
Fuck
fuck
is
you
you
looking
looking at? Right. It's always that. You be in the whip trying to get your motherfucking life together. It's always that one motherfucking person that walk past your car and be all in your motherfucking window. You look up like, what the fuck is you? Who is you looking at? Hey, get out my business. He said, come on. He said,
Oh my God. Oh, shit. I keep finding shit. Lord, please, God, don't do this to me. Please don't let me go in here on an accident with something.
he said, let me
Dealing
go.
with these folks trying to throw a nigga life away about some bullshit. Fuck these folks. I'm
Yo.
sick of dealing with y'all folks. A nigga don't even be doing shit.
Yo, we be doing everything in the motherfucking
The
world
man
talking about we
always
don't
trying to
even be
lock a
doing
nigga up
shit.
down
Yeah,
this bitch.
right.
I'm
We
sick
be
of it.
fucking up. Yo, man. Oh, Flea live right now. I was just watching Flea not too long ago. Let me see if Flea doing something real quick, y'all. Hold on. See what Flea doing real quick. Real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick. Shout out my guy, Say Flea TV. Flea, what you doing?
What the fuck you eat? Man. He was, man, gang.
Oh, he had
He
somebody
was letting his
funeral.
little brother die. I gotta see the warrant on here, man. I gotta see what happened, chat. Oh, it's fucked up, dog. I'm gonna go get that crib, man. I got you, bro. I'm gonna lock all them bitches up. All right, Riley, I got you, little bro. I'm gonna lock all them bitches up, man. Oh, you got bro crying, Riley. Gangsters don't need to cry, bro. I'm about to get out here and do my job, Riley. You hear me? Nobody sleeping tonight, Riley. I ain't gonna stop until I get them.
Oh, one of the officers must have got killed.
Damn, we just come on, bro. We just seen little bro right there, man.
Was it? No, it's probably one of the homies that he was cool with. All right, let's go. Let's go. I'll be back. We're gonna come back to Flea,
Hello.
depending on how long he live and shit. I just wanted to see what he was doing real quick. But let's get back to yo. Y'all want to see some other crazy shit I was watching before we get into our normal shit. Before we get into our little normal shit, right? I was watching this crazy ass white boy. I was watching this crazy ass white boy do some of the craziest shit that I've seen done in a long time. Where he at? Damn. Oh, here it go. This crazy motherfucker right here. This motherfucker is crazy as hell. Come on. See, everything low and slow. But it's lowing though, so at least it's lowing. Give it a second, y'all. I don't know why it's low and slow like this. Yeah, don't go in the waters with gators. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not fucking with no gators.
And push them back like that. Now, again, though, they will get into that more in a second here. But the big form that I would recommend, if they're coming at you in the water head first like this, if you can get underneath the jaw, you can push them away. Okay, they have a little pocket.
Yeah, no, fuck
underneath the
that.
jaw
Y'all see
right
what the
here
fuck he
that you can
doing?
actually get a handle on, and you can push them away like that.
I'm talking about some. Put your hand up under the jaw and
So
push them
here,
away.
underneath the
Man,
jaw
you got
right
me
here, that
fucked
little
up, bro.
spot that you can kind of get a hold of.
Look at this shit.
Push him like that. Now, I'm not going to be mean to him. If I was really trying to do it, I'm just holding on to him. But
Man, I'm not putting my hand in no gator, in no gator mouth. Nah, I'm eating.
Now, this is Big Mac. He's our buddy, so I'm not trying to full on flip him.
Listen, he raised them gators from babies. That's why they trust him the way they trust him to be able to do that shit. But trust and motherfucking believe, if they had the chance to, white ball would be motherfucking bolognese to their ass. Look at this shit.
Him, but if you were, yeah, you would just
look how close he is.
Right
Look.
there. And we got Bella coming up behind me too.
Fucking white people.
Same thing. Now, pushing them back like this is not a magic trick, okay? It is not something that should be taken lightly or thought of as like a trick that works
Look at this
every
shit.
time or anything like that. Because the thing is, if you put your hand in there and the wrong...
Listen, don't get me wrong. It's amazing what my guy Gator Chris can do with these gators. It's amazing the way that they, listen to him. But I'm telling you, if they had the chance, they will eat the shit out of him. And these are little gators, like 250 pounds, 300-pound gators right now. Imagine if this motherfucker was 15 feet, 1,000 pounds. Bro, you're not uppercut pushing this motherfucker away. Bro, you will become a t-shirt, bro. I promise you. Don't none of you motherfuckers watch this video and get an idea. Fuck it. I can come close to a gator. I'ma just Gator Chris it. I'ma uppercut, push it away. No, you're not. You and the Lord will become well acquainted. You will come face to face with the Lord. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't. Okay, how old those gators were. I'm not going in the water with them. Exactly. I'm not getting in the water with no gators. I don't care. You think you're going to uppercut, push the gator away? Look at this shit.
way, they will flip down and they'll go straight down and try to grab your hand. And they can, and they will, bite your hand right there. I do know of several other gator handlers that have been bit doing this very maneuver. So I always like to emphasize that that is not like a trick that just works. It's not like the stop button on them. A lot of people ask, well, what does it do to the alligator? Why does it work?
Nothing.
It doesn't do anything. There's no magical pressure point there, anything like you can push on yourself. It doesn't do anything to them. It is a control point that they can't really see coming very well. And so that's why it's effective a lot of the time coming underneath like that, because they can't really see it coming when they're on the surface. So
Chris saying he got that long ass stick in there with him too. He ain't playing.
Grabbing underneath the chin like that.
Look, man, I will not feel, listen, I will not feel comfortable sitting in the middle of a fucking gator lake with two gators just chilling. Because if they decide to gang up on my ass, it ain't enough uppercut pushing away that you gonna be able to do to get this gator up off you. That bitch gonna death roll and take half your body with it. Listen, I love wild animals. I love a lot of animals. The only animals that I will come face to face like this with is dogs. And even them it's a little, but just from growing up around them, training them and shit like that, I yeah, I still, be edgy with them, man. Shout out my man Gator Chris though,
Up,
man.
their eyes are in the top. Again, they can't
I just wanted to show y'all that goofy, crazy shit. And he got some more crazy ass videos that he be watching, man. So if y'all interested in that type of stuff, go holler at my man Gator Chris and show him some love. Hit that like button. Let me see, first of all. For sure. For sure. You and the Lord would have came and tapped you on your motherfucking shoulder before that gator bit you and said, you fucked up, right? You know you fucked up, right? Why the fuck would you get in this water? The Lord and you will have a 2-minute conversation before he pressed play and let it finish out. Like he will come down, stop what's going on for a minute and say, "What the fuck was you thinking about? Why the fuck did you get in this water? You know you done fucked up. Now look at you. You ate." All right. let's let's get into it. Hold up, wait. Let me check this first because I got a video. Damn. Shit. I would have told him it was a trick. Hey, do me a favor, right? The video that you sent me, I need you to tell me what's the title to that video because I can't see it right now because I'm on live. I need you to send me just send me the title. That's it. Just tell me what the title say. That's all you gotta tell me, and I can go from there. Damn. If not, I can check it out. I can just go out real quick and come back in and get the title. But it should be no, because I ain't watch it yet. I didn't watch it. I only watched one of them. Hold on, I did watch one, so it should be in my recent watched videos. Hold on, let me see. Yes, I am him. No, I am him. I got a touch screen and I still use the mouse pad. I guess that's just regular. Let me see. Let me see. All right, this one we watched last night. They drowned. The girl that drowned. This one of them right here, found in an attic. Bam. This one right here. All right. So I haven't seen this video, guys. I haven't. I watched like maybe 5 minutes of it just to get the gist of it.
From where
damn, bro, you loud as hell.
What in the world's going on here? Because we got a major investigation going on right now. Now, I want to get as much details as possible we can share with all of you because we're going to monitor this case. I think someone's going to get charged. I really do. I think there's a lot of pressure right now by law enforcement, in particular.
So the gist that I got was it was a little boy found in a missing boy found in an attic of a house. So far, that's what I got.
We're talking about the case of Jalen Griffin, a 12-year-old boy who vanished August 4th, 2020.
All right, see, here y'all go right here.
Vanishing outside a corner store. And his family didn't report him for a couple days later, missing.
Right, that sound kind of crazy.
His body was just found in an attic.
So just off that right there.
Multiple miles.
Just off that right there, with me, just me being a parent alone, right? If one of my kids go missing for an hour and I don't know where the fuck you at, I'm reporting it. I'm out here looking for you. I'm calling your phone, blowing you up, all types of shit. I'm calling your friends. I'm all types of shit. I'm getting paranoid. You know, like where the fuck are you at? You know what I'm saying? So, cause something recently happened like that with my son. You know what I'm saying? But he was at football. But he said he was at football practice. I think he wanted to go see a chick. You know what I'm saying? He at that age. You know what I'm saying? So, but luckily he made it home safely. His mom was pissed off. I was pissed off. It is what it is. We got over it. But he know better now. You know, that's the first time he ever did some bullshit like that. I doubt he gonna do it again. But anyway, yeah. If so, you trying to tell me your son went missing, and you didn't wait a minute. Your 12-year-old child went missing, and you took a couple of days to report the fact that he went missing, and then he was found in an attic, found dead in an attic. Man, already giving me parents got something to do with it vibes, because ain't no way in hell your child's gonna go missing and you don't say nothing or report nothing for a couple of days, and then you finally, when the heat is on, you want to make reports now. Come on, man. That don't sound right to me. Yo, let's keep listening, though, and see what's happening.
Miles away, folks, from where he was from. What in the world's going on here? Because we got a major investigation going on right now. Now, I want to get as much details as possible we can share with all of you, because we're going to monitor this case. I think someone's going to get charged. I really do. I think there's a lot of pressure right now by law enforcement, and particularly Jalen's grandmother, who has spoken out. And we're going to play a clip of her. But what we're going to do tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to play some news reports. We're going to show some maps. We're going to listen to the grandmother, and then we're going to listen to the police. We're going to hear all different sides and different people. We're going to get a news report about the house, and kind of give us up to speed about what this is all about. Then we're going to see the house from up in the sky below at different angles of the home where this child, this 12-year-old, was found. I mean, for me, it's like, how did somebody not know somebody was in an attic? Wouldn't you think the smell?
Facts.
The smell? Somebody would smell something?
Facts.
Who's involved here? Who owns the house that he was found in? Who were the occupants of the home?
What's the other one that you sent me?
Report.
What's the name of the other one that you sent me?
Together, ladies and gentlemen, of what happened.
The New Jersey jump. I think it's New Jersey.
So tonight, 6 days after authorities found a missing boy's body in the attic of a South Buffalo home, still so many unanswered questions. This is 107 Sheffield Avenue, where authorities found Jalen Griffin Friday.
Rest in peace, Jalen Griffin, man. Look at him, man. Look at that little boy, man. 7 News senior reporter Maki Becker joins me now. You've been following this case for several years. Whatever he did or had going on, then he ain't had to. I mean,
what have we now learned
ain't that
about this
deep.
home, Maki, on Sheffield Avenue?
Well, this is obviously a very, very sad case, and there's a lot of attention on this home where Jalen Griffin was found. So it's a 107 Sheffield, and it's on a very nice street. There are families, retired people who live on the street. The house itself has 4 units. It's owned by an LLC, and we know that Spectrum Health places people there. Now, Spectrum says that they place people who have high needs, high risk, and who have mental illness. Now, it's really important to know.
Wow.
Most people who have mental illness are not a danger to others. But here we have a situation where the body of a boy was found in this house. So there's just so
how
many
did it get in the house?
It has been a heartbreaking week for the community, really. You've gone to that neighborhood several times. What are neighbors telling you about the folks that live in that home?
Well, neighbors, of course, are horrified by what happened. But they have said that for years they've been complaining. They know that there are fires there. They have received alerts about at least 2 sex offenders who live there because they have to be registered, and those alerts go out, so they know that people with those pasts have been there. They have raised concerns. Nothing has ever happened, and and they also want to know, how is it that a body may have been there for years and nobody did anything about it, nobody knew, or if they did know, and that's even more disturbing.
Right.
Finding the body this week, devastating, so difficult, but a major break in this case. Where does the investigation stand as you know it right now, Marky?
Well, this is a whole new phase of the investigation. It is, as you said, incredibly sad that they found Jalen, but that's the big break. This is the next phase. You can have all sorts of evidence now. You have his remains. You have where he was found. So those are going to be things that investigators will be focusing on. I know they have been working very hard. Detective Joelle Bentz from the SVU unit, she has spent weeks on this, just solely devoted to this. Now, this will be the next part. They have answered what happened to him. Now they have to find out who did it to him.
I know you've spent years covering this case. I know you'll...
Right, so what happened to him? Are y'all saying he was kidnapped? Or y'all saying, like, how did he die? Like, how did he get there? Like, y'all don't have no cameras from where he disappeared from? Like, I need to know all these things. It's too much missing from this what? I'm gonna just keep listening. Hopefully they answer my questions.
Becker, thank you for your reporting tonight.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, so this home here is under an LLC, and there's registered SOs that stay there. People with mental illness. Sounds like a halfway house, boarding type of house, and probably multiple different rooms where people rent rooms or something like this. Is this people that get out of prison? I mean, does the neighbors know about all these people that are inside this home here? Mm-hmm. So how did a 12-year-old boy that vanished 4 years ago end up in an attic here?
Right.
Explain. I'm dumbfounded by
Nobody's
this
seen him come in?
That this even happened. Did this kid get kidnapped and brought there and something bad happened to him in there? Or
that's what I'm saying.
Brought there and lured, or did he go there? I mean, and who at the time 4 years ago, who owned the home 4 years ago? Who was living in the home 4 years ago? You would think law enforcement would identify every single occupant.
Wait, so it took them 4 years to find this kid's body? So y'all tell me 4 years. Nobody did no type of cleaning. Nobody had to go up into the attic and put supply away. Nothing. Like, nobody smelled nothing. Like, you gonna smell what? That don't make sense to me.
Occupant that has been inside that home since August 4th, 2020, when this 12-year-old boy vanished. All right, so we're going to listen to a next report here. It's going to show like a little bit of the house from above, and we'll get more ideas. We're putting the pieces here of different news reports that are out on this case to get an understanding. Let's roll with the next clip.
So tonight, we are taking a closer look at the South Buffalo home where police found Jalen Griffin's body this week, nearly 4 years after the boy went missing.
Oh, my God.
Police say they found Jalen in the attic of 107 Sheffield Avenue.
So he would have been 16 years old.
Questions including who owns this house and does it have a history with police? 7 News reporters Michael Schwartz and Maki Becker amplify a neighbor's voice tonight who says she doesn't feel safe living nearby.
Neighbors of 107 Sheffield are telling 7 News they've had concerns with the 4-unit house and the people living there for years.
That house is mainly the only issue on our street, I would say.
This neighbor did not want to be named, but tells my colleague Maki Becker and I about a troubling situation.
About a year or two ago, I was walking my son down the street, and one of the ladies living in the residence at the time face me down, look bad.
Another neighbor says she received cell phone alerts that convicted sex offenders on the sex offender registry had moved in to 107 Sheffield. 7 News found records to confirm one of those individuals was booked in jail just 1 month ago on a new sex charge. And Lucky found an ongoing lawsuit that sheds light on past problems there.
This lawsuit has to do with a tenant here who's accused of starting a fire inside the house that then spread to another house, causing $130,000 in damage.
That neighbor is suing the tenant, the property owner, Sunrise West LLC, and Spectrum Health and Human Services. According to Spectrum's website, it has a supportive housing program that works with adults and caters to high-need, high-risk individuals with co-occurring mental illness and substance abuse issues. The lawsuit claims Spectrum was negligent, careless, and/or reckless in vetting tenants. Does Spectrum Health and Human Services use this home? I called Spectrum Health and Human Services. A spokesperson would not confirm if Spectrum is assisting the people now living in the house, but told me the organization is cooperating with police investigating the murder of Jalen Griffin. Police say the body of the 12-year-old who had been missing since August of 2020 was found Friday in the attic of 107 Sheffield. If you had the option to move tomorrow, would you?
Oh, I'd move today. I just don't feel safe in my own house.
Balloons and candles are now outside the house where Jalen Griffin's body was found, as the Buffalo Police Department is continuing to investigate who is responsible for the 12-year-old's death. In Buffalo, Michael Schwartz, 7 News.
All right, so that was a 7 News report. Lawsuits involved, people that are scared to be in the area, neighbors that don't think something's up. I mean, there has been red flags about this place. How does a 12-year-old get into the attic and found dead? Who put him there? I don't think the 12-year-old crawled in himself or climbed.
Right, that ain't no little house. Nobody seen him coming in.
South Buffalo, and even the grandmother of Jalen, she speaks. Her name. I'm going to tell you her name. Her name. We're about to listen to Shirley Banks. Shirley Banks, and that's the grandmother. She wants this looked into, and I don't blame her. And you know what's so very, very sad about the situation? Jalen's mom died a couple years ago, I read.
Damn.
You know, heartbroken.
Rest in peace, his mom.
Over what happened to her son. She couldn't find her son. So this is horrible across the board. And hopefully his family gets some justice. So let's listen to the grandmother and just listen to this next report right here.
I don't think you're getting away with it, because you're not. You're not getting away with it at all.
Tonight, a grandmother's message to anyone who may know what happened to her grandson, Jalen Griffin, 3.5 years ago after the boy went missing. 3.5 years, that is, after he went missing. Police recovered his body from a South Buffalo home Monday, just days before his 16th birthday.
Good evening once again. Jalen's grandmother telling us tonight she feels a small sense of relief, knowing that her grandson's body has been found, but has now turned her attention to the person responsible for her death.
And Crime Stoppers now offering $7,500 to anyone with information that leads to an arrest.
If you're unfamiliar with this case, Jalen's family last saw him alive on August 4th, 2020. He lived near the Central Terminal in Buffalo and told his family he was walking to a store on Broadway. But he never returned.
Yeah, and on Friday morning last week, police say his body was found inside a home on Sheffield Avenue in South Buffalo. And tonight, 7 News senior reporter.
Man, that's a little ways away from where he was at, so
really difficult.
y'all ain't got no camera footage or nothing. This was 4 years ago. Like,
who says she's always believed answers about Jalen would come to light.
The Lord works in mysterious ways. And I've always believed, we didn't know where he was for 3.5 years, but I knew it would come to light.
yeah, it's like, how long was he alive? Like, was he tortured? Like,
he was 12.
Like, was he, like, these things run through my mind. Like, did they unalive him right away? Did he suffer? Did he, like, damn, man. Like, I need more info. Y'all gonna have me looking into this case. Y'all gonna have me Googling shit and all types of shit. Looking into this case. Y'all gonna have me going down a rabbit hole in this case. Man.
12 years
I
old.
can
He
already see it.
disappeared
I'm
in
about to
August
go in the rabbit
2020,
hole. I already
last
see
seen
it.
walking from his home near the Central Terminal to a store on Broadway. On Monday, police announced his body was found in South Buffalo. And Shirley Banks tells me she's relieved, but she's seeking many more answers.
For him to be on Sheffield, they said that's in South Buffalo.
Yeah, off of South Park Avenue.
Somebody had to take him there. Because
Facts.
there's no way he could have walked there.
Exactly. That's a hype.
Nobody over there. So how did he get there?
Somebody took him there.
Him over there. And why he would kill a kid is beyond me.
Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia tells me finding Jalen's body opens a new phase in the investigation, now considered a homicide case.
Everything is on the table now. Now we have something.
We were here as crime scene technicians and investigators returned to the scene. Now, we talked to a lot of neighbors.
Okay,
here
now
in
tell
Sheffield.
me.
No one wanted to go on camera.
What happened
all
to
of them
them?
talked about suspicious activity here at this house at 107 Sheffield. Now, one of them talked specifically about that top window in the attic, which is where police said the body was found. And he said that for many, many months, the window was open. Take a look at the footage from Google Maps taken in July 2022. You can see the windows propped open.
Right.
But no one suspected a child's body was up in that attic.
The smell.
Now both police and Jalen's grandma are asking anyone with information to come forward.
So somebody went up there. They knew he was there to shut the windows after a while.
Call the homicide squad. Please make a phone call. Please talk to us. It doesn't matter how small you think something is. Let us be the judge.
What goes around comes around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you reap what you sow.
Facts.
So whoever did this, don't think you're getting away with it, because you're not. You're not getting away with it at all. You're going to pay for what you've done.
Shirley Banks told me she is grateful for the police and all the volunteers, including Karima Morris of Bury the Violence, who searched for Jalen over these years. She has one wish for those who knew him.
Remember him as a child, as he was, you know? He was a good kid. He didn't do no bad stuff. So I just want them to remember his smile and remember some of the good times that you had with him, because that's going to always be with me.
Maggie Becker, 7 News, Buffalo.
Have you ever heard content creators say, comment the word burgers below, and I'll send you over something for free? And then when you comment the word burgers, you instantly receive
Wait, hold
DM
on,
automatically in
Rabbit.
just a few seconds.
Wait a minute, hold on. One second.
Yeah.
You said you strongly believe that it was the current owners of the house. The current owners of the house was Spectrum Health Center. They owned the house. You mean the people that lived? You mean it was one of the people that lived in the house that was placed there? Like one of the mentally challenged people, or one of the SO people? You believe it was one of the people that lived there? Because a company owned the house. So I get what you're saying. You think it was one of the people that lived there. So it could have been one of the tenants there, right? I'm like, wait, the owner was Spectrum Health. I don't think they gonna do that, But wait, so I don't know, because why would a person from Spectrum, a person that was a mentally health person, be all the way on the other side of town? Like, that don't make sense. Like, it makes sense, but it don't make sense. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know. I can't wreck my brain right now trying to even think about how or what. Like, like, it was two. First of all, they say he was near a train station or whatever. It's cameras everywhere. In 2020, it was cameras everywhere. Everywhere you turn, there's cameras everywhere. Somebody seen that little boy. A camera picked him up somewhere to see what happened. So y'all got it, man. Hopefully they get into that and tell me. That's what I just said. I said it was mentally challenged people and SO offenders there. That's what I just said. I said that. I said that. I just said that. Like it was all types of people living there. Basically, it was mentally challenged, drug addicts, all types of stuff. It was basically a program for people who needed help. That's all. That's all it was. It was basically a pay. Um, it was basically a place for people who needed help. Why you? I need you to send me the information for that other video too, for the New Jersey one. The other one. Why you ain't send it to me yet? I've been asked you to do that. Send me the information on here. What's the title?
Family has organized a memorial vigil for the community to come and remember him. That is set for Monday on what would have been his 16th birthday. Begins at 6 p.m. at Druski Circle on Memorial Drive in Buffalo.
Monday, 6 p.m. Memorial. If you're in the area, go pay respect. Balloons, candles. Don't mess with Grandma. Do not mess with Grandma, because Miss Banks there said what goes around comes around. Whoever did this is going to get caught, because now they have a body. Mm-hmm. Now they have a body, folks.
And DNA,
as Grandma said, there's no way he could have walked there. It's too far. Mm-hmm. Somebody took him there.
Right.
And you see the photos of the house. This looks like the attic's on the 3rd floor. I don't think this kid walked there and just walked into this attic voluntarily, just on his own initiative. Thanks. Don't think so, folks. Then you saw the window open on Google Maps. It was at to air out the smell. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to mean to be offensive.
I said the same thing.
This is sick. This is sad. And hopefully this family does get justice. We got to start a hashtag justice for Jalen. For sure. Someone's going to pay for this. And we're talking about the law. We're talking about the laws. We don't support threats or anything on JLR investigates. You know the law. The law is going to catch up to whoever did this. Someone's going to be held accountable. Now, let's listen to the police. Let's hear what the police had to say. The police gave a press conference, and we can hear in the law enforcement aspect, and maybe they'll share something that we're not aware of, and get more details, because the details matter in this, and we'll get in and understand. So we're going to go with the police press conference right now.
An update on the Jalen Griffin missing person case. So Jalen was reported missing on August 6th, 2020. Through the investigation, Jalen was last reported to be seen on August 4th, 2020 in the vicinity of his home. The case was handled by the Buffalo Police Department Special Victims Unit. Our Special Victims Unit handles, among other investigations, they handle all missing person cases within the city of Buffalo. They conducted that investigation that began immediately, which included a significant amount of exhaustive efforts, searching numerous homes, locations, searching with cadaver dogs, fields. They also conducted coordinated grid searches within the city of Buffalo and in areas outside of the city of Buffalo. We followed up on every tip that came in, including multiple psychics that called in tips, spoke with our detectives, and even based off of those tips, we searched all of the areas that were included based on what those psychics said in an effort to leave no stone unturned.
Right.
And again, they followed up absolutely every single tip. The department also worked with community groups. We know community groups were working independent of the police department, conducting their own searches, putting their own flyers out, and we appreciate the efforts that they put out there. We also provided recently a Crime Stoppers flyer, which you can see on the front of the podium, back about less than 2 months ago, about a month and a half ago. We're also working with numerous missing persons clearinghouse organizations, having Jalen's information input into those organizations. But unfortunately, our search came to an end on Friday, a little after 10 o'clock in the morning in the 100 block of Sheffield Avenue, where A district officers responded to a report of a dead body in the home. Our homicide squad was called to the scene, conducted their investigation, and working with the medical examiner's office.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
That the investigation was going to merge time, or at least
I got it.
In a condition that shows that he had been deceased for a considerable amount of time. Through the use of dental records, today, it was positively identified to be that of Jalen Griffin. And unfortunately, it was found exactly 1 week before
How long
his
will it
16th
take?
birthday. First and foremost, I
All you
do
have to do
want
is
to
open your
extend my
message.
sincere sympathies to the family of Jalen. Again, this department has conducted extensive searches, and I want Jalen's family to know that we are working diligently. We will continue to work diligently to bring the next closure for the family. The first closure was finding Jalen and bringing him home, and now we are going to conduct another round of investigations with our homicide squad, continuing work with the special victims unit so that we can bring the next level of closure. We have worked with numerous law enforcement agencies on this case, to include the state police, the FBI. There were other agencies that performed other functions with the use of their cadaver dogs and other technologies. And again, as I said, with the numerous missing persons clearinghouse organizations as well. There's a host of organizations and groups and people that have been diligently searching for over 3.5 years to find Jalen. And unfortunately, the result is not what we wanted, but we did bring Jalen home, and we will continue to work this. So I'm now going to turn this over to the acting district attorney, Mike Keith, for some comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will join in Commissioner Gramalia's expression of sympathy and, our deepest condolences for the family of Jalen. This is a young boy. He's 15 years old. This is a tragedy, and it's a terrible way to bring this search to a conclusion. This now begins a homicide investigation. As you know, it's our policy not to discuss any great detail on active investigations, but our investigation is beginning today. Now that it's been confirmed by the medical examiner to be a homicide, the medical examiner will do a thorough and complete investigation.
Okay, so that means that since they turned it to a homicide, that means it was foul play. That means that he was bound or some type of broken stuff or forced entry or stuff like that. So that's what made it a homicide now, because of the way he was found and stuff like that. Okay, I get it. So I just want to know what type of. Oh man, come on! Rest in peace, Jalen, man.
Which will include an autopsy. That could take months. We expect it's going to take months. That's going to, hopefully reveal to us some forensic evidence that is going to be significant in the investigation. And, that's where the investigation is going to go from here. So I don't have a whole lot to add other than, again, just to restate my sympathies and our office's condolences to the family.
All right, next we're going to bring up Karima Morris with Threat of Violence.
From the family of Jalen Griffin, they would like to thank everyone for their input and effort to diligently work and get him home, to Detective Bentz and Detective Weber, who came on and finalized this to give us closure as to where Jalen was. Also, we would like to thank Detective Hermzak, who came prior to them, and Commissioner Gramaglia, who started out with when my niece was murdered. And this is where we're going to close the chapter. We will still be meeting at Memorial Drive for Jalen's 16th birthday memorial service, 6 p.m. At the Padawan Circle Memorial Drive. Thank you so much, and please keep the family in your prayers.
As I said, this investigation has been going on for over 3.5 years. It's been an exhaustive investigation by several members of the Special Victims Unit. They really put everything they had into this investigation and worked it very hard, and I thank them for all the work that they have done. It's the work that they have done that is allowing the homicide squad a significant advancement and the beginnings of their investigation. This will be a joint investigation by both squads, and as I said, we're going to work very diligently on this, and I thank all the detectives and Special Victims Unit for the amount of work they put into this. This is nothing short of a tragedy for a 12-year-old boy to go missing. and for it to end this way. This is an absolute tragedy. It's very sad, very hard to get through this press conference, but we have work to do, and we're going to continue doing that work. So we will take questions. There's not a lot we can answer. We'll do the best we can, but we will take questions.
Commissioner, the call that came in, are you able to elaborate any more on, what was said in that call and the house you found in? Was that vacant? Was it occupied?
It's an occupied structure. It's an occupied structure that somebody was in the house with a valid reason and came across. I'm not going to get into where inside the house the body was located, but they came across the body and then immediately called the police.
Okay, so somebody found the body that lived there.
So I didn't mention in my opening statement, the medical examiner has conducted the autopsy and they have ruled that it is a homicide. I will not get into the manner and cause of death, but it is a homicide. So now it is in the hands of the homicide squad. I can't get into. I don't know the answer to that. The ME is going to have a lot of work to do. All I can say is that the condition of the body shows that it's been deceased for quite some time.
So they basically saying
we're looking into everything.
he got off that same day.
That information.
The same day that he was kidnapped or taken or whatever, he got off the same day.
We've been interviewing a lot of people, and I say we, the detectives. The detectives have interviewed a lot of people. That will continue. As you see the Crime Stoppers flyer up front, there is that reward that stands, and we are asking anyone with any information, and we've done some.
If you want to drop your auto insurance rate, then don't skip this video. Take a look. I've removed my personal info, guys, from 100 and
looks like it went off. Ladies and gentlemen, so yeah, we heard the press conference. Let me blow myself up. Oh.
So the Special Victims Unit, and thank you for asking that question. That's why I put it in the open, but I'll explain further. Special Victims Unit investigates sex crimes, they investigate domestics, they investigate missing persons. There's a large umbrella. Those are the largest of the things that they investigate, but there's a large umbrella of things that they investigate. So I'm not going to comment anything beyond that other than Special Victims Unit investigates a wide variety of cases. Missing persons, that's why it went to them. So now, not personally, we just got confirmation of this a couple of hours ago. Detective Bentz, along with homicide detectives and a homicide sergeant, went out and spoke with the family about an hour and a half or so ago, maybe a little over almost 2 hours ago. Spent some time with the family. They were made aware that we were going to be doing a press conference, and so I have not spoken with them since. We've been preparing to get this information out.
What's the reaction of the family members? The reasons are they sad, and they're sad, obviously, but what is the reaction of some family after this long?
Detective Bentz, do you want to address some of that, or? Detective Joel Bentz from Special Victims Unit.
They express gratitude for being able to close this chapter, and they understand that another chapter is being started, and that will, comprise of doing further investigations.
And the family, this is obviously, as they just found out, the conversation was, it's going to be some time to them, right?
I imagine so.
How rare are these cases where you have a young victim go missing for this long?
I don't think we've had one in quite some time. I think for this kind of time frame, I don't recall quite some time where we've had one like this. So. Someone who had a reason to be in the home, so not a resident. Someone who had a reason to be an actual reason to be in the home. Sorry, I'm trying to be a little cautious on how I say it, but someone did have an actual reason to be in the home. You know, we had taken some tips along the way that, people had said that they thought that they had seen him. Without knowing the time frame, but knowing the condition, I think I can say with certainty that it has not been in quite some time. But like I said, in the investigation at the onset, the last known sighting that was reported to us through the investigation was that 2 days before, on August 4th, 2020. That's, all a part of the investigation. So, we hope to bring this matter to a close and turn it over to the district attorney's office where all that will come to light. You want to come to the microphone?
So we will have a candle vigil memorial at the Paderewski Circle, which is Memorial Drive outside of the old train station. Monday he would have been 16. It will be at 6 p.m. Monday the 22nd. Correct. That would have been his 16th birthday.
We did not get any calls on that prior to this, so this was a
obviously, the fuck?
Nothing related to this.
Obviously, they would have been found him then. If they would have got calls about decomposing body smells in that area, they would have been.
Dwelling there, so
it wouldn't have took them damn near 4 years to find him. What the fuck?
Police, had every reason to be there to make that call. All right, thank you.
All right, prayers for Jalen's family. I almost shedded a tear listening to this because it's so sad. It could be your child. It could be your child just going out. It sounds like this was a stranger that did this, not connected, not the family itself, but some sort of stranger. Notice the police didn't really want to say what the house was, but we've already got an idea. It was a home of people with mental illness and SOs. Just a sad situation. And, I think the police, I guess that was the police chief right there. The individual that looked generally concerned, like he's taking his job seriously on this, and they're going to find out who did this. And you want to believe and trust that they will. It's very easy to find out who was in and out of that home. People are going to talk. They'll start rounding people up and bringing them in, every occupant, and they'll put the pieces together, and I think within a week they'll probably get the person that did this. But we will keep updated on this, and prayers for sure for the family.
Right.
Terrible, man. And if it ends up being this situation where the house, the house where it's somebody in that occupant in the house because of mental illness or SS, registered SO. Man, I wonder if there's other houses in Buffalo like this.
Man, that's a sad situation, because it's like I got so many unanswered questions, and I know that the police can't give out a lot of information on it at that time, but I'm definitely going to do my due diligence and research now, because I want to know a lot of things. Like, I want to know, like, if y'all got camera footage from the day that it happened, when he was taken, any stores, any, like, if he was near a train station, it's cameras everywhere up through that mug. Like, somebody or some camera footage had to see something, like, I'm pretty sure this happened. This story was from a year ago on his channel, so I'm pretty sure within that time from then to now, they got video, they got a lot of things. Like, yeah, I'm going I'm gonna look into this case and see and what happened. So just be on the lookout, y'all, for the type of stuff that I find, because I'm definitely gonna look. I'm definitely gonna look at I'm definitely gonna take a look at and look into it to see everything, because it's a lot of things they can't say, but it's a lot of stuff that'll be released online, like the medical examiner report, like, and then on top of that, he's a minor too, so y'all got to keep that in mind. It's things that they by law cannot say because he's a minor, so it's against the law. Because it's too many. It was too much stuff like missing from it. It was too much stuff from it. Like, man, hold on. Real quick, y'all. Let's go down a quick rabbit hole, real quick. Hold on. Jalen Griffin. Well, I misspelled some shit, but they know what I'm saying. Body of missing 12-year-old in attic. The case of um, see. Search continues. Searching for 13-year-old continues month after he was reported missing. This is the one we just watched right here. Alright, so it ain't really too much about Jalen on YouTube. But Court TV be having a lot of situations. So let's hear what Court TV got to say real quick about him. See, y'all sending me down a rabbit hole right now.
The transition of our search, but I'm grateful that his mom can have a heavenly touch with her baby again.
On Monday, a vigil was held
so that was the visual right there.
This morning, we're shining a spotlight on the mysterious death of the 12-year-old. He was last seen walking his dog before he went missing in 2020. This after a 4-year... Okay. See, I'm finding out a little bit. He was walking his dog. Okay. Long search. His remains were found in the attic of a multi-unit home 5 miles away from Jalen's family's home.
Damn, 5 miles away is crazy.
Police, the boy's body had been left in the attic of this home for a significant amount of time. A discovery that has left the neighborhood looking for answers due to the frequent activity at that home where Jalen's body was discovered. Scripps News Buffalo has a look into that home where Jalen Griffin's remains were found and the community's biggest concerns.
Neighbors of 107 Sheffield are telling 7 News they've had concerns with the 4-unit house and the people living there for years.
That house is mainly the only issue on our street, I would say.
This neighbor did not want to be named, but tells my colleague Maki Becker and I about a troubling situation.
About a year or two ago, I was walking my son down the street, and one of the ladies living in the residence at the time chased me down with a bat.
Another neighbor says she received cell phone alerts that convicted sex offenders on the sex offender registry had moved into 107 Sheffield. 7 News found records to confirm one of those individuals was booked in jail just
so this is mainly what we heard already.
A new sex charge. And
professor at Jacksonville State University and the host of the Body Bags podcast, which is
investigating the murder of Jalen Griffin.
I want to bring in our special guest now. He's a forensic death investigator, professor at Jacksonville State University, and the host of the Body Bags podcast, which you should definitely check out. It's tremendous. Professor Joseph Scott Morgan. Professor Joe, talking about Jalen Griffin's death, of course we think about the timeline that prosecutors are going to want to establish here. Going back so many years, tell us, how valuable can an autopsy be in determining the death timeline for this child?
Still can be teeth, all that.
It's going to be significant, Julie.
Facts. And it was in a
reality
closed area.
Is that
What's an economic crisis? Bankruptcy imminent. Come learn the art of money making. Become rich in arena.
It's definitely going to be significant, because one thing about DNA, it don't leave all the time. Like you leave the little bit of DNA everywhere. Hair follicles might fall off your hair, you don't even know. Your skin like you shed without even knowing. Like the littlest things, like underneath his fingernails, if he tried to fight or bite or just anything, you could have dropped sweat on him at that time. And then it was inside a closed area. Like the body was not disturbed, so it was just laying there. His clothing items, things inside the attic, just a lot of stuff. Like once DNA is released into the air, it sticks to a lot of things. So yeah, and if a mentally challenged person did this, 9 times out of 10 they forgot some shit. They made some mistakes somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know if he was unalived in that attic or he was unalived when they got him and just brought to that place to be stored there. So that's another thing that they got to follow. But let's listen to this guy right here.
they are faced with a body that has essentially been hidden, in my opinion, for 4 years. So you're not going to have, and I'm going to be very blunt, my friend, you're not going to have any soft tissue. If it is
Facts.
it's going to be almost in a mummified state by this point in time.
Exactly.
So picking up on things like contusions, bruises, even certain types of other blunt force trauma.
I'm only going by what they said. They said that he was walking his dog, so I don't know. I'm only going by the thing. I'm only going by the thing, that's all. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he walked his dog and then he went to the store to help people with groceries after that. I don't know. I can only go by. I wasn't there. We wasn't there. We don't know. I can only go by what I can only report on what I'm seeing. Rabbit. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Like lacerations might be hard to appreciate in these circumstances. Remember, the ME, all they had to work with this young man was his dental records in order to get him identified.
Like I said,
That's
identify his body.
Remains were. And so this is going to be a real problem. And of course, it all comes back to a central point here when you're talking about an investigation like this, particularly where you have a body like this young child that is sequestered in this area. Who had opportunity and access to the attic? It's one thing if you find a body on the front porch of a home, but you're talking about getting into a space in the upper portion of this home. Who had the ability to do that? And I would think that there would be quite a bit of data about the individuals residing in this home.
Right.
And they're going to have to look deep into everybody's background.
Yes. Speaking of the home, Professor Joe, there's a petition right now to tear that home down. And perhaps I'm thinking of this comparison to the Idaho 4 student homicide case, maybe because we just got that breaking news this morning about the judge's ruling.
Yeah, hell yeah, tear that motherfucker down. After the MEs and the SVUs and all them different letters and syllables run through that motherfucker and do a thorough investigation on that crib. And then once y'all done, Tear that motherfucker down for sure. Hell yeah. And don't put another one up there like that.
But you and I have certainly talked about that home and the destruction of it and what evidence could still be there. Talk to us about this home, Professor. Do you think this could be a mistake to tear this home down? Could there be potential evidence to help solve this case?
Yes, and yes, because if anybody has the propensity for this kind of behavior with a child, how do they know that something else sinister hasn't taken place in that home?
Exactly.
This rush to tear down dwellings. Look, it's no secret. I mean, Buffalo has had a history of homicides, some violent crimes up there. Are they tearing down other homes? Why this home? If you want to get it vacated, fine. No longer in use, board it up, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. For goodness sake, keep the structure intact and follow. They still don't know who did this, right? So the home itself, this location could be the biggest piece of evidence that you have. Remember, you've got a body that was found here that was in
exactly what I just said.
Decomposition, to say the very least, Julie. How do you know something else hasn't occurred here?
Exactly.
So, no, that's not advisable at this point in time. Maybe that's something they can explore a couple of years down the road.
That's what I
Certainly,
said.
Professor, thank you for that. I've got a clip from the vigil last night that was held to remember Jalen.
There's more to the story, and we're going to get down to it. We're not going to stop until we bring justice for Jalen, for Joanne, and Jawan. It's all going to be justice.
But just to think that person could really be right in our circle. To think that person could have joined us every year. To think that person could have been here for prayer and for his birthdays.
Professor, as you know, so many people in the community want to see justice for this precious child. And there were neighbors who were interviewed by police and saying that there were a lot of unfamiliar faces going in and out of that home frequently. And we know that at least 2 registered sex offenders have lived at that home recently. Tapping into your experience as a forensic death investigator, how might all of that traffic in the home stifle investigators' search in finding the killer?
A lot, because you don't know who was in and out.
Individuals that have questionable past.
Besides the people that live there,
affiliating with people even on the out.
Besides the people that lives there, y'all don't know who was in and out, or who they had coming over, or who had who else outside of them people had access to getting into that house. Y'all don't know. Like, y'all don't know if the door was being unlocked and people can just walk in and out that joint. Y'all don't know. So it's like man, you would literally have to have a record of who entered and came out of that house at every moment of the day when that happened, from 4 years ago, from the time it happened to now. Y'all will literally have to have a camera that was monitoring the door opening and closing every day. People walking around this house up and down the steps. Like, you don't know. Like, somebody in that house knows exactly what happened, because somebody opened the window and then somebody closed the window to the attic to be able to find the body. So yeah, nobody knows. I want to know who found the body. I want to know who found his body for sure. I want to know, because I feel like that person might know. That's just me speaking. I feel like the person that found the body might know more than or worst case scenario, the person that found the body, they conscience got to him and they know it's been long enough, and they finally like, yo, it's a body up here. Like, they finally like, but yeah, you would have to be able to prove that person did it behind a reasonable doubt for sure, after all this time.
Outside, Julie, this is a long span of time. You don't know who's been, brought in and out of that dwelling that is not necessarily domiciled there.
Exactly.
And that makes this case even more complex. Because if you've got, let's say you've got individuals that if this place is in fact like a halfway house, you're going to have to go back and look at the people that the courts have kind of pushed through this, temporary residence, and go back. It's almost like a gigantic spider web when you think about
See, that's
information.
exactly what I was saying, bro.
Associates,
That you would literally have to go back and look at everybody.
Any of these individuals have sexual proclivities that would involve a 12-year-old boy going back, or kids that fall in that age range. And of course, that would be your target that you would be looking for. It's very, very complex, to say the least, but the one saving grace here is that you have one central location where this event has occurred. So you go from that to trying to build this case out and understand who else could have been involved in this. Was a singular person? And again, look, people don't start off at this level with this kind of violence and this kind of horror.
Exactly.
I would
you don't
be very
start off like that.
To see if there are any other kids in this area that are missing that fit within these descriptors as this poor Jalen child.
That's a perfect point to end on. May Jalen Griffin get justice. We all want to see that.
Yes,
Professor Joseph
absolutely.
Scott Morgan, thank you so much for the great discussion this morning. We'll look.
Yeah, man, that's a sad situation. But I'm still going to do some research, and I'm still going to do some research on this whole situation and try to find out some more on the offline and see what I can find, and kind of bring it to y'all and see what's the word. Hold on. Let me pull up this other one real quick. This other video. Hold on, y'all. Let me look back at my messages. Hold on. All right. So, New Jersey mom beaten to death. No. Let me see what this come up with, man. 'Cause I might be doing something wrong. Here it go. This it right here.
Hold on. Yo, where we going? To the ship. We going 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 to the ship.
Police have now ruled the deaths of a couple in Burlington Township last week a murder-suicide. Police found the bodies of 30-year-old Christopher Corey and 28-year-old Tiana Drummond Thursday morning at the Willow Point Apartments. Officers say an investigation revealed that
So
Corey
he offed her and then
Drummond
offed himself.
shooting himself. Police responded to the apartment after a neighbor called saying she heard arguing.
It's January 2nd, 2020, in Burlington Township, New Jersey. The sun is barely creeping over the horizon, casting long shadows across the frost-covered lawns of Willow Point Apartments. In this close-knit community, where neighbors wave to each other and children's laughter echoes from nearby football fields, the morning feels like any other winter day. But inside one apartment, behind an ordinary door marked 3B, a nightmare is unfolding. A woman's screams pierce the stillness of the night. Not once, not twice, but for hours. They're desperate, raw, and filled with terror. Below, a neighbor lies awake, her heart pounding, clutching her phone as she makes a decision that will change everything. If you come right now, you will hear the lady screaming. She tells the 911 operator, her voice trembling with exhaustion and fear. It's been all night. I didn't sleep all night, me and my little son. Those words, spoken just before 8:45 a.m., would unravel a tragedy so devastating it would leave a community shattered, 2 young boys orphaned, and a question that haunts us all. How well do we really know the people living just feet away from us?
Man, rest in peace
This
to
is
her.
Dark Truth Files, where we uncover the stories that linger in the shadows of everyday life. Stories of love, loss, and unthinkable violence. Today, we dive into the heartbreaking case of Tiana Drummond and Christopher
Rest in peace to
Corey,
Tiana.
a couple whose public lives painted a
Rest in
picture of
peace to
dedication and community spirit, but whose private reality ended in a murder-suicide that no one saw coming. Tiana Drummond was a 28-year-old mother of 2, a Full Sail University graduate, and a pillar of her community. She was the kind of woman who lit up a room, who organized fundraisers for youth sports, and who poured her heart into raising her sons, Guju and KJ. Christopher Corey, 30, was a beloved youth football coach for the Burlington City Blue Devils, a man who taught young boys about teamwork, respect, and perseverance. To the outside world, they were a family building a life together, filled with...
Yeah, it's like you hear all this, and then when you hear the story about what happened and how it happened and what he did to her and then did to himself, that just make you look at life like, yo, on the outside, from us looking on the outside, we like, damn, they doing it. Like, that's an awesome family right there. Like, you know, she's great, he's great, stuff like that, right? But you can't judge a book by its cover until you start reading the pages between. So it's like, we don't know what was happening in that home. We don't know, you know, like, because, you know, people going to be quick to pass judgment on him for doing what he did to her. And he was wrong. He was 100% wrong and out of pocket for that, right? And then he offed himself. You know how much, do you know how much will it takes to off yourself? Like, of course you can probably pull the trigger on somebody else, you know, but it takes so much more mental capability to off yourself. Like, we don't really know what somebody going through internally. We don't know what pushed him to do that. We don't know what pushed him to do that to himself. Damn. 2 people lost their life in a situation like this. And at the end of the day, you know who hurt the most? The kids. The kids.
with love and purpose. But on that fateful morning in January 2020, the truth behind their closed door would come to light. A truth so horrific, it would leave neighbors, friends, and an entire community grappling with disbelief. What happened inside that apartment? What drove a man who mentored children to commit an act of unimaginable violence against the woman he loved? And what can this tragedy teach us about the hidden struggles that may be unfolding right next door? Stay with us as we unravel the layers of this case, from the vibrant lives of Tiana and Christopher to the chilling events that ended them. If you're new here, kindly hit that subscribe button and join our community of truth seekers. Let's dive into the darkness together. The Willow Point tragedy isn't just a story of a single night of violence. It's a story about the masks we wear, the secrets we keep, and the devastating consequences when those secrets erupt. It's about a mother whose love for her children was her legacy, and a coach whose public persona hid a private darkness. It's about two young boys left to navigate a world without the parents they knew. And it's about a community forced to confront the reality that even in the tightest-knit neighborhoods, danger can lurk behind closed doors.
Yep.
As we piece together this case, we'll explore the societal and psychological factors that may have contributed to this tragedy, and we'll honor the memory of those affected by it. This is a story that will grip you, haunt you, and make you question what you think you know about the people around you. Burlington Township, New Jersey, is the kind of place where community matters. In 2020, it was home to about 22,000 people, a diverse suburb where families gathered for youth sports. Local businesses supported school teams, and neighbors knew each other by name. The Willow Point Apartments on Salem Road were a hub for working-class families, with tidy lawns and seasonal decorations marking the rhythm of the year. It was here, in apartment 3B, that Tiana Drummond and Christopher Corey built their life together with Tiana's two sons. To outsiders, their home was a picture of normalcy. Framed photos of football victories on the walls, children's artwork on the fridge, and a wreath on the door that changed with the holidays. But on January 2nd, 2020, that normalcy would be shattered forever. What makes this case so chilling is how ordinary it seemed, until it wasn't. The neighbor's 911 call wasn't the first sign of trouble, but it was the one that couldn't be ignored. Tiana Drummond was more than a name in a news headline. She was a 28-year-old woman whose life was defined by her love for her two sons, her ambition, and her ability to bring people together. Born and raised in New Jersey, Tiana was a force of nature, a woman who balanced motherhood, education, and community involvement with a grace that left everyone in awe. Her story is one of resilience, determination, and a deep commitment to leaving a positive mark on the world. In 2016, Tiana graduated from Full Sail University with a bachelor's degree in entertainment management. This wasn't a small feat. As a single mother raising two young boys, Guju, who was 10 at the time of her death, and KJ, who was 5, Tiana juggled late-night study sessions, parenting responsibilities, and her passion for field hockey. She didn't just graduate, she excelled, earning membership in an honor society while managing a household and cheering for her sons at their games. Her academic journey was a testament to her strength, a woman who refused to let obstacles define her. Tiana's world revolved around Guju and KJ. Her social media posts were a vibrant tapestry of their lives. Snapshots of beach trips, shopping excursions, and proud moments at school and sports events. Just 10 days before her death, on December 23, 2019, Tiana posted a heartfelt birthday message to her oldest son, Guju, on Facebook. Her words, now a haunting echo of her love. The most important mark I will leave on this world is my son. One of the most amazing kids I know. I don't think I could have asked for a more perfect son. From your charisma, athleticism, and intelligence, you literally put your all into everything you do, and I couldn't be more proud. Having you at such a young age, we've literally grown together, and I'm so happy you were chosen for me. I love you so much. Happy 10th birthday, King. Those words weren't just a caption. They were Tiana's truth. She saw her children as her legacy, her purpose, and her joy. Friends described her as the kind of mother who showed up for everything. School plays, football practices, parent-teacher conferences. She was the unofficial team photographer for the Burlington City Blue Devils, capturing moments of triumph and teamwork that families treasured. Her infectious energy drew people in, making her the center of any gathering. Tiana's impact extended beyond her family. In 2018, she took her organizational skills to the community, spearheading a fundraiser for the Burlington City Blue Devils youth football team. The team had earned a spot in the 7th annual Mid-Atlantic National Championship Series in Richmond, Virginia, and Tiana saw it as a chance to give the kids an experience they'd never forget. The boys have worked so hard to get here and are well deserving of the opportunity, she wrote in her fundraising appeal. Her efforts helped send the team to compete, a testament to her belief in the power of community and opportunity for children. At games, Tiana was a constant presence, cheering for every child on the field, not just her own. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and parents gravitated toward her warmth. She wasn't just a mom. She was a leader, a planner, and a friend. Her social media reflected a life filled with purpose, posts about her boys' achievements, community events, and her love for life's simple joys like a day at the beach or a new outfit. But beneath her vibrant exterior, there were hints of a more complex reality. Tiana's Facebook status listed her as single, a detail that stood out in contrast to Christopher Corey's profile, which claimed he was in a relationship. Was this a sign of tension in their home? Friends later admitted they hadn't noticed anything alarming. No bruises, no overt signs of distress. Tiana's public persona was one of strength and joy, but what was happening when the cameras weren't flashing? Did the pressures of raising two active boys, managing finances, and maintaining her community role weigh heavier than she let on? Tiana's story is one of a woman who gave everything to those she loved. She was a mother who lived for her sons, a graduate who defied the odds, and a community member who brought people together. But her life was cut short in a way that no one could have predicted, leaving behind a legacy of love and two boys who would never see their mother again. To understand this tragedy, we must also understand Christopher Corey, the man who was Tiana's partner and the father figure to her sons. At 30, Christopher was a respected coach for the Burlington City Blue Devils, a role he took seriously. Parents entrusted their children to him, and fellow coaches admired his dedication. He always had a smile on his face, said King Johnson, vice president of the South Jersey Independent Youth Football Association. He had genuine interactions with the kids. You could tell he loved doing what he was doing. Christopher's coaching wasn't just about football. He taught life lessons: perseverance, teamwork, respect. His teams went from underdogs to champions under his guidance, and his sideline presence was electric. He'd gather both teams after games to talk about sportsmanship, emphasizing choices and consequences. But his dedication to youth sports had deeper roots. In 2008, Christopher's younger brother, Julian Pui Corey Jr., was killed during a fight at Garfield East Elementary School. The loss shaped Christopher's life, pushing him to mentor young boys and teach them how to navigate conflict and emotions. Yet, despite his public role as a mentor, questions linger about the man he was behind closed doors. How could someone who preached emotional control lose it so completely? What was the private reality of his relationship with Tiana? The transition from New Year's Day 2020 to the early hours of January 2nd was supposed to be a time of celebration, a fresh start for Burlington Township. Families were recovering from holiday gatherings, and the Willow Point apartments were quiet, save for the occasional sound of a car pulling into the lot. But inside apartment 3B, a storm was brewing. A storm that would erupt into violence so brutal it would leave a community in shock. By a stroke of fortune, Tiana's sons, Juju and KJ, were not home that night. Whether by chance or deliberate planning, they were staying elsewhere, possibly with relatives celebrating the new year. This small mercy meant they were spared from witnessing the horror that unfolded. But for the neighbor downstairs, the night was anything but peaceful. Sometime in the late evening of January 1st, the neighbor below apartment 3B began to hear disturbing sounds. It started as raised voices, the kind of argument that might be dismissed as a couple's disagreement. But as the hours ticked by, the sounds escalated. Screams, raw, desperate, and unmistakably female, cut through the night. They weren't brief or fleeting. They were prolonged, relentless, and filled with fear. The neighbor, unable to sleep, grew increasingly alarmed. Her young son was with her, and the weight of the situation pressed heavily on her. By the early morning hours, the neighbor could no longer ignore the chilling certainty that something was
They killed me
terribly
with the
wrong.
reenactments.
The screams weren't stopping. They weren't fading into apologies or silence. They were the sounds of domestic violence, unmistakable and terrifying. It sounded like someone was being hurt, she later told police, her voice heavy with the memory of that night. At 8:43 a.m. on January 2nd, the neighbor made the call that would set everything in motion. "This is crazy," she told the dispatcher, her voice tight with stress. "I'm calling to make a complaint about the couple over us. If you come right now, you will hear the lady screaming. It's been all night. I didn't sleep all night, me and my little son." The dispatcher pressed for details, and the neighbor's fear spilled out. She described the prolonged fighting, the screams that had kept her awake, and her belief that domestic violence was occurring. "I heard the lady screaming," she repeated, her exhaustion palpable. The call wasn't just a complaint. It was a plea for help, a desperate attempt to intervene in a situation that felt life-threatening. Within minutes, Burlington Township Police arrived at Willow Point Apartments. The complex was quiet now, the screams replaced by an eerie silence. Officers approached apartment 3B, their knocks unanswered. The door, slightly ajar, hinted at something amiss. As they stepped inside, the scene they encountered was one of immediate horror. The apartment, once a warm family home, was now a crime scene. Furniture was overturned, signs of a struggle evident. In the bedroom, police found the bodies of Tiana Drummond and Christopher Corey. Tiana, just 28, lay lifeless, her body bearing the marks of a brutal assault. Christopher, 30, was nearby, a gunshot wound to his head telling a grim story.
Damn.
The silence that greeted the officers was heavier than any scream, a silence that spoke of finality. The Burlington County Prosecutor's Office took charge, and the initial assessment was chilling. Tiana had died from blunt force trauma, the result of a prolonged physical assault. Christopher's death was ruled a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Okay, so he didn't shoot her. He hit her in the head with something that killed her. So could it been they got into an argument. It got to a heated argument, whatever. They started tussling around. Could he have maybe pushed her and she hit her head on something and that killed her? Or could he have picked something up and hit her in the head with it? I don't want to believe that he did that purposely. I want to believe that he pushed her and she hit her head on something real hard and died. And he panicked and he couldn't take what was going to happen and offed himself. It's still a tragedy at the end of the day. It's still tragic.
Wound. The scene pointed to a murder-suicide, a devastating conclusion that raised more questions than answers. What had happened in those final hours? What drove Christopher to such violence? And why did he turn the gun on himself? The apartment told a story of chaos. Bloodstains marked the walls and floor, and personal belongings were scattered. The children's absence was a small blessing, but the absence of answers was a gaping wound. The neighbor's call had come too late to save Tiana, but it had brought the truth to light. Christopher Corey was the only suspect in Tiana Drummond's murder.
Of course.
The evidence was clear. Tiana died from blunt force trauma, and Christopher's death by a self-inflicted gunshot wound suggested
He pistol beat her. Yep. He beat her with the gun. Yes, he did.
Was responsible. But who was Christopher Corey, really? How could a man who mentored children, who preached respect and control, commit such a heinous act?
That don't mean shit.
To the Burlington Township community, Christopher was Coach Chris, a man who transformed young boys into athletes and taught them life lessons. His passion for coaching stemmed from personal tragedy, the loss of his brother Julian in 2008. That pain drove him to guide young players, to teach them how to handle conflict and emotions. But somewhere along the way, something broke. The Burlington County Prosecutor's Office confirmed the sequence of events. Christopher killed Tiana before taking his own life, but the why remains elusive. No official motive was released, leaving room for speculation. Tiana's Facebook status listed her as single, while Christopher's claimed he was in a relationship.
So she was trying to
This
leave.
discrepancy suggests a rift. Was Tiana ready to leave? Did Christopher feel possessive, driven by an "if I can't have you, no one can" mentality? Domestic violence often escalates when one partner seeks to end the relationship, and Tiana's strength and independence may have clashed with Christopher's need for control. Raising two active boys, balancing work, and volunteering for the football team could have created immense pressure. Financial struggles, common in many households, can strain relationships to the breaking point. Did mounting stress push Christopher to a breaking point? Christopher's public persona was one of control and positivity, but mental health struggles are often invisible. The loss of his brother may have left deeper scars than anyone realized. Could untreated trauma or mental health issues have contributed to his actions? Some speculate Christopher snapped in a moment of uncontrollable rage. The neighbor's description of hours of screaming suggests a prolonged altercation, not a sudden act. But what triggered it? An argument over the holidays? A personal betrayal? The lack of answers fuels speculation. Parents and coaches were blindsided. "Chris Corey was my motivation for what type of coach I want to be," one colleague wrote, crediting him with transforming a struggling team. How could the same man who taught kids about consequences commit such an act? Friends admitted they saw no warning signs, no bruises on Tiana, no overt aggression from Christopher. Their social media showed a happy family, but social media is a curated facade. The absence of clear red flags raises chilling questions. Were there subtle signs missed? Did Tiana's vibrant personality mask her struggles? Did Christopher's coaching role hide his capacity for violence? Murder-suicides are complex. According to experts, they often stem from a combination of control, desperation, and a distorted sense of ownership. Christopher's act of killing Tiana before himself suggests a need to exert ultimate control, even in death. His public role as a coach may have created a pressure to maintain a perfect image, making it harder to seek help for private struggles. The neighbor's call suggests the violence wasn't sudden. It unfolded over hours. This prolonged assault points to a deliberate act, not a fleeting loss of control. Yet, his decision to end his own life suggests remorse or despair. Did he come back to his senses after the act, as some speculate? Or was the murder-suicide planned? When police entered apartment 3B on January 2nd, 2020, they faced a scene that demanded answers. The Burlington County Prosecutor's Office, led by experienced investigators, took charge. The initial findings were stark. Tiana Drummond died from blunt force trauma, the result of a brutal beating. Christopher Corey died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. By January 6th, autopsies confirmed the deaths as a murder-suicide, with Tiana's death ruled a homicide. But the investigation didn't end there. Forensic teams combed the apartment, collecting blood samples, fingerprints, and physical evidence. The scene suggested a prolonged struggle. Furniture overturned, walls marked with blood. The absence of Tiana's sons was a critical detail, sparing them from the horror, but raising questions about timing. Was their absence planned, or a fortunate coincidence? The biggest twist in this case is the absence of a clear motive. Despite the thorough investigation, authorities never publicly disclosed what drove Christopher to kill Tiana. No suicide note was reported. No history of documented domestic violence surfaced, and no witnesses provided insight into their private struggles. This void left the community grappling with unanswered questions. The lack of a motive fueled speculation. Social media posts from Tiana and Christopher offered clues, but no definitive answers. Tiana's single status and Christopher's in a relationship claim suggested discord, but was it enough to lead to murder? Friends and family were interviewed, but no one reported seeing overt signs of trouble. The community's shock was compounded by the realization that even those closest to the couple hadn't seen this coming. The contrast between Christopher's public persona and his actions dominated discussions. Parents who had trusted him with their children felt betrayed, while Tiana's friends mourned the loss of a vibrant woman. Social media became a space for grief and speculation, with posts questioning how such violence could go unnoticed. The media also highlighted the community's response, particularly the efforts to support Tiana's sons. Darnell Ball Sr., a community member, organized a skating party fundraiser to raise money for Juju and KJ. A GoFundMe campaign gained traction, drawing contributions from beyond Burlington Township. These acts of kindness became a beacon of hope in a dark story, but they couldn't erase the questions. The autopsies provided clarity on the cause of death, but little else. Tiana's injuries indicated a sustained assault, suggesting Christopher's actions were deliberate. The gunshot wound to Christopher's head was consistent with a self-inflicted injury, likely from a handgun found at the scene. But without a note or prior reports of violence, investigators were left with a puzzle missing key pieces. One lingering mystery is the role of mental health. Christopher's brother's death in 2008 may have left unresolved trauma, but no records indicate he sought treatment. Was there a history of domestic violence that went unreported? Did Tiana confide in anyone about struggles at home? The absence of answers underscores the hidden nature of domestic issues, even in tight-knit communities. As of May 20th, 2025, the Willow Point tragedy remains a closed case. The Burlington County Prosecutor's Office ruled the deaths a murder-suicide, with no further suspects or ongoing investigations. The lack of a clear motive continues to haunt those who knew Tiana and Christopher, but the focus has shifted to healing and supporting the survivors, Juju and KJ. The community's response has been a testament to its strength. The fundraiser organized by Darnell Ball Sr. and the GoFundMe campaign raised significant funds to support Tiana's sons, who are now in the care of relatives. Community members continue to honor Tiana's memory through events like youth football tournaments dedicated to her and her boys. The true tragedy of this case lies in its impact on Juju, now 15, and KJ, now 10. These boys lost their mother and the man they knew as a father figure in a single night. Tiana's birthday message to Juju, "The most important mark I will leave on this world is my son," now carries unbearable weight. The community has rallied around them, but no amount of support can replace what they've lost. Their childhoods were forever altered, their sense of safety shattered. The Burlington Township community has vowed to ensure Juju and KJ are supported, from financial contributions to emotional care. But the scars of this tragedy will linger, a reminder of the fragility of life and the hidden struggles that can erupt without warning. The Willow Point tragedy is a stark reminder of the hidden nature of domestic violence. According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1 in 4 women experience physical violence by an intimate partner in their lifetime. Warning signs: social withdrawal, changes in behavior, unexplained injuries, are often subtle and easily missed. Tiana's case underscores the importance of vigilance and intervention. The neighbor's 911 call, though too late to save Tiana, was a courageous act that brought the truth to light. Communities must foster environments where people feel safe to report concerns and seek help. Mental health support, accessible counseling, and awareness campaigns can prevent tragedies like this. Burlington Township's response shows the power of collective action, but it also highlights the need for proactive measures before violence escalates. Tiana Drummond was a light in Burlington Township, a mother, a graduate, a community builder. Her love for her sons, Juju and KJ, was her legacy, and her contributions to her community will not be forgotten. She deserved a future filled with the joy she gave others, but that future was stolen. We honor her memory by remembering her strength, her warmth, and her unbreakable spirit. This case leaves us with a question that demands action. What steps can communities take to recognize and address the warning signs of domestic violence before it's too late? Have you ever noticed subtle changes in a friend or neighbor that concerned you? What did you do? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's start a conversation about awareness and prevention. If this story moved you, give it a like and share it to spread awareness. Subscribe to Dark Truth Files for more in-depth true crime stories.
That was a pretty crazy story. And to answer his question at the end when he said, what can communities do to try to catch that before it happens? Nothing. Because you don't know what's going on internally. You will never know unless people let you know. But the ones you can save them. But a lot of people, a lot of women don't really speak out on abuse like that. They don't. And that's the crazy part. You just need more people to speak up on the abuse that they endure from their spouse or others. And that'd be a better way on. That'd be a start, not a better way, but that would be a start on how to kind of help it a little bit. People got to speak up instead of waiting years and years and years to do it. They got to speak up the moment it happens. But like I said, everybody don't do that.
And hit the notification bell to stay updated.
Some people are scared to do it.
Thank you for
Some
joining
people,
us on this journey into the darkness.
All right, let's go. Rest in peace. Damn. Falling, scheming, and you see, I know you want to lie all night. He said my husband was jealous of me, so he tried to destroy me. Oh, this is the one I wanted to watch. She was abducted and put on psych meds for 10 years. That's crazy work. So somebody abducted this lady and put her on psych meds for 10 years. Fucked her brain up.
We still hustle daily. What's going on?
Shout out Big Play Ray.
Back to another video. It's your boy Big Play to the mother Ray coming to y'all with another video to mother. Welcome back to another video, y'all. Appreciate y'all for tuning in and rocking with me. We got a story time for y'all. I don't know what this one's about, but it sounds like it's gonna be good. She said we gonna be entertained, so we about to see if we're gonna be entertained. Make sure y'all like the video, comment, subscribe. Hopefully everybody out there having a blessed day. God bless you all. I wish y'all nothing but the best, and I appreciate y'all. Like I tell y'all all the time, I love y'all for rocking with your boy. Like I say, we ain't gonna keep y'all waiting. Follow me on Instagram, top of the screen. Let's go.
Story time. I promise you will be entertained, but if you start the story, please stay till the end. So when I was 5 years old, my entire family was killed in a car crash, and I was the sole survivor. When I turned 18, I decided to move out of state for college because I didn't really have any friends or family in the area anyway. I ended up going to Massachusetts. When I got there, I didn't really know anybody. It was a totally new environment. It was unfamiliar. It was kind of scary. But eventually I met a guy at the school. He was really nice. We started dating. Eventually we got a place together, and we lived in that house together for 3 years, and we were happy the whole time. Like, he's very, very sweet, very caring, very loving. You know, I just didn't feel alone for the first time, and it was absolutely wonderful. But around the 3-year mark, I started going through something. I started not to feel good. So obviously my first guess was pregnancy, so I took a pregnancy test, but that wasn't it. I was having like headaches and stomach aches and feeling nauseated all the time, feeling like extra sleepy, but it wasn't really like life-ruining symptoms. So I just started doing like ginger for the nausea and like soup if I had a tummy ache, you know, a little bit of Excedrin if I had a headache, you know, whatever, you make it work. But the symptoms just kind of kept getting worse. And like sometimes they would be so bad, I'd have a migraine or a nausea to the point that I couldn't even get up out of bed. And my boyfriend's like, babe, I think you should go see a doctor. And I'm like, what is a doctor gonna do? Like, it's not like I can't breathe. It's not like I have chest pain. I just have random unspecified symptoms. Like, what is he gonna do? But he's like, babe, like, you do not feel good. Like, you should go see a doctor. And I'm like, fine, whatever. So he schedules me a doctor's appointment. I go see the doctor, and it's exactly what I thought it was gonna be. The doctor is just like, there's nothing wrong with you. And I'm like, cool. So I go back home, and things don't get better, but they start to get worse. Because now I'm not just feeling physically bad, I'm feeling bad mentally. And I don't mean my emotions, I'm not sad or depressed. I'm dealing with confusion. I keep finding things in my house in weird places that they shouldn't be. I open my kitchen drawer to get out cutlery, fork, knife. All my earrings are in there. I go look at my jewelry rack. All my cutlery's in there.
What?
Things that were hanged on the wall are like turning upside down. And at first I'm just like, okay, you know, whatever. These things are very bizarre, but they're not really frightening. Like, I'm just trying to make this logical or reasonable in any way that I can. But I'm forgetting appointments. My fatigue is increasing. Like, it's just so much happening.
Here's the thing about old ideas. You don't let them in.
And then it starts off slow. Little shadows of, like, in my peripheral vision. Little sounds. And you know, like, you can have those things normally. Like, I think we all have those things occasionally. But they're becoming more common and more frequent. And I'm starting to lose, like, time. Like, whole days I cannot remember. So finally I make myself an appointment. I go see a therapist. She does the intake, my assessment, and she's like, okay, you fit the diagnostic criteria for schizophrenia. So that was kind of like hard to hear, but at the same time I was thinking, okay, well, now we know what's wrong with me, I can get some help. And my therapist assured me, like, the medication we have these days can make your symptoms like almost nothing. You can go back to living a normal life. And I'm very grateful. I'm like, okay, good. So I break the news to my boyfriend, which was really scary because he was such a sweet and supportive person. I was just scared of being too much of a burden on him or losing him because he was kind of the only person that I had. But he was super sweet, super supportive. He helped me while I cried. He went to go pick up my medication for me after running a bath, like, you know, just really taking care of me. So I started taking my medicines, but things do not get better. In fact, they get worse because any kind of visuals or auditory hallucinations I was having are becoming more and more and more defined. And we switched medications like 2 or 3 times, and my therapist is like, oh, sometimes, you know, you gotta switch medications a couple times until you find what works. But things are actively getting worse, and I'm seeing and hearing things in my house, and I know that
At this point, they're, like, trying to turn you into a fucking guinea pig.
So
just giving you everything.
I become convinced that I'm not sick, but my house is haunted. I know that sounds insane, but when you are dealing with so much confusion, bizarre things in your house, bizarre noises, like, you become afraid and you're willing to believe almost like anything that could possibly make things better. So I start getting into like these spiritual people talking about the paranormal, and I start trying to like do different things, you know, like I'm burning sage, I'm doing like, you know, whatever. And finally one day my boyfriend has to go help his dad with something, so he leaves me home alone. And I don't fully know what happened, but I do know that apparently I ended up leaving my house a little bit scantily clad. And apparently I was just kind of running around aimlessly, got picked up by the police, taken to the hospital, and obviously psych. And I wake up in the hospital, and as soon as I wake up, the nurse is all over me, like white on rice. And she says, just wait right there a moment. And I don't know how much time has passed. All I know is that I just woke up in the hospital. And I'm in a room by myself, completely isolated. There's nobody else there. And she comes back with a doctor, my therapist, 3 people, a man, a woman, and another girl. And they're all nicely dressed, beautiful people. And they look really familiar to me. But I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure of anything anymore. And somebody who is not in a hospital uniform, and that person is in a police uniform. So now I'm looking at this cop and this room full of people like, what did I
about to
do?
get
What
302.
did I do? I'm afraid. So I asked them, like, am I in trouble? Am I in trouble? And they're like, no, you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. But, you know, I'm thinking they're just saying that to get me to, like, talk about whatever it was that happened. So the cop is, you know, he's asking me all these questions. Then the doctor cuts in and asks questions. And the nurse is writing a bunch of things down. And the therapist is writing a bunch of things down. But their questions are, like, mad normal. They're just like, what's your name? How old are you? Where did you go to school? Where did you grow up? Tell us about your family, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, like, where are we getting to all this? And I'm just assuming, I've never been in this situation before in, like, a psych, whatever. So I'm just sitting there thinking, like, okay, whatever. I don't know their policy. So finally, they end up telling me that they have to give me some news. And my heart is pounding out of my chest at this point because what news are you about to give me?
Right.
I guarantee you guys cannot predict what the news was. My name was not the name that I thought I was. In fact, I was not the girl that I thought that I was. Apparently, when I was 17, I was working at the country club that my parents were a part of, and I was a lifeguard. And there was a boy there whose family was not part of the country club, but he had like a small summer job washing dishes or something. And he developed a very unhealthy fixation on me. And he made me very uncomfortable, and he was following me and watching me, and my family was very worried about it, my friends were very worried about it, but I wasn't worried about it because I was just like, you know, whatever, I'm going to be leaving for college soon, and I was an Ohio kid, and I was going to the Ohio State University, and I was very excited about that. The boy, when the summer ended, went to college, and guess where he went to college?
Your same college.
Massachusetts.
Your same college you was at.
The boyfriend that I had been living with for 3+ years, he actually kidnapped me. Took me to Massachusetts.
Wait. What? This shit just spun me just now. That just took a turn. The boyfriend that she been with all this time is actually kidnapped her. Okay. I'm fucked up.
Made me shave my head and wear wigs. Used a combination of hypnosis tactics, medicines, and illegal substances and abuse to brainwash me into thinking I was a totally different girl. He told me that my family had died in a car crash. That was absolutely not true. My entire family is alive and well, and they were the 3 people that were in the hospital room when I woke up.
Oh my fucking God.
He was using sedatives and hallucinogens and any illegal substance basically he could get his hands on to make me think that I was going crazy so that my dependence on him would never end.
Oh my fucking God.
Thinking, oh, but didn't he tell you to go to the doctor? Yeah, he did. The doctor he sent me to was his dad, who was previously a doctor but lost his nursing license for basically being inappropriate with patients. And
oh my fucking God.
His father was a serial unaliver responsible for the deaths of 8 women in Hyannis. And when I was taken into the hospital, they were finally able to identify me and give me my life back. If you stayed until the end of this video, that was completely fake. That was only for entertainment purposes. None of those things happened to me. I do make original horror content. I am an author and a poet. I hope you guys liked my story. If you stayed for the whole thing, if you would like to see more original horror content on my channel, comment down below. I really...
Oh, fuck you, bitch. Yeah. Fuck you. You black bitch. Fuck you. Yo. She just got the shit out of everybody. No, so the story wasn't real. She just... Oh, shit. She had me. She had me. Fuck you for that, man. Have y'all invested Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Good John, man. That was a good John. Good John. I would be mad too. Good John. Yo, that was a good John. Yo, she just fucked me up with that.
Really hope you guys were entertained by that.
All right, that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. That probably sound like something you see in a movie.
Right, it wasn't real, right? Did you right? Did you listen to the end of what she said? None of these things never happened to me. It was all a story, right? What are you talking about? That's crazy.
I don't know what the hypnosis tactics and stuff are.
Right, it wasn't real.
The drugging and stuff, because he did have access to
this motherfucker Ray is crazy.
Whatever the case is, but yeah, I really don't.
This motherfucker Ray is crazy. Look at him. He high. He gotta be fried.
You feel me? But y'all let me know what y'all think about it in the comments below.
I know, Ray. I need to see your comments right here. I need to see your comments, Ray.
There was a lot going on. You know?
Ray, I need no. Shut up, Ray. Because you really don't know that this story not fake, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. Bro.
Because could be crazy, you feel me? And stay off drugs.
Hold the fuck up, Ray. Because I need to see. I don't know if he listened to the end of the story, but I need to see his comments. Her girlfriend beat her up and choked her. Oh, yeah, I got that story, too. Hold on, y'all. I need to see what his comments is saying. My boy Ray was too high to notice the story was fake. It said, my boy Ray was too high to notice the story was fake. I don't know what to say about this one. Facts. She's good, and I look forward to reading some of her work. Facts. She admits she made the story up and does creepy story times, and she is good at them too. This is an oldie but goodie. She looks a little crazy, don't she? She definitely did look a little throwed off. Said Ray don't be listening. Facts. I say that all the time, bro. He do not be listening, bro. Like what, Ray? That wig gives compulsive liar horror story. Yo, why they flame my wig up? It's crazy. He said that was a cool. I don't know if to believe her or not. It's fake, gang. Everybody's tearing her wig up. Come on, Ray, for real? Come on, bro. Pay attention. Yeah, because it's not making no sense how Ray did not catch the fact that she said that this is a bullcrap story and I made it all up. Come on, bro. Like, you got to pay more attention than that, Ray. Like, what's up with you, gang? You was that fried out of your mind that you wasn't... You don't listen, right? You do not listen. Do not listen, bro. I'm starting to think you're a little throwed off, bro. Yo, that's crazy work, yo. That story just pissed me off. Ooh, she pissed me off for that, with that story, man. Her girlfriend beat her up and choked her out when she... something. Woman breaks down because her teen is becoming a problem. here we go. Send her a donation is crazy.
It's time to prepare for...
Wealthy family, what would you do if you married someone and they turned out to be your biggest hater? In today's story time, we're going to be reacting to a woman who initially went viral for her wedding on multiple platforms, now going viral again for exposing the dark truths within her divorce. Messy family, buckle up.
So why am I getting divorced after a year and a half? I got married at 28 and I'm 29 and I'm currently getting divorced. And I owe it to you guys to explain to you why I'm getting a divorce, because over 10 million of you guys watched me get married last year across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and a lot other wedding content that I put out. I'm a lifestyle creator, and so, you know, you're going to see my life, the ups, the downs, all of it. It is just a part of the process. But the reason why I do want to share why I'm getting divorced is because I got married to a narcissist unknowingly, and it was all built upon a lie. And I started talking about this on Threads and on my Twitter account, and I shared some of that to my Instagram stories. And since sharing that, I've gotten hundreds of DMs from women who are in the same situation or who have been in that situation. And so many of them have told me, I'm so grateful that you've been talking about this and that you've been transparent about this, because I didn't have the strength to leave. Now that I'm seeing that you are leaving so soon as well, I'm now inspired to leave. I do want to talk about this specifically when it comes to the narcissistic abuse part, because you don't even realize it's happening to you while it's happening to you. For so many of us, we just didn't even know what was happening while it was happening. I'm going to share as much as I can, and I think it's also important for us to remember that there's a difference between narcissistic personality disorder and having narcissistic traits. Okay, those are two different things. So let's start from the beginning. So in 2020, I met my husband on Hinge, and I was living in New York City at the time, and I was working from home. I was working on Wall Street, and I was pretty isolated.
See, here y'all again with these motherfuckers. Here y'all go again with these goddamn dating apps. Y'all gotta be careful on them damn dating apps.
And then here comes my husband on Hinge, and he looks great, and he seems like a pretty decent guy, and he really sold himself as like this faith-based guy, and like really serious with like really good intentions, and you know, I bought it. Now he was going to be starting a job on Wall Street as well at a different firm, and I like the fact that he was already in the industry, so he understood my work schedule, because I really did have a demanding schedule. Again, very normal guy, seemingly decent guy. The relationship is good to start. Towards the end of 2020, I started to pick up on the fact that our values weren't really aligned, and especially when it came to faith, there were some things that weren't adding up, right? So I did let him know that, hey,
AI writes my copy in seconds, but resizing a video still takes 3 tools and a mild breakdown. Introducing Content Lab, an advanced...
I think we should break up. I think we should part ways, because, you know, we're just not aligned. Now, he accepted it at first, but then he kept trying to message me and get back with me and saying, you know, I really don't understand, I really miss us and all of that. And then he starts to mention the fact that there's a ring fund, because, you know, he sees me as his future wife, that he's already gained 14% on. And I remember saying to him, like, I'm sorry, what does that have to do with anything? And so that is an example of, I think it's called love bombing. I am somebody who had a narcissistic parent. So I grew up on gaslighting. I grew up on manipulation. I grew up on love bombing. So that feels familiar to me. I didn't really have the language for what exactly my soon-to-be ex-husband was doing at the time, but now that I do have the language for it, I see it for what it was, right? If you have broken up with somebody, they seemingly accept it, But then they're coming back and they're like, okay, but I have 14% on a ring fund, right? They're trying to like lure you back in.
I completely understand where she's coming from when she's talking about narcissistic parents and having those type of love bombing and stuff like that. I completely understand where she's coming from, and it's easy, definitely, yes, to see it in other people, especially if it's something you was raised on. One thing I'm confused about is the ring fund thing. Is she talking about like a ring fund, Messy Family? A fund for a ring? He's saying you can't leave me because I'm already in the process of purchasing a ring? Is that what he's saying?
No, he's saying like a ring fund is like, you know how people got stocks and stuff like that, or you put money into a interest type situation, and then it gains interest and stuff like that. That's basically what he's saying. He started like a ring fund thing to where as though he gained money on the interest of the ring fund. Basically, it's like a investment type situation. It's like a portfolio for like a ring fund or a ring or something like that. And he gained, and he making money off of it at the same time.
That's what he said. I don't know. Is that a red flag? Let me know in the comment section, Messy Family.
Right? They're trying to talk about all these things that they do for you or what they're doing for you to try to lure you back in. Now, I was resistant to his efforts. At the beginning of 2021, I do start a new job, and that job is actually at the firm that he's working at in a different capacity. But we've been broken up. We're still cordial. Now, he's still trying to get back with me. He's inserting himself in a way that's friendly, but like also clearly like he regrets that, we parted ways. Again, I'm focusing on my new job. I'm just focusing on like getting my life together. He does become a source of support for me as I'm in this new job because he's already familiar with this firm. He knows how to support people, and like he really is just a great friend to have. My birthday's in July, and yes, we're friends, we're not together, but he totally inserted himself into my birthday in a way that was like, I'm her man, got me a cake and everything, and like I appreciated all of those efforts because at the end of the day, like it's great to have somebody who is looking out for you and all those things. But again, I wasn't cognizant of the fact that like boundaries were not in place, right? And this is something that you have to be very aware of as a young woman when you're dealing with these men. Like, if you have broken up with somebody, right, there is no reason why they should still be coming around in that capacity. And if they keep coming around under the guise of friendship, right, because they love and care about you deeply as a friend, you need to be very careful. Because I was very convinced that, okay, he keeps showing up and he's just around because, like, he just cares deeply about me. He just wants to be the person that's there for me. Now, despite the fact that we're broken up, anybody who has shown any kind of interest in me, anyone who he knows is interested in me, he's creating obstacles for these people. He would want to spend like every waking moment of the weekend with me, and I just had zero space. This is another sign that you are dealing with a narcissist. They do not give you any space. In mind, the job that I had at this time on Wall Street, I was working at the desk from 6:30 a.m. until roughly about like 6:30 p.m., right? So I'm 12 hours on the desk, Monday to Friday, and every waking minute of the weekend, he would want to spend time with me. I don't really like people like that. I like my space. I do believe that I am an introvert.
But wait, hold on. I get what she's saying, and I'm with her 100%. But like I say all the time, people are going to do what you allow them to do. A little bit louder for the people in the back. People are only going to do what you allow them to do. So if you allowing that behavior, they're going to keep doing it. That's why you got to tell them up, because what's up straight from the, I'm not having that, or this ain't that, or this da-da-da-da. You got to make it clear. And the moment they start going against what you made clear, you getting the fuck from away from you, or you get from around them. That's it. Point blank period. Now, again, another thing that she said was he kept coming back on the boyfriend shit and all this, da-da-da-da. you allowed him to come back, shorty. That's what get me with some of these stories. They allow him to come back because of the money. They showering them with gifts and all this shit. And then what you expect was going to happen? Shit was already going bad. You left for a reason. So you let him come back because he was showering you with gifts and doing all these things? That's what make me mad sometimes when I listen to these stories. So you paint the person, you paint this dude to be a bad person, but then you say he was a good guy, he was a good person, but he just did this. Huh? Are you listening to yourself? Because some of y'all that be telling these stories, y'all be just as much of the problem as they are. For real.
Introvert, and I really do need to recharge, especially when I'm in an office setting and when I'm around people for so long. Like, I need to decompress, right? I'm blessed now that I work from home and I don't need to recharge as much, but I really needed my space. Now it is fall of 2021 and he is really lobbying, really pushing that we get back together, and he's even convinced another one of my friends that he really loves me.
And then you went and married the motherfucker.
Future with me, and for me to give him a chance.
After you've seen all these signs.
Very convincing.
Crazy
This man, he could sell you anything. He is really good. He puts on a great show. And even my friend is like, wow, I don't know any guy who's ever loved you this much. This man he is so committed. And I'm like, yep, that is true. And I'm like, you know what? I'll give him a chance. We do get back together. At this point in my life, I wasn't really going out. I was just focused on myself. So if you weren't already in my immediate circle, if I didn't already know you, chances are we were not going to meet, because I went to work, I went home, I went to the gym, and I was just focused on myself. You know what I'm saying? That's just where my head was at. Now, by December of 2021, he starts applying to some jobs in Florida because he says he wants to move back to Florida potentially. By January of 2022, he gets a job offer in Florida, and he also does get another job offer in New York, which, in my opinion, was more aligned with what he wanted to do career-wise, but he decides that he's going to take the job in Florida. Now, he's trying to say to me, am I coming with him to Florida? I'm like, absolutely not. I have my career here. At the time, I knew no one in Florida. No, I'm not going with you to Florida. And I had broken up with him because I was like, I'm not doing a long-distance relationship. I just don't want that for myself. Now, after we got married, I found out that he actually told his coworkers and others, his friends and stuff, that the breakup was mutual when it wasn't, right? Because he was crying these crocodile tears, these fake tears. In retrospect, they were fake tears. They were narcissist tears. When I told him that, look, I'm not moving to Florida with you. I'm sorry. I'm not doing long distance. I have my career here. It is what it is. I think it was early February that he moved to Florida. Valentine's Day comes around 2022. Now, I think I've gone out and I posted up just in a cute dress or whatever. Who's calling my phone to find out if somebody took me out for Valentine's Day? My soon-to-be ex-husband. Mind you, I'm single, right? What did you think was going to happen? Do you not think there is a line of men waiting to take me out? You're single. I'm single. It's none of your business. Why should I spend Valentine's Day alone? Right? You decided to move to Florida. I am living in New York. I'm going to enjoy myself. You know what I'm saying? I tell him, look, you need to calm down and you need to focus on your life in Florida. There are a lot of baddies in Florida, right? Focus on the baddies in Florida. Let me live my life, right?
Right.
Period. He's upset. He's not happy with it. It is what it is. Now, we didn't really talk for a while. I want to say maybe about a month and a half, because I kind of cursed him out and I was like, look, you need to stop calling my phone. You need to leave me alone, boundaries. He starts to weasel his way back in after a couple months of 2022 from the friendship.
And you allowed him to weasel his way back in.
In May. My first video that went viral on TikTok happened in the end of May. And in June of 2022,
We're known for some of the largest personal injury recoveries in history.
There's one reason for it. Our people.
An anonymous account is created on Twitter. It has no posts. I'm still friendly with my soon-to-be ex-husband, right? He's still a friend to me, and that's that. I'm single in 2022. I'm focusing on myself. In August of 2022, I'm told by my boss that I'm being put up for early promotion. My soon-to-be ex-husband, at the time, I considered him to be one of my best friends because he always positioned himself to be like this source of support for me and just somebody who really loved me, like, unconditionally. Now, he was one of the two people that I let know that I was being put up for early promotion. Unbeknownst to me at the time, that same week, that anonymous Twitter account made some tweets using screenshots from my TikTok account, tweeting my firm and FINRA. Now, FINRA is the regulatory body that oversees broker-dealers, etc. Again, there are two people that I told that I was up for early promotion. He's the only one who would have known to tag FINRA in those tweets in an attempt to bring me down or to get me fired or to mess up my chances of getting promoted. I didn't find out about these tweets because I wasn't even tagged and I wasn't really on Twitter like that. I was called into the office by compliance at my job and they were telling me that, hey, there's this FINRA investigation going on because this random Twitter account made these tweets referencing your content and they tagged the firm and they tagged FINRA. They just told me, hey, just keep an eye out, you know, let us know if you have any idea who it could be. And they told me that they'd be doing their own kind of investigation as well. I remember my boss saying to me, go look into that, go figure out like what's going on there. And I just thought, okay, maybe it's just like some random hater. I just had no idea who could be behind this kind of account. Now, if I'm experiencing a certain type of harassment on the internet, I do loop in my lawyer just to get an assessment of like, what do you think this is? And I remember my lawyer saying to me upon reviewing the Twitter account and reviewing the tweet, he said, honestly, Christine, we've seen this before many times. This account was created specifically to try to bring you down. These tweets are laced with jealousy. This is a classic case of jealousy. And he actually asked me, did you get put up for promotion or something? Did you get a promotion? Because I've seen this a lot before, and it's clearly laced with jealousy. And he said, is there anyone you can think of who would be jealous about you getting a promotion? And I said, well, I only told 2 people. And those people, you know, in my mind, I was like, they would never be jealous of me. Plus, only one of those people would have known to tag my firm and to tag FINRA. And I remember asking my soon-to-be ex-husband, I was like, hey, did you tell anybody else? But he was so supportive. He was just like, oh my gosh, the fact that somebody would even do that to you.
Let's be for real. If you've ever known a narcissist, one thing they will do is put themselves in complete control. They give you a little rope to make you feel like you're free in the beginning. But the reality is they're getting you to turn against everybody around you. If she would have got that position, that would have took her to a point where it would have made him harder for him to control her. Now, I'm not saying we don't know the whole story yet, but based off of what she's saying so far, you can see the narcissism playing out in the situation. That's why it makes it more believable. But what do you guys think, Messy Family, at this point in the video? Let me know in the comment section. Have you ever dealt with something like this before? Have you ever had a colleague or a partner like betray you in such a way? Or are you dealing with narcissists? Let me know in the comment section.
You're such a hater. You guys, this man was like praying with me. He was like, I want to pray with you against like the attacks of the enemy. It's not funny. Nothing about this is funny, by the way, but it's like, at this point, all I can do is laugh, right? Because I was so convinced that this man was for me, right? He was praying with me, right? Now I know that he was behind that account. He didn't want me to get that early promotion because he knew that if I got promoted, there's no way I would be moving to Florida with him. And he had to figure out a way to get me to move to Florida because he just had to have me. Here this man is.
No, he trying to isolate you from everybody.
Why anybody would try to do that to you.
So he can control you.
All these haters now and whatnot. And he created this account in June of 2022 when he saw that like, okay, like her TikTok is growing. More people are going to find her. So I got to make sure by any means necessary that she doesn't find somebody better. He's telling me that, you know what, you're on the internet, you're on TikTok now. People can find your TikTok, so it's just probably somebody who hates on you. You've always had haters. It could be anybody. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, you're right. It really could be anybody at the end of the day. Now, nothing came from that investigation. I didn't get in trouble. I didn't get fired. But did those tweets mess up my chances for early promotion? Absolutely. So he was successful in his attempt. One thing that I did find out from my firm from this investigation process was that they had reason to believe that the person behind this account was a whistleblower. So they were a former employee and they were airing out their grievances while using me to do so. Now, January of 2023, I have a new challenge to focus on because the Black people at my firm have been getting underpaid now for 2 years. And we had clocked it the year before, but we were told that it was going to be corrected and we'd be made whole this current year, which was at the time 2023. That was not the case. In fact, it was even worse in 2023. Now, that kind of stuff doesn't sit well with me. And of course, I'm telling my soon-to-be ex-husband about what's going on because he is a friend of mine and he's very supportive. He's like, you know, trying to make sure that he could be there for me and just like support me in this time that I'm taking on this challenge of like pushing back against my firm. So one of the things that I do is I write a letter to the head of HR. Because of that letter that I wrote to the head of HR, an investigation was launched and they were like, yep, you messed up. People's pay needed to be revamped. Now, even though they fixed the pay of all of the Black employees that were hired through this program, it's still.
Now, how did you mistakenly not pay the Black employees the same amount you paid the other employees? That's wild. That is wild, but that is not shocking.
I go on every day.
If you know, you know. I mean, that is not shocking, but it's crazy. That's why a lot of these employers don't want y'all discussing pay. They don't want any
but like she said, she feel like that's her best friend, so.
Because you're going to realize that one day that, well, this person only got more money than you because of their lighter complexion or their different
chicks do that shit all the time.
Like, isn't that crazy to you? Anyway, let's continue to watch.
It still wasn't.
I watch women do that shit all the time with their sisters, family members, whatever, all types of shit. They tell too much shit. And then wonder why motherfuckers throw that shit back in their face later when they haven't fallen out. And that's why I tell people all the time, stop telling your fucking business to people. Stop telling everybody your fucking business. Like, what the fuck? That's the quickest way to end that. Stop being so damn Joe to tell everybody your fucking business. Whether it's who you fucking, whether it's who you hanging out with, whether it's anything. Stop talking so damn much. Just keep shit to yourself sometimes. It's good for you. I promise you it's good for you. Like, just keep shit to yourself. I'm a private nigga. Like, I'm private as hell. I don't talk about nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing. Now, if I'm having a conversation with somebody, that's different. But I'm not just going to volunteer some information about me to nobody. It's not happening. So just be careful what y'all say to people, man. And be careful what y'all share with people. Please. Because they will turn that shit against you. Quick. These motherfuckers out here ain't loyal nowadays. I'm telling
you. The correct amount. We were still being significantly underpaid compared to our white peers for doing the same work. I was not happy with that solution because I knew that was just them slapping a Band-Aid on a situation that literally needed surgery. So, I lawyered up. One thing you're never going to do is you're never going to play with my money, especially when I worked for it. I've now taken on this legal battle with a major Wall Street institution. I am literally drained and exhausted. I'm fighting for myself and others who are not even willing to fight for themselves, right? Because there are a lot of people on Wall Street and in corporate America who are just not willing to stand up for themselves. But here I am, putting in the good fight. Now, at the time, I did go to spend some time in LA because I'm just actually mentally drained. And it was good because I think it was like a different type of isolation. But at the same time, my soon-to-be ex-husband used this opportunity to really weasel himself back in as a source of support for me.
And you keep allowing him to come back.
Away with me. He was really just like this great source of support for me and convinced me to get back together with him. And I was like, honestly, like he gets it. He understands what I'm going through. You know, and at this point, this man knows me well. He knows my family dynamics. He knows my triggers. He knows a lot about me, right? So he knows exactly what to say to get back in my life. And he starts talking about getting a ring and getting engaged somewhere around, I want to say May or June of 2023. Truth be told, I should not have gotten engaged in the mental state that I was in 2023 because I was so drained by this battle. I was so exhausted for having to fight for what was clearly like
There's a lot of things you shouldn't have
did. Like the fact that I'm fighting for equal pay for black people.
You shouldn't have gotten into a relationship. You shouldn't have none of that.
It was just mind-boggling. You know what I'm saying? And just the back and forth with the legal situation.
Should have got yourself together first.
But of course, the whole talks of engagement and all of that, and like just like my soon-to-be ex-husband being there for me and just being this great source of support, it was just kind of like, oh my gosh, like he's so sweet. Again, I'm kind of in a daze in 2023. I'm dealing with a whole legal battle, but I'm still excited because it feels like, oh my gosh, at the end of the day, this is the light at the end of the tunnel. We get engaged in August. Now, you know, once you get engaged, everybody's asking you, when is the wedding? When is the wedding? When is the wedding? So you have all this external pressure, and my family, my friends, everything. I'm a type A person, right? I didn't end up getting a planner for my wedding. I ended up planning it myself. So I'm completely caught up with planning my wedding.
And then you adding all this shit to your plate.
This legal battle. I have now moved to Florida. I still have my place in New York.
Oh, you let
but
this
now I'm in
motherfucker
Florida.
persuade you
Thankfully
into that
now
shit.
I know like 2 couples in Florida. So I do have a couple people there. But I'm now in a different state. I'm still dealing with this legal battle. I'm here planning a wedding. I'm also transitioning careers, right? Because when you go up against a firm in Wall Street, like that's the luck if you think you're gonna have a career in Wall Street after that. But also that experience left such a bitter taste in my mouth that I decided that I didn't want to work on Wall Street anymore. So I've made my mind up that I was done with the industry. Now this legal battle, I'm not done with it until roughly February of 2024. And I also want to provide the context that I wanted to take this to litigation because the evidence was all there, the wrongdoing was there, and it would have been a case that would have really changed a lot of things for the industry and people underpaying black people in the industry. But my soon-to-be ex-husband was a big advocate for me settling because he was like, you know what? I've seen how drained you've been. I've seen how exhausted you've been. And, you know, just prioritize your peace and move forward. In retrospect, right, he just wanted me to, you know, get paid quickly and just move along. That's what he wanted me to do. If it were up to me, I probably would have litigated. And my lawyers were ready and willing to litigate. Now, one thing to note is even before we got engaged, this is before premarital counseling, we had gone through this book where we were just kind of like figuring out like, what do we want out of life? Does this all make sense? Does it make sense to get married? For example, one of those questions in that book was like, okay, how many kids do you want? And I remember saying, okay, like I want 2 to 3 kids. And he was like, oh yeah, I want 2 to 3 kids. Essentially what he did the entire time, I did not know this.
He just copied you.
He is a great actor. He deserves an Oscar. He was mirroring me.
Exactly. Come on. You didn't realize that shit?
What I liked, he knew what I didn't like. And he was presenting himself to be the type of person that I would want in a husband. Another thing to note is 2023, he suddenly gets very bulked up, very muscular. Now, he was always athletic, but he was always on the slimmer side, right? 2023, he has bulked up, right? I'm like, okay, you know, what happened to you? He just has this newfound passion for the gym.
And I guarantee that's what you
he
like.
He always went to the gym, but like, he was never doing all of that, like, weights. And like, he wasn't eating that amount of protein and all that. Now, after we got married, that is when the mask started to slip. So he would say things like, I have to go to the gym and have all this protein and eat all this food to look good for you and to be bulked up for you. And I'm like, look good for me.
Nigga.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
if
asked you to do
you
that.
want to look like that, like, you're the one who decided to bulk up like this, right? Like, you decided to do this to yourself. I never told you to do that. So you always want to pay attention when it comes to dating someone. If you find that they're like transforming themselves to be someone to match you a little bit too much, right? And it's not organic, it's not natural, it's not something that they ever were. That is something that you need to pay attention to. At the time, I just thought, you know what? He bulked up. He has this newfound passion for the gym. It is what it is. I didn't know that someone with narcissistic personality disorder, they are going to mirror their target like crazy. And he had to bulk up in such a way.
Wait, is this true?
Yeah, that's
Is
true.
this true? Because this can work either way. Like, this
Yes,
can work male
it's
or
true,
female.
bro.
This is good information. Mr. Family, let me know in the comment section. Is this true?
Yeah, that's true, bro. Narcissists will mock the shit out of you. Like, they will mirror the shit out you. Like, then, and that's what women and men. Like, narcissistic women is the same way. Like, say you a guy and you dealing with a female, right? And you can say the most weirdest thing, like, yeah, I had such and such and I really liked it. And then this person will say, oh yeah, I like them too. Knowing damn well they never even had that shit or heard of it ever in their fucking life until you just said it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you bring it up again later, they be looking at you like, what you talking about? Like, that's how you know. Like, I'm trying, like, yeah. Like, but that is 100% true. They will mirror the shit out of you.
True. Like, do you believe that a person that's a narcissist, I've never heard this before. This is the first time I've ever heard somebody say that a narcissist mirrors the person they're about to target.
They do, because they gotta know everything about you. They listen. Most motherfucking narcissists is trying to become the person that you tell them, you the type of people, like, if you, that's why you got to be careful with everything that you tell people, because you know what I'm saying, like, a motherfucker will sit there and listen to you talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and they listening to you explain what type of people you like, or how you like a person to look, or the things you like a person to do, or they do all this. They sit there and they do that shit, and they do their homework on you, and they study that shit. And guess what? Everything that you said, they put that into themselves and became that person. And once you get attracted to that, okay, because that's what you said you like, want, and all this shit. And then now the love bombing starts, the falling in love quick shit, and all this extra shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what happens. And like I said, women and men do it. I'm telling you now, be careful, y'all. Be the fuck careful.
Ready to go get a notepad.
And transform himself, because he had to be seen as worthy of being my partner. But once we got married, he's complaining about the way that he has to eat all this protein and eat all this food for me. And I'm like, well, if you don't want to do something, you shouldn't do it. Like, it's not a requirement to be with me. You know, like, this is something that you put on yourself. He has really deep abandonment wounds, right? And this is something I always encouraged him to work on. And it really showed itself in one particular instance. This was in July of 2024. He was going to get some food at this particular place that I don't like eating at. He was asking me what I wanted to eat. I was like, look, you know, I don't even eat from there. I don't know why you're asking me what I want. And I told him, like, look, I'm going to go home and I'm going to order something. And at the time we were out at this particular plaza, and it was going to be easier for him to just drive there, get what he wanted, drive back home. And for me, it just would have been easier for me to just Uber home and order what I wanted. So I told him, look, I'm just going to go home and Uber what I want. So I got out of the car and I was about to call my Uber on my phone. I kid you not, this man drives in front of me, wrestles my phone out of my hand with such force, so angrily that like I'm pushed. And he drives off in the parking lot. He makes a loop in the parking lot, actually, like a lunatic in anger. And at the time, I only had my personal phone. I didn't have my work phone. So I'm in the parking lot, no phone. He drives back around. And I'm like, yo, what is wrong with you, sir? Like, what is wrong with you? He's like telling me that I can't just be walking out of the car on him. It's disrespectful. Again, abandonment wound triggered. That was the first, like, I've never seen him like that before. Narcissist.
Hear me out. Because now that she said that he has
God damn, Messi, you gotta fix that fucking mic, bro. That mic is fucking terrible.
Target, what if the working out is just to keep the target, or keep the woman? I ain't trying to say she's a target, but keep her. I'm not saying he's not a narcissist. We're only in this part of the video yet. We haven't heard the rest. But when it comes to that aspect, maybe he's just getting big because he don't want to lose his woman. Like, she's a beautiful woman. Like, you gotta understand that. And sometimes a man's insecurity or abandonment issues will.
Yeah, but fuck that, bro. If you're not comfortable in your own skin, listen, I'm all for self improvement. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm all for people getting in shape. I'm all for that shit. You know what I'm saying? But she already said that he was already had an athletic body. It's not like he wasn't in shape or nothing like that. He was already in shape. You know what I'm saying? But the moment she told him that she knows she normally go for guys that's kind of, brolic and built up and stuff like that. Now all of a sudden you want to become that. I get where you coming from, bro. About insecurity and all that type of shit. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it seemed like Buddy was pretty insecure. I mean, pretty secure with himself until she mentioned what type of guys she normally would go for. And then all of a sudden, now he want to get all brig and brolic. And then he hit her with the, I gotta eat, I gotta take protein and this and that to look good for you. Bro, she didn't tell you that, But I understand where you coming from too, Messi. But at the same time, nah, bro. He did that shit. So she can keep having an eye for him. That's all.
Will make them get into a point where it's like, well, I don't want to lose my girl, so let me get into this nice little form that most women are attracted to. Now, I can see why she believes.
But then at the same time, bro, he was not gonna lose her, bro, because she was already fucking with him with the athletic body, bro. She kept letting him come back and come back and come back with the same body, Brody.
He sees a narcissist because she told him that he did not have to do that. But as a man, I think men probably feeling like, nah, let me.
Man, you got me fucked up.
But then
I'm
they might
not
mess around and be with somebody just like that.
Man, I'm not doing none of that,
like,
bro.
And
I'm not doing none of that, bro. Like, I'm not changing myself for no female, bro. You got me fucked up.
I look forward to you.
If you gonna go leave me for your fucking the guy, your motherfucking dreams, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I ain't got no motherfucking gun to you. I ain't got no.
They'll get a woman.
I ain't got no motherfucking gun to your motherfucking head making you stay. Get the fuck on. You know what I'm saying? Like, kidding me? Hell no, man. Some of these niggas out here is crazy, bro. They meet a pretty chick and lose their fucking mind, bro, and be ready to jump into a fucking water full of gators for this broad. Fuck out of here, bro. Not me, gang. I'm cool.
Out of her normal shape, acting like they don't really care, but then go be with a woman that is like that, or have a woman get real small and then go be with a big woman. Go mess around with a big woman. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So, I don't know, but let me know what y'all think in the comment section. I don't want to throw y'all off too much, but let's get back into the story time.
A lot of them have an abandonment wound. When I'm trying to address this with him and I'm trying to get him to take accountability, he's talking about the fact that he's doing all this stuff for my birthday. And I'm like, what does my birthday have to do with anything? My birthday has nothing to do with this.
Now he's starting to
Right?
throw the shit in your face now. See?
You're trying to love bomb me. You're trying to gaslight me. You're trying to manipulate me when you need to take accountability for your actions. So he does some semblance of fake accountability, and he says, you know, he's going to be working on himself. It's not going to happen again. I want to add this in because I think this is very important for people who might be in a work environment similar to Wall Street. Because I had worked on Wall Street for years, right? I had interned on Wall Street my junior year of college. I returned full time. A total of 5 years is what I spent on Wall Street. But you have to understand that there are a lot of narcissistic personalities on Wall Street. And I had normalized narcissists. Like, the guy I worked with the last 2 years I was working on Wall Street, I worked with him the most, right? Straight up narcissist. But you have to understand that on Wall Street specifically, and I'm not talking about just corporate America, because there is a big difference between Wall Street and corporate America, right? It's a different personality type. And in order for you to be successful on Wall Street, you do have to have narcissistic traits. But again, there's a big difference between having narcissistic traits.
Yeah, but the term corporate America came from Wall Street. That's where the term corporate America started. Wall Street. And she's right. You do have to have narcissistic traits to work on Wall Street, because you gotta sit there and listen to what people want. You gotta sit there and listen to the things people say that they need. You gotta be able to mirror people. You have to. You're dealing with investments. You're dealing with people, money. You're dealing with all types of things, law firms, lawyers, shit like that. You're dealing with those types of things to where as though you have to be able to please people and appease to others, and get them to trust you, to get them to you. Like I'm telling you, yes, you have to have narcissistic traits in you to be able to work on Wall Street. Yes, you do. Facts. That is a fucking fact. Every lawyer, every fucking investment trader, all the motherfuckers out there have narcissistic traits. They have to. Because one, they have to get you to trust them. They have to get you to believe in them, that they're going to make something happen for you, whether it's to get you out of trouble, whether it's to get you money, whether watch. She gonna say it, watch.
And having narcissistic personality disorder. In order for you to be successful in most spheres of life, you do have to have narcissistic traits. There is a healthy amount of narcissistic traits that one can possess. But when
I'm ready for the next narcissist conversation. Is that a narcissistic disorder or a narcissistic trait? Because we all have narcissistic personalities.
We all do. No, that's a fact. We all do have narcissistic traits and narcissistic personalities. We all do, depending on what it is that we're fixated on. That's what it is. Some people use their narcissistic traits in a good way, and some use them in a bad way for monetary gain. Some is used as a bad monetary gain, and some used in a good monetary gain. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's all about how you use it, because we all, as human beings, have narcissistic traits. Yes, we do. Every last one of us on earth. There's not a person in this world who does not have a narcissistic trait. We all have it. We're born with it. It is what it is, but it's up to you how you choose to use it.
What do you mean? In order to be successful in life, you gotta have narcissistic personalities. I'm putting that in my notes.
having full-blown personality disorder, where you've had a psychotic break from reality, that's when things are now getting very dangerous. Now he starts to say some random things, and this is after we got married. He would say things like, I get why the guys at the office pay for escorts and essentially pay for smecks and stuff like that.
Say sex, girl.
And I would be like,
TikTok not gonna ban you.
I'm sorry, what kind of rhetoric is that? Like, our values are not aligned if you're saying stuff like that. And you never said anything like this prior to us being married. So like, where is this coming from? He would just be like, oh, I was just like thinking about that. I'm like, okay. And as a woman,
I feel like the reason why he's saying that to her though, in that way, why he's telling her, I see why people pay for this. is because he feels as though it's easier. I'd rather just pay for the snacks and pay for somebody to clean up my house at this point. That's what he's saying. I'm not.
Yeah, because when you're dealing with 304s, prostitutes, ladies of the nights, whatever, you're not paying for sex. You paying them to leave. Like real rap, because they not fucking leaving until they get their money. So you're not paying them for sex. Honestly, you're paying them to leave and get the fuck out your face. Like real rap. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is.
I'm not agreeing with it. It is a narcissistic thing to say because what are you doing in that moment? It's devaluing the woman you're with.
Facts.
You're devaluing her and making her feel like I can replace you.
Facts.
So for
I
a
can
woman like
replace
her,
you
she's very
with a
strong
couple
and
dollars.
educated. So I just know saying that to her would have probably just like she just ate it and just made you look stupid. What do you mean? Her rhetoric is making me use big words. Cause I'm like, bro, what? I couldn't even go back and forth with her. But you making me feel less like a little boy. Not me personally, but you would make a man feel like a little boy if you was this type of person. It's a good way to be. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like women who can speak their mind. My girl's the same way. She speaks her mind. And I like that about her. But she also knows when to let me speak as well. So it's a balance. I like her personality, but I wonder if they're having a conversation, if it's more her talking or him talking and why he feels the way he feels. I really want to know his side too.
And you know that that's loser mentality, right? Because you know that if a man has to pay for connection with a woman, it just means that he's a loser. He does not know.
No,
how
that
to
don't
build
make him a
connection
fucking
with
loser. I
woman.
can't say that.
And so it's a loser mentality, right? And so I had to clock him about it, and I was like, yo, like, I don't know where you're getting this rhetoric from, and I don't know why you're saying this stuff, but you need to check yourself. Another thing that he starts to say is, you know, I get why guys choose simple women over career women. Because now he has an issue with the fact that I'm a content creator. And he's throwing shade at me being a content creator and working as much as I do. And he would also say things like, people just don't know how hard it is to be an influencer husband. Okay? You knew what it was when you signed up, boo. Like, where's all of this coming from? Then he started to insert himself under the guise of helping me with my business, my influencer business. And he would always try to get me to accept like some low deals, some deals that didn't make.
I got mad when she said what men that pay for vagina is losers. I didn't get mad, like, cause me, I never paid for that ever in my life, and I never will. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in a way, all men pay for vagina. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real. Like, you might not say, hey, how much is that poom poom? You feel me? Like, but what I'm saying is we all pay for it in some type of way. Because if you take a female out to date, if you buy her something, or you know what I'm saying, in that way. But that's just chivalry. You know what I'm saying? But I've never in my life approached a 304 like, hey, what that poom poom? You know what I'm saying? Never in life. You feel me? But I didn't get mad. But the fact that that's just the way she think. Like I don't look at, because every guy is not good at talking to women. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every guy's not good at it. You know what I'm saying? Every guy is not a social guy, whereas though they're that outgoing to be able to approach a woman. Every guy is not like that. Same thing with women. Like, if you look it up, right? Women women, if you look it up, the statistics say that women pays for male company way more than men pay for females company. A woman would rather pay for a man's situation before a man pays for females. Look it up. It's 100% facts. So do that make those women losers? No, that's just their prerogative. That's just how they feel. Like, they might not be wanting what comes with all that extra shit. They might not be wanting that type of, because you gotta think, them people that's paying for that type of situation, they looking for a quick fix, in and out, get the fuck out my face. They're not looking for a connection. They're not looking for me to call you tomorrow and we hang out, or They not looking to build nothing. They not trying to do all that shit. They trying to wham bam, thank you, ma'am or sir. That's it. Just being real. So I can't call them losers. That's just where they at in life right now. You know what I'm saying? Eventually they'll stop doing it and want a connection with somebody. But right now, that's just not what they want. That don't make them a loser. That's just the life choice that they want to make right now. I don't feel like they losers for that. But that's her opinion though. But that's just not how I feel about it.
Didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that
When I
poom
knew
poom.
my value and I knew my worth, and I was able to negotiate deals at like 4 times whatever rate he was trying to get on my behalf. And I was like, bro, what are you even doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you inserting yourself in my business? And why are you trying to get your wife paid less? And then he would throw shade about deals that I didn't take. A couple months ago, he was like, you know, you're the one who's turning down deals for 15K. And I'm like, huh?
All right. So that's one.
He said, I'm your manager. Even if you don't want one, chick, I'm your manager.
Coating. Oh, scratch resistant coating.
Did I choose?
UV protection.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm not like you. I don't just take money for money, right? I understand that there's value to the work that I put out there, and I provide value to brands. And at the end of the day, this is my business. Why are you inserting yourself in it? And I essentially had to be like, look, respectfully, I need you to step away from inserting yourself into my business and what I'm doing. And then he would try to gaslight me and be like, you just don't value my opinion. You don't value my opinion. No, boo, you're trying to control me. You're jealous of me because you can't stand the fact that I could make one video for a brand and it's more than what you've earned in the entire month from your job. And instead of being happy for your wife and supporting your wife, you're trying to sabotage her career. Another thing that I didn't pick up on as a narcissistic trait is I remember one time, like I was crying and he got extremely angry with me. Like he was so angered by the fact that I was shedding a tear. He started to raise his voice and yell at me. And that was when I was like, oh no, we need to get in counseling because something is wrong with you, sir. Now, I didn't know what it was at the time, but the therapist clocked it immediately. She said to him in that first session, she was like, do you understand what it means to have empathy? Because it feels like you don't understand empathy. He doesn't have the ability to be empathetic. It's this fake empathy. I never really understood that that was what was happening. So if he sees me crying, it gets him so angry because he's incapable of putting himself in other people's shoes. Narcissists lack empathy. Also, after we got married, he would constantly make degrading comments about women. He was really frustrated with the fact that women had to do so little in comparison to men. So, for example, I remember him making a remark about the fact that my bridesmaids came into town before my wedding, like a couple days before, and they were able to hang out. And he was like, you know, my boys, you know, they had to come in like the day before. And he was like, you know, what do your bridesmaids even do? And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, like, why are you so mad that women don't have to do what men have to do necessarily? Like, why are you so upset that women and men have a different experience of life? Do you want to be a woman, sir? Because that's what it's giving. And another thing that really upset him that I found very strange was he didn't like that there were plus size models featured in Sports Illustrated. And I was trying to explain to him that, you know, representation matters. Women of all sizes need to be featured and people need to see bodies that look like them. But his whole argument was like, men can't do the same thing. Women need to be held to the same standard as men.
You can't. What are you talking about?
Right, yes they can. What the fuck are you talking about? Right. There's plus size male models and everything. What are you talking about?
Yes, we can. I mean, what do you think? What do y'all think?
Once we're married, just how misogynistic he is, which was something he hid very, very, very well before our marriage. And every single day, the mask is slipping more and more and more. And I had a trip, a solo trip, with Virgin Voyages. The night before, he has a mental breakdown. He's telling me how unhappy he is with life, how unhappy he is with his job, how upset he is that he can't go on this trip with me and everything.
Exactly. That was his way of guilt tripping you into staying and not going on that trip because them motherfuckers want to isolate you, yo. They don't want you to be around nobody but them. They only want you to depend on them. They don't want you around no outside influence that's gonna make you get your confidence or courage or none of that shit. Motherfuckers is vicious.
And everything. And his whole goal was to make sure that I had a very unpleasant trip and that I was thinking about how unhappy he was the entire trip.
Exactly.
That is something that narcissists do. They don't want you to have any fun or have any enjoyment without them. They hate that. In addition to the degrading comments he would make about women, he was always trying to change me into a housewife. I know I'm the meal prep queen. You gotta understand that when I brought meal preps to the internet, this was for the corporate girlies. There are a lot of business girlies, corporate girlies who follow me. When I worked on Wall Street, yes, I did meal prep, but now I don't have to. I've meal prepped for brands, and I've shown people how to meal prep. And he has been a natural beneficiary of my meal preps. And also, he really needed them because the dude wasn't eating healthy. He wasn't having vegetables, he wasn't having fruit. And so he really needed those. Apart from that, he would try to pressure me and shame me for not cooking every single day. Now, I'm the type of person I cook when I want. But if I don't feel like cooking, I'm not going to cook because I don't need to. And when it comes to cleaning, I have always outsourced my cleaning. When I lived in New York, I outsourced my cleaning. Unless I genuinely want to clean my space, that is just what I do. But you know what it was when you signed up, right? And we talked about this. It never gave housewife. It was never that. Now, if you're wondering, well, why are you staying with this man while he's saying all these things? It's because there's constantly this gaslighting and this love bombing that's going on. He's constantly reminding me of things that he's done for me. That is just a small portion of the narcissistic abuse that I've experienced during this marriage. This is not the only reason why I'm filing for divorce. I came to find out some dirt on this man and what he's been doing behind my back for a while now. Out of respect for him, like, even though he doesn't deserve my respect, out of human decency, I'm not going to say it on here, but just know it is egregious. That's all I have to say on the topic. Wow. And I don't have to drag him. I don't have to shame him for what I found out. Because one thing I know for sure is that everything done in the dark, it has to come to light at some point. Now, when I found out what I found out, I asked him, I said, hey, is there anything else you're lying to me about? I gave him the opportunity to be honest with me. Because at the end of the day, I've been loyal, I've been faithful, I've honored our marriage. I meant my vows when I said them. So I gave him the opportunity to be honest with me, and he still couldn't do that. In fact, his response was, I'm so focused on trying to get you a Range Rover because he knows that Range Rover is like one of my favorite cars ever. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything?
Right.
What does a Range Rover have to do with the lies that you've been telling me? That
Exactly.
is classic narcissistic response. So I informed him that I would be filing for divorce and that it would be amicable and that we just do a clean split, sell the house, split the proceeds. What's yours is yours, what's mine is mine. Narcissists hate when they're no longer in control. And if you try to leave, they're going to punish you for it. So once I let him know that I would be filing for divorce, he went into our joint account and he transferred money into his personal account. He wiped it clean. That included a New York tax return tied to my income because he didn't earn any New York income in 2024. He transfers that to his personal account. And that is considered financial misconduct. If somebody lets you know that they're filing for divorce and you go into the joint account and you transfer money out and you wipe it clean, you have committed financial misconduct. Apart from that, he refused to release my phone lines because we were on a family plan. T-Mobile had called him. It's super easy for him to release my phone lines. He refused to release it because he wanted to surveil who I was texting, who I was calling. The only way I got him to release my phone lines was when I sent his mother a text updating her to let her know that I was aware of what was happening. Within an hour of me texting his mom, he released my phone lines. And then back to the financial misconduct with him taking out my New York tax return and other money from this joint account. His lawyer.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying.
Lawyer reprimanded him. His own lawyer reprimanded him for doing that. Like, you just don't do that. When he withdrew that money, he was hoping that that would put me in a tough situation. But dude, you married the finance baddie. Do you think I don't have money in other accounts? Do you think I was relying on this joint account?
Right, you thought she was dumb?
Do you think I tell you about all of my...
Good girl.
I'm with her with the story, y'all. I really am. I've been married. I was married at 21, divorced at 25, so I know what she's talking about.
Good girl.
I just don't agree. Like, she was kind of living a double life.
No,
you know what I mean?
no,
Like,
Messy.
He
No, bro.
He had a personal account. She had a personal
Messy.
account, clearly.
Messy, bro. Look what she was dealing with, bro. We don't know actually when she got smart and made these accounts because she felt like something was going to go bad. We just getting the story and she putting everything together. She's not breaking down when she actually did it, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure once she started seeing all these flags and this and that, she got herself together to make her exit, bro. I'm pretty sure she wasn't stupid enough to put all that money in one account to where as though she knew if shit went bad, this nigga can touch everything. I don't think nobody should be that stupid, especially if they dealing with what she's dealing with. She better have been smart and put some of that money to the side, bro, because he would have left her fucked up. So, good girl.
But she pretty much saying that she had money and she would get income that he didn't even know about. Okay, I'm gonna ask y'all this. As married people, or maybe people who want to get married, how would you feel about that? How would you feel knowing, like, I think right now it's kind of, see, that's what I want to ask the married people. How would you feel if your husband or wife, like, was making, like, moves like that on the side and not telling you about their financial situation? Because I know it's like, it's theirs, whatever the case may be, but you're, like, okay, me personally, I'm a giver, right? So if I feel like you don't have anything, I'm going to always do over and beyond to make sure everything is good over there. If you make me feel like you need me, you know what I mean? I'm the type of person, if you need me, I'm there to help you, you know? But if you don't need me, then it gives me like a sense of like, you know, I can feel like I can make a decision, you know, whether or not I want to help or not. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like lying about the finances isn't like a flex. It's really like, just shows like kind of why the relationship was kind of rocky, you know? I'm wondering if he was cheating or if he was gay at this point. I don't know what it was, Messy Family. What do y'all think? She's not going to tell us, but we're getting to the end.
When I clocked that you were jealous of me and trying to sabotage my career, that is standard classic behavior of a narcissist. When you try to leave them, they're going to try to financially abuse you, smear your name as well, because what he's been doing is talking to my friends and family, trying to create a narrative about me. They're going to try to keep anything hostage. They're going to try to surveil you. I caught him trying to log into the security cameras last week after I changed the password. So that is just standard, just narcissistic behavior. Now, in an effort to, I guess, get back at me, after I told him I was filing for divorce, and after he conducted financial misconduct and I called him out, he goes ahead and he files for divorce. What this does is it complicates things for him, because given that he has now filed the petition, we have to respond to that petition. And when we respond to that petition, unfortunately, all of his dirt gets put out there. And so what little dignity he could have walked away from this marriage with has now gone out of the window. Again, I wanted an amicable and a peaceful divorce. I really didn't want all of this nonsense. But with narcissists, chaos is how they thrive. They have to create drama. If I were him, knowing what I do know, I would have chosen to walk away from this marriage with dignity, whatever fragment of dignity he has left. But he chose narcissistic collapse.
right? He chose ego and he chose to be childish. Now, could I have gotten on the internet and pretended everything was okay and put on a show for you guys? Absolutely. I can't do that and sleep well at night, and that is just not a part of my brand. If I'm telling you ladies to want better for yourselves, if I'm telling you to do better for yourself, if I'm telling you to stay healthy and wealthy, that is all a mentality, right? That is a mantra. So you have to want better for yourself. You have to walk away from the things that no longer serve you. And especially if you were literally a victim of a real life Joe Goldberg, like I was. Now, there are a couple people on IG who said, oh, you got married for content. And I wish I got married for content, honestly, because it cost me so much. I would love to get my 75K back from the wedding, honestly. That would have been invested. I would have had more money now. I would love to get back all the money that I've invested into this house, all the closets that I paid for, all the furniture that I've purchased, literally everything. I would love to get my money back. This has been such a loss for me. For you to get on the internet and try to think that people get married for content, I know I met my vows. My soon-to-be ex-husband, on the other hand, he didn't mean a word that he said. He was literally a real life Joe Goldberg. But let this be a reminder that you will rise again. I'm currently in the process of getting out of this marriage. We will see how my rise again goes. I hope this is helpful, and whenever I'm able to share more information, I will. I know the psychiatrists and the psychologists and the therapists will meet me in the comments and explain a lot of what I put down. And listen, it is never too late to walk away. Just like in finance, if you make a bad investment, cut your losses. It's not your fault. You looked at the financials, right? You looked at what was under the hood. You thought everything was good, but they put on a good show, right? They doctored the books. That happens sometimes. But you cut your losses when you recognize that what you're dealing with is garbage. If you take nothing else away from these videos, I hope that you learn to put yourself first and honor yourself and honor your boundaries, no matter the cost. Stay healthy and wealthy.
All right, Mr. Family, now listen, if you made it to the end of the video, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, there you have it. Shit. Like, I feel like she should have took some accountability also as well, because, like I said, she kept allowing him a doorway to her, especially with keeping him as her best friend. And so as long as you did that, that always gave him a doorway to you. Like that made him feel like, okay, he always has a pathway to be able to get to you at any time. Like, when you're dealing with that type of situation, you gotta cut all ties all the way. Ain't no we still friends or none of that. When you're dealing with that type of person, you have to, because the moment you keep leaving doors open, they're gonna keep walking on through them. And because the love that you have for this person or whatever, you're gonna keep accepting them. And once a motherfucker show you who they are one time, you might let that simmer. Fool me 2 times. Nah, fool me 1 time, I take that. Fool me 2 times, shame on you. For real, got me fucked up. So yeah, man, I hope she get her rise back to the top, and that's it, And she got to take accountability for her actions as well, because she kept allowing that motherfucker to come back. Her boyfriend beat her up and choked her. Oh yeah. This is it right here.
So what do you want to do?
We're done. What do you want? I'm getting my stuff. I'm going to stay here for the night. We go upstairs to our apartment. We get on the floor, and she hits me, and we start fighting. She hit me first, and we started fighting, and it got to a point where I'm pinned down on the ground, and she is choking me out like this. And the last thing I remember is passing out. Pause. I went up.
She gone, I'ma call that girl still. Then she gave me top and I ain't call that girl still.
I'm still Hustle Baby. What's going on, Hustle Nation? Welcome back to another video. I got another video for y'all. I got the Bleezy right here. Smash that like button. I greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna be bending my wrist this episode. Like God told y'all. If y'all don't know, I gotta be bending my wrist because I gotta get the motion back. I broke my wrist a couple of months ago. Make sure y'all follow me on Instagram at the top of the screen. Let's go.
Hey y'all, so today I am gonna be telling the story about how I caught my girlfriend cheating on me. This is a long awaited story. Like, I know it's like gonna be a lot of parts, and it's gonna be a little bit confusing, and it's gonna be like a little bit weird, but I've never had the chance to speak on the story. I never said nothing. I just let time pass and had to like handle my emotions and stuff, because this is something that affected me. It still affects me to this day, just my trust issues and stuff like that. But I never got my chance to tell my side of the story and what really happened. So with that being said, I feel like now's the time. I'm gonna put a disclaimer. I'm not telling this story to bash anybody involved. I'm not telling this story for any negativity, anything like that. I'm simply telling this story because it's my truth, and like I said, it's something that I went through that was really, really, really traumatic, and it's really crazy. Like, the story played out really crazy. I think it's like funny. Like, it's funny now, but like back then it was really crazy. Like, oh my gosh. But okay, let me just start. Okay, I have to set the scene. So me and this girl, which like I'm sure most of y'all know, this was like a popular relationship that I was in. We met through social media. I really didn't know much about her. Like, I knew of her because like she lived in my city, but I didn't really know much about her. Like, literally right before we met, I was in a previous relationship, so I wasn't really like looking like for people for real. And then like I had heard about her, and I had heard like a story like, oh, her and her ex like had like a little crazy situation on Instagram before or something. Like, I just heard like he say, she say, but I didn't really know too much of this person until I finally became single. And I think I followed her on Instagram, or somehow we got each other's Instagram, and I'm like, dang, she kind of cute. Like, hold on. And so I think I end up like being a little bit friendly. And then also during this time, I started to go outside more, like to the club. This is when I freshly, I think, turned like 19 or 20. So I was starting to get into that type of scene, and she worked like in nightlife. So like I started to hear more about her, and I started to see more of her. And then sooner or later we exchanged social media. So I don't really remember. This is like 3 years ago now, but we end up exchanging social media, and I end up like kind of DMing her, shooting my shot, like, oh, you don't ever hang out with me, like, why you don't hang out with me, like, why you don't be outside with me, something corny, I don't know. And then literally from there, like, we kind of hit it off. She was like, all right, pull up, like, come here type shit, okay, like something like that. And she said like a place and a time, and literally like me and my family pulled up, and we was like, okay, what's up, boom. Okay, so after that we literally hit it off. Like, we started talking. Like, the first day we really hung out, like, we were intimate, and like we just started talking. Like, it kind of got serious fast. Like, it was very
First day,
unexpected.
let's go.
We didn't even know each other like that. Like, we didn't know each other like that. We didn't really know much about each other. We knew that we both were like kind of getting out of like toxic previous relationships, but I didn't really know too much. I just knew she had an ex, and she knew I had an ex, and we were like feeling like, dang, okay, like we were feeling like that crush. Like, it was like that rush sensation when you finally get a crush again, like in school. You want to go to school every day to see your crush, type thing. Like, we were like excited. Like, it was fun. Like, we were going out all the time. We were drinking. Like, all of our friends were coming. All of our friends were vibing. Like, she was taking care of me. Like, she was buying me gifts. Like, it was just instantly like butterflies. Like, I instantly like liked her, and I feel like she felt the same way about me. Okay, cool. So now, like I said, we're hanging out. We're seeing each other like every day. I'm going to her house every day. Like, we're like getting a little bit more serious. And so one day we go out, because like I said, she works in nightlife. Let me give her a name. We're gonna call her Jay. So Jay works in nightlife, and one day we're going out, and we're like, oh, we're gonna go like to a little after hours. So mind you, we go out, we see her ex at the place that we're at. I don't say anything, not my business, like, cool. And we're like, hey, we're gonna go to after hours. So we go to after hours, and all I can remember is her ex pulled up. We're in a car, ex, L. L pulled up, and she was like yelling, like, she's like, what's up? Like, this who you with? Like, this what you want? Like, basically saying like, oh, like, for real. I'm guessing she didn't know what was going on. She didn't know what's up what was up. I don't know what their situation was because I still really don't know to this day. But all I know is she pulled up and she called the team, basically making it seem like they still had something going on. To my knowledge, they were done. They didn't have anything going on. That's what I was told. So I'm thinking like she's tripping, like the ex is tripping, like she off you, like what are you doing? But I don't know to this day. So instantly I'm already saying like the ex is like a crazy ex. Okay, cool. She's giving me the rundown. I'm kind of like confused about the situation, a little irritated because like damn, you have people like coming up to us, like it was just a weird situation. And she was like trying to explain to me like I'm not talking to her, like we have not talked. She is obsessed with me. She's crazy. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's a liar. Like just saying all this about her. Like she's a liar. She's crazy. Like I hate her. Like I really don't like her. We are not together. We don't talk. Just going on and on and on and on. Trying to like get me to believe like they have nothing going on. And I truly did believe her. Like I'm like, okay, they don't have anything going on. Like the girl's just crazy. Like because there are people that are really crazy. And there are people that aren't crazy, like, you know what you have going on. But at this time, like I said, I didn't know. And I thought this was going to be a one-time thing, but the ex kept coming up all the time. Like, the ex was something that came up in our relationship, in our conversation, our whole relationship. And we didn't date for too long, but I want to say it was about a year. But we're going to get to the situation. So cool. Now, we've gotten into a relationship, and she's, like, telling me, like, oh, the ex is, like, don't expect at her, like, the ex is doing this, the ex is doing that, like I said, the ex keeps coming up in conversation, like, mind you, her ex was also kind of, like, friends with her friends, like, kind of, but not really, so, like, we would see her out often, or, like, we would see her, like, on Instagram with her friends, or we would just see her around, like, and it always came up in conversation. To a point where I started being a little bit like, this is a little weird, like eyebrow raised, like why is this ex continuously coming up? But like I said, at this point in my relationship, I didn't think that this ex would be our downfall. Like I didn't think that this ex would be the one she cheated on me with.
Gotta be careful with them exes, man. Them exes be coming back around. Shit, male or female. I'm trying to tell you, gotta be real careful when you meet somebody new and they talking about exes and shit, because exes be lingering. You feel me? They be still having feelings.
I'm sorry that it took me a little bit of time. I wanted to go through like all my old stuff and all of our old stuff to make sure I hit the right key points that come back up in the story later, and make sure I have all the evidence, screenshots, pictures, videos, and everything that I'm going to be inserting in the story, because they're going to be needed. Also, to the people commenting, saying nice and kind words, I really appreciate it. And to the people that are commenting saying like, oh my gosh, she's still not over this, I am very much and very well over the situation. I honestly forgive her for the situation. I'm not even mad, or do I feel ways anymore. I just want to speak on my experience and my story. So if you don't want to listen, or you feel a way about it, or I'm not over it, then just stop watching it here, because you really want to know, and you know. So, okay, so me and my girlfriend are now like officially girlfriends. We're in a relationship. She asked me to be her girlfriend December something. I don't remember. It was in December. And so we're in a relationship, and we are like living at her house basically, because I was still living with my mom at the time, so I was always over there. We were living separate, but I was always over there, so we were living at her house. And so we knew her lease was about to come up. I want to say April, May, or June. I don't remember. Sometime in the spring towards summer, her lease was about to be up, and we wanted to move together. So we wanted to get a 2-bedroom apartment, because like we both were like doing YouTube at the time, and we were both like doing things at the time where we kind of needed our own space. And we were like, we're gonna get a 2-bedroom, and we're gonna go half on rent. We're like kind of looking for apartments, kind of really not looking, wondering if we should just stay in the apartments that she lives in, or we're just gonna upgrade to a 2-bedroom there, or we're gonna like move to another apartment in a different area of town. Like we didn't really know. But she mentions like, oh, my ex-girlfriend lives in like the same like brand of apartment complex as I do, and we can go look there, or we can go look in the same brand of apartment complex, kind of like a Camden. It wasn't a Camden, but like, oh, she lives in another Camden, it's really nice, and it has this and that. Cool, that will come up later. But we end up just deciding to move into the same apartment complex she lived in, because we didn't have to go through a whole application process and da-da-da-da. They already like, since you already been living here and you have a good record, you could just upgrade. We'll just advance, like, you know, move you to the next shit without having to do all that. Cool. So we end up moving into her apartment, I want to say May or June. Sometime, like I said, spring going into summer, around that time. And we start going half on rent. So back to the ex, L. Let me tell you something about L. So L also works at Nightlight. She is a dancer. And L is bad. Bitch, friend. Bitch, I said you bad. That bitch is bad. I'm not a hater. So, like, knowing that they both worked in Nightlife, I was already kind of on, like, edge because, you know, I don't know if I had just a gut feeling that something was going on, which I ended up being right about, but I just was, like, on edge. Like, they both work in Nightlife. I'm not always with her at work. They're always in the same scenery, and I'm not there. It might have been just my own little insecurity and trust issues, but I definitely thought about it often. Like, dang, they both kind of work in the same shit. Like, I don't be around all the time. Like, I don't know. At this point, we're living together, and Elle finally gets a new girlfriend. I'm like, yes, she finally got a new girlfriend. Like, she gonna be off my bitch. Yes, she finally moved on. I don't know how I end up finding out that Elle got a new girlfriend. We're gonna call Elle's new girlfriend Kay, so I'm trying to keep track. I kind of knew of Kay because she did YouTube at the same time I was kind of doing YouTube, and, you know, it's not too many Houston YouTubers in the lesbian community that you wouldn't know if you're doing YouTube, so I kind of knew of her. I'm like, oh, okay, like, she finally, like, got a new girlfriend. Cool. So my girlfriend at the time and Kay, which is the ex's new girlfriend, they kind of looked alike. They didn't have the same features or anything like that, but they looked alike. Like, they were, like, about the same height, the same skin tone. They wore the same hairstyles. They dressed the same. They were both, like, masked. They wore hats. Like, they looked alike a lot. And my girlfriend did not like that. She did not like that. She was steady being compared to her ex's new girlfriend. She hated that. Like, it bothered her. Like, it really, really, really bothered her for some reason. Which I didn't understand why, because, like, okay, the girl just got a type. Like, I didn't think that was, like, a crazy bad thing, but it really, really, really irritated her. It was not something that was to be joked about. It was not funny, which I don't know why she really cared that much, but yeah. So I don't want to shit on the whole relationship. Like, we had our ups and downs. Like, we definitely had our honeymoon phase for a long time. We definitely were, like, having goods and bads. I definitely started to see over the time she had anger issues, which I will be showing later. But, like, we had our goods, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, we had good ass moments, and we had our just bad ass moments, bro. Like, a regular relationship, ups and downs. The downs were really downs, and the ups were really ups. But it was regular. Like, I, like, was in love with her, and I was loyal to her. And I don't know if she was loyal to me for the whole time, but I think she was loyal to me at a certain point. So cool. It was just some weird static between my girlfriend and the ex's new girlfriend, Kay. I don't know what it was. Like, we would see them out, you know, a few times here and there. Like, they would have, like, sections, like, in the same club as us. And, like, they would be, like, across from us in the club. And, like, it would be, like, trying to see who would outdo each other by
Bottle wars.
She was just trying to show out. Like,
yo, they was having bottle wars.
I just felt like she was doing things on purpose to make other people mad. I don't feel like she was actually doing things genuinely sometimes. Maybe sometimes she was. I really don't know. But I just felt like she was doing things to make the other girl mad. Or she would say things or post things that just was like, why do you care so much? Like, why do you care? Like, why are you even thinking about it? Like,
because she's a female, like, at the end of the day.
I didn't pay no mind to my ex at all. Like, I don't know who or what my ex was doing at the time, but her ex, like I said, just kept coming down. Okay, this is where the story starts to get good. So let me mention this also. So at this point, I want to say June, something happened to my car, which is a whole nother story time in itself. I got sugar put in my tank, or something put in my tank. So my car was just fried. We were trying to see if I could get the car fixed at the time or if I needed to get a new car. But this time, I'm carless. So if she went anywhere or if I needed to go anywhere, I was using her car or we were going together because we usually went to, like, majority of the things that we were doing together. Or if I needed to do something with myself, I just had to Uber. Like, I just didn't have a car at this time. I was carless as hell. So this is, I want to say, June. And 4th of July was coming up. 4th of July is my grandma's death anniversary. It was about to be 1 year. It was going to be 1 year that my grandma had passed away, and I let her know many times throughout the relationship, it's going to be a hard day for me, and I want, like, to spend it with you. I want to be with you. I want to be with somebody that I care about and love, and that's going to make me feel better about the day. I don't want to be sad all day. I want to embrace her that day, if that makes sense.
That's what he said. Nope.
So a few days before 4th of July, she ended up telling me she's going to go do a YouTube video with this girl. This said girl is the girl that she ends up getting into a relationship with after we broke up. But on the day she goes to do this video, we end up kind of getting in an argument because I don't really really trust her. Like, her location isn't working. She's not where she claimed that she was. Something was off. Like, it was just not making sense. And I knew, and I had a good feeling. But we just got into it, and she didn't want to give me her location after that day because I had, like, broken her trust, which I obviously had the right reason because she ended up getting with her after me. But she didn't want to share locations with me anymore, and I just kind of had to deal with it. Like, damn, I guess, like, maybe I am wrong for not being trusting, but I don't know. So, boom. Finally, 4th of July comes, which is my grandma's.
Yo, real quick, type in the comments if you sharing locations, bro. Like, that's something new. Well, it's been going on, I guess, for a couple of years now. But, like, in relationships, like, I share the location with my mom share her location with me, but sharing location in relationships.
I mean, it depends, man. It depends.
I want.
If I'm going somewhere where I feel as though it might be trouble or some shit like that, yeah, I'd do it.
Yeah.
But just because, nah.
My passing date. And let's say 4th of July, I don't remember what day of the week it was, but you know, you kind of celebrate 4th of July, July 3rd at 12 a.m. Like, July 3rd at 12 a.m. at night. So I knew she had to work in the club because she's a DJ, and I knew she had to work, and I kind of was like, dang, okay, well, I'm going to be bringing in 4th of July kind of on myself, and then kind of sad, and I let her know, like, please come home after work. I'm going to be sad. I want to spend this day with you. It really, 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 really means a lot to me. She's like, yes, I'm going to be with you. I'm going to spend time with you. I'm going to make you feel good. I'm going to be there. So she goes to work. She gets off work, and she's like, I'm not going to lie, babe. I am going to go out, but I'm going to go out for an hour. They're like, all right, I can't tell a grown-ass woman what she can do. She's like, I'm going to go here to this place. She's telling me where she's going. Mind you, I've never heard of anybody go to this place in my entire life. A place that I've never heard of. And I said, okay, since you're going out and I'm feeling bad, can you please just share your location with me just to give me some comfort, just some type of emotion and some type of feeling? And she's like, no, I'm not sharing my location with you because of the previous shit that happened a few days before. So I'm just at home.
The fuck?
And she doesn't come home an hour later. She doesn't come home 2 hours later. She comes home 10 a.m. the next day after I've been blowing her phone out all night. After I've been calling her, after I've been texting her, I get nothing. I am left for dead the entire time. So in the last part, I said that she didn't want to share her location with me because of the situation that happened a few days prior. But because I kept begging her and I was like, please, 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 she ends up sending me like the address of the place on maps. Like, you know how you can share like a restaurant address to somebody that you're trying to meet up with? She sends me like the Apple Maps location, but not her location. And I'm like, that's weird. I could have just searched it up myself, but okay. So
I mean, shit, she sent you something.
I'm starting to get worried at this point at like 6 or 7 because I'm like, dang, did she get pulled over? Did something bad happen? Is she in a car accident? I'm worried at this point, like, there's something wrong happening. I'm like, there's no way she's doing me dirty. Like, there's no way she being sneaky or she lying about where she at. Until I go back to the Apple Maps location and I'm looking at it to see, like, what is this place? Like, did she really go here? And it said closed. It had said closed way before I even checked it. I'm like, there's no way that she's still there. It's closed. So now I'm getting a gut feeling that something is off. Like, the place has closed. Her phone was on and then it went off. Like, she turned her phone off. Or, like, went on airplane mode. So my messages were delivering and then it stopped delivering. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know where she's at. I have no communication. And usually if she's, like, hella drunk, she'll call me and she'll be like, babe, I need you to Uber to where I'm at and come get us and drive us home because I can't drive. Like, she usually does that if she's way, way, way too drunk. So I'm like, huh? So it's 10 a.m. I hear the front door lock. She walks in. I hear her put her stuff down, and she goes to the couch. And I just don't know, like, what happened. Because I can't see the front door, like, from our room. So I walk out the room. She's on the couch in a ball laid up like this. And I'm instantly pissed. I'm happy that she's good and she's okay. But instantly I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Where the fuck were you? What? Huh? You're not going to come in here and say sorry? You know how important this day was to me? You just going to go lay on the couch? Like, huh? I rush in there. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Where the fuck were you? Blah, 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 blah. I'm going in. I'm flooding her with questions. I'm mad. Like I said, I'm happy that she's okay. Nothing bad happened. But now that I know you're okay, I'm on your ass. I'm not even lying. She's like, oh, I got really, really drunk and I couldn't drive home. I had to go to my friend's house and sleep over there just for a few hours till I was able to sober up and I came home. Now,
Aquashore, business insurance and employee benefit solutions to help your company grow.
like this. Like, come on, cut that shit out.
Yeah.
And the friend that she tells me, she didn't go over there because that friend has a newborn baby like one month or 2 months at the time. I'm like, there's no way you went to those people's house and woke up their newborn baby to stay over there for a few hours. If anything, I know her. Like I said, she would have called me or she would have just left in her car. Like, she wouldn't have drove to somebody's house. And then you're saying you drove to somebody's house that lives the same distance. Like, you would have just drove home. But you had enough sense to drive there and not text me or not say anything, knowing how worried I am, knowing how important this day was, and then your phone turns off, and then now all of a sudden your phone's on when you get home. My messages I finally delivered. It just didn't add up. So instantly I'm like, you're lying. Like, this shit is fucking wrong. Like, you out of line, bro. Like, you know how important this day was to me. Like, you know how I feel. Like, and you left me for a day. You didn't say nothing. You didn't do anything. You're not even trying to prove to me right now, like, that you was there. Like, you have no way to show, like, where you really was at. Plus, the place is closed, so where were you actually? Like, it just didn't add up. I don't even know if that place was, like, open, like, in business. I don't even think it was. I've never heard of that place before, ever. I don't know. So, we get into it, and I'm like, I'm leaving. Like, you know what? You at home now, and you good? I'm going to my mama's house. I'm not dealing with this shit. I know you're lying. I know some weird shit is going on, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. And I really didn't know how I was gonna get to the bottom of it because I didn't know anything. I was checking people's Instagram stories trying to see if she was somewhere else. I was trying to see where she was. Who were you even with? Like, what's up? Like, it just didn't make sense. I leave. I go to my mama's house. I'm like, I'm gonna spend the day at my mama's house. I'm gonna just sleep at my mama's house today. I just need some space from you because something ain't adding up, and I fucked up on this important ass day. And like, hello. And she's kind of like feeling bad, I can see. But she's like, I mean, if you think you should go to your mama's house and get some space, like, I guess. She's kind of like, whatever. So I'm like, okay.
Like, she fucking hungover and drunk. She ain't trying to hear that shit right now.
New piece of pussy. That's what she got.
And I'm telling all my friends what the fuck is going on. Because my job, this is like the second or third day that has been some bullshit in a row. And they feel it for me. And I'm just like, this shit is fucked up. Like, we finally moved in together and this the shit that I'm dealing with. Like, it's been good for so long and now it's getting bad. And I'm feeling bad. Like, I'm extremely in love with you. And it's very known. And I'm dealing with this shit, and I don't even know what the fuck to say. Like, am I honestly wrong for not being trusting, or am I right for having this gut feeling? Like, I don't know. I really don't. So I'm at home for most of the day, just sad, kind of just with my mom. And my best friend at the time is like, why don't you come out with me? We're going to go out to this club. Why don't you come out with me? Mind you, the club that they're going out to is a club that my girlfriend's DJing at that night. And she's like, we're going to go out. Why don't you just come out? And, you know, maybe y'all will talk there. Like, let's go. Like, meet me there. So my best friend gets me an Uber, and she Ubers me, like, to the club. And, you know, I walk in, I speak to my girlfriend, but, like, it's kind of weird. And I'm just feeling bad. I'm just like, whatever, I'm going to just try to have fun. I'm going to take a shot. Like, my best friend doesn't want me to feel bad. And the reason we went to that club, because her girlfriend and my girlfriend at the time were good friends. And they, you know, be going, and my girlfriend was, like, she's able to get, like, free drinks and stuff like that. So I wasn't just opposed to not going, but I did want to get some space from her. But I did want to also still be around her because I love her. That's my girlfriend. And I was like, you know, I'm going to just go and I'm going to see how it goes. So I get to the club. Like I said, we hug. I'm like, hey, she's like, oh, I didn't know you were coming. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't know I was coming either. Like, my best friend at the time wanted me to come. And I was like, you know, I'm going to just come so I'm not sad. And we're kind of like smiling at each other, like trying to make up, like, you know, because I could tell she feels a little bit bad about the night before, but she's still not really explaining. But we're just trying to make up, right? As I'm at the club, oh my gosh, this shit gives me the chills when I tell this story because it's like God was really on my side.
Oh, girl,
or the universe is really on my side because the way this played out is so crazy. While I'm at the club, I get a DM from Kay. Kay is L's new girlfriend, my girlfriend's ex's new girlfriend. And I'm like, So before I even say anything to my girlfriend, I show my best friend. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I will be inserting a screenshot here. And she's like,
shorty, we need to talk. Damn. What's up? You know Blank and Blank had a conversation last night at the strip club, right? Okay.
Like, do you know what happened last night? I'm like, oh my gosh, my heart drops to my ass. I'm like, no, I don't. And oh my gosh, do I even want to know? Like, oh my gosh, I'm sick. I'm sick to my. I want to clarify a few things from part one again because things are getting a little weird now. This video is not to bash anyone. Like, it's seeming like this is a competition to make who look who worse at this point, and that's not what it was at all. And I do tell this story a lot because this is something that I feel like was significant in my life. And I feel like I should tell this story 1,000 times over to help myself or to help anyone else in the future that might want to feel like they're not alone, because when I went through this, I felt alone. I have been threatened with a cease and desist by the recipient's mom, which I will be putting here in the screenshot.
Oh shit, hold on, we're gonna want to look back. It says, first of all, cease and desist. Second of all, this is defamation of character, and she has reported it to the police. Well, I said no one's named the entire story, so it doesn't matter. Everyone knows what you're talking about. People are reaching out. Me to me. It says, Blake even be on social media like something, and people are messaging, calling, they're pissed. You know what? I went through depression and the messed up things that were done to me, even after she spoke nasty about me, and nobody cared. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I'm telling you this. First of all, cease and desist. Second of all, defamation of character.
And a defamation of character lawsuit. But everything that I'm saying is the truth. I have receipts, and I don't know. But like I said, I'm telling this story straight out of experience. I have spoke upon this story before. Like, if you search it up, you might find a lie from here and there, but I've never told the story in full detail. I've never explained what happened with receipts and proofs because I've always been portrayed to be a liar or delusional. So I have never linked with Laura and Riley ever in my life. If anybody can find a clip, video, proof, or anything like that showing me that I have linked up with them in person, that is not true. I did a live with them for 5 minutes one time. I have never linked up with them ever in my life. I don't know where that came from. I also do not do voodoo. I do manifest things and write them down because I feel like that is how you make things come to fruition. But I do not do voodoo. And as far as friends, I'm only not friends with one person in this story time, which was my best friend at the time, and I'm only not in a relationship with that person anymore. Besides that, I'm still friends with all my friends that I've been friends with for years, and that's literally fine. If I lose friends and I gain more friends, that's fine. This is not a who looks worse competition. Like, I was trying to stress that in the first part. I even prayed when I posted that first part, like, this is not a who looks better. That's never what it was at all. Also, lying about my age. I did lie about my age. I take full responsibility. I lied about my age, and if that was such a big factor, why did you date me? Because you found out about my age before we got in a relationship, and you continued to date me, and you continued to be with me for months after, and you continued to make me drink while I was 19, the whole relationship. So,
cut it the fuck out, man. You 19, like, come on, shorty. Nobody made you drink. Like, ain't nobody put a gun to your head and make you drink.
D went to L's job, and they basically chopped it up. They had a conversation.
Alright, boom. I have to tell so much. A lot of tea and poor nasty. Whenever you see this, call me. It's about who? Did you make it to work? I don't know if she scratched it out. She said, what the fuck do you mean?
Why you being like this, bro?
Take a shower and be up for today. It's so much I did. Damn it. The play button is going to have to be in the fucking way. If you was down to listen right now, it's a lot, like Code Red. Yes.
Code Red is crazy.
What you mean Code Red? You? Me? Blanking you?
They basically chopped it up. They had a conversation, and they basically said that they feel like they're still soulmates. They feel like they still want to be together, or they feel like they were soulmates that met at the wrong time. Something about soulmates. Basically trying to clear up what happened to their relationship, apologizing to each other, just talking about the relationship. This whole phone call is recorded, which I can include, but I respect Kay, so I wasn't going to post this video because I have her face in it. But I was like, okay. like, can you show me proof? And these are the screenshots that she sent me, which was like kind of the conversation her and Elle had. And I'm like, okay, I appreciate you for telling me. We both kind of looked at each other like a little bit sad and hurt because the shit is embarrassing. But the difference between my girlfriend and Elle at the time, Elle told her they had a conversation. She told her the soulmate shit and all that. Even if that shit was hurtful, she was honest with her, bro. And that's what I wanted, honesty. I don't feel like anything justifies you being a liar and not telling me the truth. That's not cool. You don't do that. It don't matter what happened throughout the relationship. It doesn't matter. Why are you lying? And if you wanted to be with somebody else, or if you didn't, the least you could have did was tell me y'all had a conversation that might feel this way and this way about each other, but you still with me. You could have just said anything, bro. It didn't even have to be this. So I go back in the club, and before I walked out to go get on the phone with Kay, I had told my best friend, we're not going to say nothing to my girlfriend yet because she's going to try to stall and make an excuse. I'm going to go outside, have the conversation, record the conversation, come back in, show her the original text, and act like I'm like kind of still clueless, just to see what she says first. But I don't want to confirm or deny anything. I want to see if she's just going to openly admit it to me or if she's not going to say anything at all. So I showed her the original DM where KBS was like, hey, shorty, we need to talk. And she instantly gets up and says, I'm gonna go outside, I have to go outside. And I'm kind of like, I need an explanation, I need you to say something like, hello? And she's like, I'm about to go outside. So she goes outside and she kind of tells me and my best friend, like, we need to stay inside. Like, she doesn't want me to come outside. And I don't know what she did outside. I don't know if she called like to see what I know. I don't know what happened outside, but I ended up coming outside and I ended up kind of saying, you know what, I'm just gonna go back to my mama's house once again because this is some bullshit, bro. And you still not explaining that you have nothing to say. So she's like, okay, fine, we can talk. Let's talk in the car because we are in front of a club. So I'm like, okay, I agree to talk to you in the car, but I do want to Uber myself, like home. I want to go to my mama's house. As soon as we get in the car, she swerves off and she's not letting me get out the car. Like, she kind of kidnapped me and was like, no, we're going home. Like, you're not going to your mama's house. We're arguing the whole car ride home. And she's kind of starting to tell me little bits and pieces. Like I said, she doesn't know that I got on the phone with Kay at this point, but she's low-key telling me a little bit, but she's still not really giving me an explanation. She doesn't want to rat herself out, if that makes sense. But I knew she was trying to say a few things, so I don't just go and call Elle myself. We pull up at the house, and I'm like, call Elle. I want to know what she got to say. Call Elle. So I take her phone and I call Elle. And when I call Elle, she yells to Elle over the phone and says, hang up the phone, hang up.
Oh, facts. Yeah.
And I'm in shock. I'm like, wow, this is what I'm going through. Like, this is crazy. So we go upstairs to our apartment. We get on the floor and she hits me. And we start fighting. And she's probably going to say I hear it first. She's probably going to say multiple things, which I didn't hear her first.
Niggas hit girls too. I can't say nothing, but damn, they got them scrapping out that motherfucker about that shit. Oh, shit.
She ready to scrap about that vagina.
Fighting, though. You know, like, to girl on girl, they'd be fighting. But I know, like I said, niggas be hitting girls too. You feel me? We've heard plenty of stories about that, but yeah, so shit. Get your ass whooped over there too. Shit.
Nah, you know what's crazy? Women on lesbian relationships have way more domestic violence than male and female do. Like, that's a real statistic, yo. Like, rainbow and lesbian and man on man and woman relationships are way more abusive than your traditional man and woman relationships. Look it up.
Don't put my hands on people. But she hit me first, and we started fighting, and it got to a point where I'm pinned down on the ground, and she's choking me out like this. And the last thing I remember is passing out. Pause. I want to mention this really fast. When we moved into her apartment and we upgraded because we already was in that complex, I never put my name on the lease. And she can attest to that in her video from a while ago.
Hold up. She done beat the girl ass so bad. And started choking her the fuck out. Oh, Shit, damn, that's crazy.
I never put my name on the lease ever because I just never got to it. It had been a month or 2 months. Some might say that's irresponsible. I feel like it's dumb as hell. I should have did it. But because of that, we only have one house key. So as I'm coming to and I'm getting up and I'm realizing that she's running down the hallway and she took the house key from me. I don't have a car at this time. My phone's on 1%. And she left me for dead once again. Luckily, I was able to use my last percentage to call my best friend, and she came and got me. And like I said, I was left for dead.
You need to be calling the motherfucking police. She choked you the fuck out. She did choke you the fuck out. Like, you need to be calling the police, baby. What you doing? I'm gonna call your friend. Unless you want to call your friend to go, now y'all go find her and whoop her ass. She could be go to jail. She just damn near choked you out. This shit is serious now. It wasn't just no fight. She just choked you the fuck out. Like, what the fuck?
I fainted, and I literally had to go to my best friend's house that night, and she did not check up on me. She did not call me. She didn't even know where I was. My best friend and me kind of knew where I was, and we weren't going to tell her because we were trying to see, was she actually even going to be concerned and pull back up to the apartment and even see, like, am I still outside of our house? But no, she never came back. She left me. I stayed the night at my best friend's house. I am crying. I am going through it. I'm having a hard time. And she tells my best friend that she once again is going to go stay at the friend's house that she was at the night before when she got really drunk and she was not able to drive. That's where she said she's just going to sleep. Mind you took the house key from me. So you're going to not let anybody sleep at our apartment? You're going to leave and then I can't get in. So now we're just both not at home? I don't know. I go to sleep at my best friend's house and I think something's off. I'm getting an itch in my skin. Something is off. I don't know what it is. Once again, I'm like, dang, maybe I'm just feeling antsy because of what I just found out. But I knew that something was wrong.
Something definitely is wrong. Like, she damn near just killed you. Like, something definitely is wrong, man. Oh my gosh, bro. This shit is not funny, but this shit is like, this shit is crazy. Like, she just told us. Oh, never mind.
I remember that when we were finna move into her apartment, she told me her ex-girlfriend, Elle, lived in the same brand apartment complex that we lived in. I was like, this might seem very far-fetched, but I'm about to go on Elle's Instagram. I'm about to try to guess from the background of her pictures where she lives. This might be some really stalker shit. I'm so sorry. And I found it on Google. And I said, you know what? I'm going to pull up to the apartment just to see if she's there. I don't know what it's. I don't know if God told me this. I don't know what the heck. But I pulled up. And guess what? Guess fucking what? To the apartment complex. And I see her car. And I'm like, ain't no way. Like, this cannot be her car. Like, this cannot be
That's her car.
Yes. At her ex-girlfriend's house. I wasn't even too sure if that was even the ex-girlfriend's house yet, because I was like, I don't want to assume, like, what if she here at these apartments, and maybe it is her ex-girlfriend's apartment, but she's not even in there, she in a whole other apartment. So I didn't want to assume and say the wrong thing. So, me and my friend decided.
You know what I be noticing too about people, like the girls and shit, from these stories, it take y'all too many times. Like, the moment that I see a, excuse my language, the moment that I see a bitch in right, oh, it's, man, please. It don't take me that long, y'all. I done been through all this shit before, so it don't take me that long. I get a motherfucking, my spidey senses called start twinkling, nigga. I might as well just say, I want to get rid of you right then and there. My spidey senses shouldn't even be tingling. Like, shit, I ain't about to play with nobody.
So we're gonna sit there for a little bit of time, and we sit there for like 3 hours, kind of just contemplating like what's going on. I'm in shock. I'm sad, but I don't want to cry. I'm trying to laugh at the situation, but I'm like, damn. Once again, like, damn. So I call her. She doesn't answer. My best friend called her. She doesn't answer. And I'm like, dang. I'm gonna try to wait a little bit to see if she come outside. But if she don't come outside, I don't know what I'm gonna do, cause like,
she coming outside.
I need to catch her red-handed. So I'm just sitting there and
Yo, she really was just red-handed. Her fucking hands was red from choking me the fuck out just a minute ago. I'm like,
I see a pizza truck come. It's Marco's Pizza. And I see Elle walk out. Elle walks out of her complex and she gets pizza. Marco's. And I'm like, damn, should I say something? Is this my chance? I'm like, I can't do that. No. I don't even know if I'm right. I might be completely wrong and horrible. So finally, 5 minutes later, Dee calls me back. And she's like, what's up? And I'm like, where are you? Like, you didn't even check on me? Like, she's like, I did check on you. I texted you, and I didn't know where you was, and I was trying to figure out where you was, and et cetera. And I'm like, well, where are you? And she's like, I'm at the person's house, the same friend that she said from before. And I'm like, okay, can you give me the key for the apartment? Like, I want to go to my apartment, like, you know? And she's like, I'm going to come, like, in a few hours. And I'm like, well, can you come now? Like, I haven't been able to sit in my apartment for however long, and I would like to. And she's like, I'm going to tell you when I'm coming. It's going to be like a few hours. So, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what have you been doing? Like, this week? Like, what's going on? She's like, yeah, I actually just got pizza right now from Marco's. I said, wow. That's weird because your ex-girlfriend just came outside her apartment to get Marco's pizza, and I need you to come outside. I just told him, I'm like, I need you to come outside. I'm here. Like, you don't gotta lie. Just come outside by yourself. Like, you don't even have to tell them to come outside. Just come outside and tell me that she wasn't in her apartment. Tell me. Look me in the eye and tell me I'm tipping low. She hands it in her face and she stops answering the phone. And my best friend is like, you should leave. Like, this is enough. This is enough for you. Like, what else do you need to do?
yeah.
What else do you want?
Literally just choked you out.
I'm like, bruh, I don't know. Like, I want to come outside. So she doesn't end up coming outside. Kay ended up pulling up, and we go to the door. They don't open the door, and they don't say anything. Like, at all. I finally decide to leave, and I'm like, wow. I go home, and I let her know, like, kind of through text, like, I will be getting all my stuff out of the apartment, and I will be moving out, and wow, like, I am beyond shocked. I also text her mom, and I say I am moving out of the apartment, and she keeps on me, and this is the receipts here. She finally comes to the apartment after I'm getting my stuff out, and it's like, let's talk, like, come on, like, come outside, come downstairs, like, let's talk. So I come downstairs, and I'm like, what's up? You know, at this point, I'm just blank faced, I'm numb at this point. And she finally admits everything, and she still is trying to lie, like saying that she was only over there for like 5 or 10 minutes, not knowing that I had sat outside for 3 hours previous. But she said that she had just went 10 minutes before I got there, like trying to say she was only there for a short time.
I don't know. I don't care. But one thing I can say though, my name's been in keep much, bro. And I don't need to hear. I don't need to hear nothing. Whatever. I don't need to hear shit. I seen everything with my own motherfucking eyes, bro.
That's between y'all, like. I don't believe I ain't believe in nobody. Like, if some weird shit going on, I just would rather not be involved. Like, I just, like, you know, that's between y'all. Whatever you want to, like.
So what do you want to do?
We done. We wasn't it. I'm getting my stuff. I'm going to stay here for the night. I don't know if you want to stay somewhere else. I don't mind. Like, I have to stay here. I'm like, you know, I don't got no crime to trying to figure shit out. So I'm going to stay here. I'm gonna get my stuff like over the like the next couple of days, I guess. I did just pay the rent, and I'm gonna like I'm gonna just, yeah. And then I'm gonna take maybe you can keep the bit, like you keep everything. Like I honestly bought some stuff for the house. You can actually keep it, like it's not what they put on the house. So
She ain't got nothing to say.
Nope. That's what she wanted anyway.
there's nothing to say.
Right.
That's what the fuck she wanted anyway.
I just want to just chill for a second. I'm still there and I got like no money.
like I said, I told her mom I'm moving out. I tell her I'm moving out. And at this point, it's, please don't move out. Like, please don't move out. Please, I want to fix this. And this is where if I'm so crazy and all these things come in, then why didn't you just let it go? So, I eventually forgive her, and we do get back together. I'm kind of in and out of the apartment for the whole month because I have moved my stuff out, majority of my stuff. Then I moved it back in. I'm not sleeping there most of the nights because we're still getting into it. We kind of have a trust issues, and I didn't want to pay the rent because how you kicked me out and took the key from me. I don't feel like this is my apartment anymore. I feel like it's your apartment.
Your name ain't on the lease anyway.
My name was not on the lease, but young and immature, I was thinking nobody would ever do that to me. But I didn't want to pay the rent because, no. Do I feel like that was right? No. I don't feel like that was right at all. I was still in and out of the apartment. That was still my partner. So I eventually did pay the rent. I paid it late. I will be inserting the screenshot where I told her, I have the rent. I'm trying to give it to you in your hand. And I paid it. So irresponsible or laziness or when things like that come in, I gave it to you. I did. And the month previous I did as well, on time. So.
Oh, okay. Damn, I thought it was more to the story. That's the end of the story. Yeah, but man, that girl lost me. She said she almost fucking put her hands around.
Choked the shit out of her. That's
Passed out. Like it didn't.
Yeah, that was a wild little situation right there too, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, man, y'all better be careful with these same sex relationships, man. Them motherfuckers get violent. Them shits get violent. Them motherfuckers cheat like a motherfucker. Them motherfucking same sex relationships cheat like a motherfucker, man. You think boy on girl, girl on boys relationships cheat like a motherfucker. Shit. Not like them motherfucking same sex relationships. Them motherfuckers be cheating like hell. For real, a lot of them motherfuckers got unanswered trauma and all types of shit going on. And they still get into relationships with motherfuckers and be fucked up. And they done fuck that motherfucker up. Alright, y'all, this is gonna be the last one. This is gonna be the last story, y'all. And then we're gonna call it a night. I don't think I'm gonna lie tomorrow. I gotta go to work the day after. So I don't know. Y'all know me. I ain't got no motherfucking set schedule. I just try to stay consistent as possible.
We still Hustle Daily. What's going on, Hustle Nation? Welcome back to another video. It's your boy Big Play Ready coming to y'all with another video. I just want to let y'all know, can you please smash the like button for me? Can you please hit the thumbs up button, all right?
Facts.
Follow me on Instagram, that like button, man. Story time for y'all. Finding out her boyfriend was living a double life. All right, let's see if she's seen the red flags in the beginning and she got strung along, or what the case is with her. We about to find out right now. Let's get it.
Story time on how I found out that my boyfriend had a double life. Okay, he was married with kids. So how we met. So I'm not gonna go into super details about how we met, but it was pretty basic. We saw each other, we locked eyes, he made compliments to me and asked me if I wanted to go out on a date with him. He was like, hey, I'm from out of town, I'll be here in your city twice a week, and I'd like to take you out. So we exchanged numbers, and in that short time frame, so this was a Monday that I met him. So from Monday to Thursday, we had talked a lot on the phone, and he informed me that he had been divorced for a really long time. Prior to him being divorced, he was in a marriage, and he got married when he was really young, and just telling me like the things just didn't work out between him and his wife. So mind you, he's older than me by like 11 or so years, which,
You like them older.
you know, this is my first time dating an older guy, so, also this is my first time dating somebody that's ever been divorced, but, yeah, so he's told me these things about himself. I've kind of given him the rundown on, you know, my history with relationships, etc. So, Thursday rolls around and we go on our date. Everything was great, super green flags. He opened the door for me. He was super nice. He wasn't very like hands-on. He smelled amazing. His energy was great.
That's that old head shit.
Looking at him, he was like just everything was green flags. Okay, he has the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen in my life. Like, this man is just, he's him, and you know, I'm here for it at this point. So one thing that I really loved about that first date that we went on was he was not pushy. He was not trying to get me to come back to his hotel room. He wasn't trying to come to my house. There was nothing pushy. He literally just took me out, got to know me, vibed out with me, and we went our separate ways. So we continued to talk on the phone that next morning. And I mean, every day after that, we were on the phone. We were on FaceTime, just completely vibing out, talking about our lives, and you know, everything just seemed really, really perfect and really great. So the Thursday thing turned into, and every Monday and Thursday we were seeing each other. We were going out to really nice restaurants. He was taking me places that, you know, I never would take myself to. Because for him, he's a more high-end guy, and he was taking me along with him to all these really nice high-end restaurants. So a couple months of us dealing with each other, you know, we're at this point locked in. It feels like I've known this man my entire life, okay? That's the type of vibe that him and I had. A few months rolls around, and I find out that I'm pregnant. And at this point, I'm freaking out. It was not intentional. I ovulation track. I don't know how it happened, but I
You know how it happened? He put his dick in you, ain't pull out,
I reached
shorty.
out to
What
him
the
to
fuck?
tell him, like, hey, I'm pregnant. You know, like, what are we about to do about this? This was when some red flags started to pop in. So he was really standoffish and just kind of like tweaking, like, oh, we can't do this. You know, we need to go have we can't do this. Like, this is gonna mess our relationship up. Like, everything's so perfect right now. And at this point in time, like, I already have kids, and I'm just not for that. Not nothing against anybody that would do it, but it just wasn't for me. So him and I get into it. This is our first argument. I'm like, no, bro, I'm not on that. You know, I want to keep my baby. And he's just like super against it, and we end up not talking for a couple of days behind it. So in my head, I'm thoroughly prepared to never speak to this man again and just go on about my life, have my baby, raise my baby. He reaches out to me and is more open, but still kind of apprehensive and pushing me for termination. So at this point, I'm super hormonal and just kind of like don't know what to do. But part two, we'll keep going with part two. Part two on how I found out my boyfriend was living a double life, aka he was married with children. So he's still at this point really pushing me for termination, and I'm not with it. Like, I'm just not with it. So, you know, a few weeks goes by, he's still pushing me like, oh, come on, like, you know, don't be that girl that's trying to trap me for my money. And I'm like, that's not, I have my own money and my own job, right? So I don't know what happened within those 2 weeks, but we ended up having a miscarriage. And I, to be honest, was, you know, pretty devastated and down in the dumps about the situation. I'm a very spiritual person, and so for me, it was, you know, it was tough. Him, though, he was happy. Like,
he already told you he ain't want you to have that motherfucker shit,
this is gonna make us so much stronger. Now that this has happened, like, this is gonna make our relationship so much stronger. I'm so hormonal and just emotional about it that I am believing everything he said. Like, he is here for me. He took some time off of work to come and stay with me for a little bit, and spend some extra time with me, just to like console me. He even took me shopping, like just trying to make me feel better, you know? So we kind of get through that. We get through that situation together, and we do end up getting a lot closer. He is like extra nice to me, just going out of his way to do really nice things for me to make me feel better and, you know, make me feel good or whatever. So fast forward some months, you know, mind you, we spend all this time together. So fast forward a couple months. He invites me to come to his city to see him and spend the weekend with him, which I'm super down for it because, you know, at this point, I've only been able to see a couple times a week. So let's do it. I booked this really nice hotel room. He pays for everything, and I drive to his city. Mind you, he lives about 4 hours away from me, so it's a drive. But I get there, he pulls up, and we have a ball, literally. We went to the casino, we went to all these different bars, played pool. He introduced me to some of his friends. I mean, it was so fun. Like the whole weekend, he just showed me a great time, showed me around his city. We took all these super cute pictures together. I might post some of the pictures, but just to keep everybody's identity under the wraps, I don't know, we'll see. But we have a great time. So I go back home, and we're back to our regular scheduled programming. So talking every day, texting all the time, like communication, A1. So his birthday rolls around, and at this point, you know, we had been seeing each other for a little while, like a good what, 4 or 5 months maybe. And he tells me that like no one's ever really celebrated his birthday with him, and I'm like, well, like when you were married, she didn't like celebrate your birthday. And he's like, no one's ever really celebrated my birthday, so maybe me. We celebrated. I baked him a cake, got him a really nice outfit. I made him feel like the man. Like I just made him feel so special. Like I would want somebody to do for me. So while we're together on his birthday, he's like in his phone, like angrily texting. Okay. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, oh, it's my ex-wife. She's arguing with me about our son. So 2 of their children are already grown, but they have one that is still a minor. And at this point, I'm under the impression that the minor lives half time with the ex-wife and half time with him. So he's like all in his phone texting from a text app to her. And I'm like, I hope you're not playing with me and playing in my face. And he's like, why would you say something like that? And I'm like, I hope you and your ex-wife don't have something going on, like, or anything. He's like, man, heck no, we don't have nothing going on. She don't even got my real number. That's why we're texting off of this app. I ain't messing with her. She made me mad because she's being disrespectful about my son. So I'm still kind of side-eyeing at this point, but I'm believing what he's saying. Part 3 on how I found out my boyfriend was living a double life, i.e. he is married with children. So I'm kind of side-eyeing the situation, the fact that, you know, they're communicating this way, but what he said to me made sense, so I believed him, like an idiot. I believed everything he was telling me, and it kind of confirmed to me that, yeah, they were divorced. My best friend at the time, which I'm not friends with her anymore, kept telling me, like, Bianca, something feels really off about this whole situation. Like, have you looked him up on social media? Have you looked him up at all? And in my head, I'm like, no, he said he doesn't use social media. So, I mean, I haven't typed him in anything. He's older, he doesn't use social media, and I'm just trying to give him a fair shot because every guy in my past I have overanalyzed, and I didn't want to do that with him. So, I give my friend his name, and she looks him up anyways, right? She finds his marriage record online, but the county that he lives in, they don't post divorce records publicly. You can only see if somebody's ever been married. She also finds an old Instagram account for him and an old Facebook account of his, but everything is from like 2016, so it kind of lines up with his story that he's been divorced for a while. But this was one of the red flags that she found that threw me off. His birthday online was different than the birthday that he gave me. That was super weird to me. Super weird. But it was off only by a couple days. So I just kind of put that in my back pocket, like, you know, maybe when he told me his birthday, it just, you know what I mean? He's older and he probably just was off a little bit. Like, I'm just being an idiot at this point and I'm just believing whatever. So now him and I are a good 4 or 5 months in the game, right? Stuff starts getting really weird and red flags start popping up. And when I say stuff's getting weird and red flags start popping up, I mean, like, all of a sudden now on the weekends, he really can't talk to me when he's at home. He calls me like here and there, but like anytime I call him, his phone goes straight to voicemail. He keeps having all these excuses of like, oh, I've just been really tired, I haven't been feeling good. You know, his job's really strenuous, so he's like, you know, on the weekends I just try to sleep and relax because I work so hard during the week. But it's just red flags. It's kind of weird. The communication's super patchy. And, you know, I've asked him a few times now if he could come up to my city on a weekend and hang out with me. And he just always has something going on or like something's wrong with his car, etc. But his energy towards me is still great. Like at this point, he has met my kiddos. He's met my family, my mom, my dad, my grandma. He's even been to my house to like barbecue with the kids. We've had whole barbecues in our house and everything. Like we are really locked in and really close, you know? Anytime I'm with him, his phone doesn't ring, so it's not like a red flag. And if it does ring, it's like one of his guy friends, or whatever, trying to get a hold of him. But I'm still starting to get a little apprehensive. So a day comes up where I'm just like kind of frustrated with the situation, not being able to communicate with him and see him as much because the communication, like I said, just started getting really patchy. And so I bring it up and I'm like, hey, like what's going on? And then I also bring up the fact that his birthday was different than the birthday he gave me. Another thing that happened, so after my friend looked him up on Facebook, I decided to look for myself and see what I could see. So, you know, you can go to the little search bar and type in his name. So I go to the search bar, type his name, His son is a junior though, right? So his son's page pops up and then all these like pictures pop up from the search. In these pictures, there's one from like pretty recent, like 2020, where the ex-wife, right, is in the picture, but she has a ring on her finger. And that timeline would not, it doesn't align with when he told me he got a divorce. So at this point, I'm just kind of feeling a type of way, and I just decided to myself, the next time I see him, I'm confronting him about the situation, I'm bringing it up. So I see him, I confront him about everything, and he gets mad, y'all. He gets mad, and he starts trying to gaslight me, saying that I'm weird, I'm a stalker, I shouldn't have been looking him up, I'm worried about the wrong things. He doesn't know why she still was wearing the ring, but they're not married, they've been divorced, blah, blah, blah. I'm at this point super pushy though. I'm like trying to do reverse psychology on him in a way. I'm like, listen, I don't know what's going on, but like you just need to tell me the truth at this point because your story is not lining up. These pictures are not lining up. Something feels off here and your energy is different. So I'm pushing him at this point for the truth. Part 4 on how I found out.
Man, she popped in like, what did you do? She popped in like Crash Bandicoot with that mask on her face like that.
I'm doing a chemical peel. This is just a long story, so like, you guys just have to bear with me. Okay, so at this point in the game, I'm trying to do reverse psychology on him. I'm super pushy. Like, I'm going to find out the truth because things are starting to not add up. There's too many red flags, and I need to know what's going on. So when I say reverse psychology, like, I was saying things like, oh, just tell me the truth, like I won't be mad. We've already been together for, you know, like 5-6 months at this point. Like I won't be mad at you, just tell me the truth. Like maybe you met me and you just wanted to kick it and you already had a situation going on, but you know, you didn't want to hurt my feelings. Like, you know, just tell me the truth, right? I'm like, I respect the truth over a lie any day. I won't be mad, but who wouldn't be mad? Like we've been knowing each other for 5-6 months at this point. So I'm sending him all these screenshots of things that I found on the internet about him. And I'm like, just tell me. So he breaks down crying real crocodile tears. He's like, okay, you're right. I'm not legally divorced yet, but we don't live together. We're still in the process. It's just there's been so many years in our marriage, and you just wouldn't understand. It's just really difficult. There's a lot of legalities, and you know, the kids. It's just been rough. But at this point, he still has me thinking that they're living in 2 separate households, and that they are in the process of divorcing. It's just legally it hasn't been done yet, right? So my dumb self is believing it, okay? I believe what he says, and I just keep pushing on with the relationship. Like, okay, now I know the truth. That's fine, whatever. So more months go by. At this point, we are about to approach December, or in December, or whatever, right? And he's out to eat with her. He goes out to eat with her. I'm like, what is going on? He's like, oh, you know, it was a thing with her family, and we just all want to communicate with her. You know, we're all trying to keep the peace, whatever, you know. I've been involved with her family for like 20-something years. Okay. I'm like I said, I'm not judgmental, and I'm trying at this point just to be understanding. And okay. So then we still have this issue of he's not answering the phone for me when he's at home, and my text messages are not going through, and basically it's like his phone is off or he's blocking. So I bring that up to him again, and I'm like, I'm just not with that. Like, I don't like it, whatever, da-da-da-da-da. So I ended up calling him private one day just to see, like, does he have my number blocked? Why did it ring? He had my number blocked. He was blocked. So that let me know he had been blocking my number every single time he was at home. So then I don't say anything. I just kind of put it in my back pocket. He ends up FaceTiming me while he's at home. He's laying in his bed, right? I noticed that one of his pillowcases has flowers on it. And I screenshot it, but I don't say anything just yet. So he's watching something on TV. He flashes the TV screen at me, and I see 2 purses hanging from the closet door. Like, you think I'm an idiot? So then, finally, we see each other again, and I bring it up, and I show him the screenshots, and I'm like, what is this? Like, you think I'm an idiot? At this point, I'm mad, and I'm argumentative, because you think I'm stupid or something? Like, clearly that's female stuff in your room. He's like, oh, it's my daughter's stuff. You know, I told my daughter if she comes to my house a lot, she has a room at my house. It's my daughter's stuff, da-da-da-da. I'm not going. I'm like, no, bro. Like, this is not making sense. You have my number blocked and you're at home. What is actually going on? So I'm at this point like, you know what? Just don't worry about it. I'm about to block you. I'm done talking to you. I'm not dealing with this. You're not being truthful about something. Something is going on here. You're lying, and I know that you're lying. So y'all, I block him and I go about my day. He starts blowing up my phone up at this point, calling me private, calling me from different numbers. Like, he is hot, okay? And go. Part 5 on how I found out my boyfriend was living a double life, aka he was married with kids. So he's blowing my phone up. He's leaving me voicemails, like doing the most to get in contact with me, okay? And I finally just go ahead and respond. And he's like, okay, Bianca, I'm gonna tell you the truth about everything. Just please promise me you're not gonna leave me because of it. I'm like, I mean, at this point, I'm a lover girl, y'all. So I'm like, at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna leave you. Just tell me. He's like, so her and I do still live together, but we are getting a divorce. We are in the process of separating. It's just been really hard for our kids. Our kids live with us. You know, we've been married for 20-something years. Our lease is up in January. And the reason why I don't answer the phone at home is because I don't want her, you know, to get upset. She's very unhinged, and she'll try to, like, fight me or whatever if she knows that I've moved on. And I'm like asking questions like, so do you guys sleep together? He's like, no, a lot of nights, you know, she sleeps on the couch or I sleep on the couch. You know, it's not anything like that. I really love you. Like, you're the first woman that I've loved. you know, since her, and I just don't want things to be messed up with you, or whatever, right? So I'm like, he's like, just work with me, be patient with me, you know, this is gonna be a little bit of a lengthy process, but you're the woman that I want to be with, and, you know, I'm determined to make this work, or whatever. He's like, you know, I go out to eat with her from time to time just to keep the peace, like, you know, she's really, he's like telling me all this crazy stuff about this girl. He's like saying that she's really aggressive with him at home, and that she's like broke down doors and pulled pews out on him, and like threatened to unalive him, and basically he's scared, and he's basically telling me he's scared, and he's just trying to stay busy, which I have a history of, you know, I've been in some pretty serious, like, a DV situation, so it has a soft spot for me. He knows this, you know. And so I'm like, okay, I'm willing to work with you and to get this figured out. So I'm being patient with him, and, you know, just essentially at this point, yeah, like, I'm just kind of staying in my lane, not really, like, asking very many questions. I'm feeling like at this point, okay, well, you know, people find love in unfortunate places, and I just found love in an unfortunate place, but we're gonna get it figured out. I'm trusting this man. I'm trusting his word at this point.
What if you could do all your SEO in one tab? Meet SEMrush, a tool to find winning keywords, create top.
So things between him and I start getting a little different after I found out the truth. Well, what I thought was the truth, right? And when I say different, like, he begins talking to me about her more, and every story he's telling me about her and her behavior is that she is just this angry, aggressive person that he is terrified of, and he is convinced in his mind that she is going to hurt him, and she cannot find out that he found love and that he moved on because, you know, basically, like, she's gonna hurt him, and he's scared she's gonna hurt him. And so, you know, he's got me concerned for him at this point. He has, like, at this point called me from his house while she was, like, attacking him. But the crazy part is I was only hearing, you know, one side, like the side when she was already mad. So a day comes where him and I are spending our usual amount of time together, and his phone pocket dials her while we are together. Mind you, I'm not, at this point, it's not that I feel like I'm a secret because they're still together. I just feel like he is trying to keep his relationship life private. That's at least what he's telling me. Because he doesn't want to upset her, and he doesn't want to offset the balance in his house. She's unhinged, she's scared of her response, and he's trying to find a way to safely exit the situation. Well, she hears us talking, and what she hears us basically saying is, I love you, da-da-da-da, you know, like our normal stuff before we separate. Part 6 on how I found out that my boyfriend was living a double life, aka married with kids. So I'm walking to my car. He's walking to his truck, and he yells over at me. He's like, "B, why my phone pocket dial her? Man, oh my God, she's talking about unaliving me. Da this is too much." Mind you, I'm just kind of like, okay, like, you need to get that together, you know, like, sorry. Yeah, I feel for you, but eventually she's gonna find out about me, right? So anyway, he calls me while we're driving. Mind you, I have an almost 2-hour drive home. He has like an almost 3-hour drive home. He calls me, he's like, I just gotta cut shit off with you. I can't do this anymore. This is your fault. I don't know why you were asking me questions on the way out the door. Anyways, you don't usually ask me questions. Mind you, the question I asked the man was, are you about to call me? While I'm driving. That's all I asked. And then I was telling him I love him. He's telling me he loved me too. So what do you mean this is my fault? And why are you so mad at me? So I get to going off on him. I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of this anyway. I feel like you're treating me like a secret. I don't understand why she can't find out about me. You guys are divorcing anyway, so what's the point? Like, you guys aren't together. Why do you care if she finds out? Like, everything just explodes quickly. And he hangs up the phone on me, blocks me, y'all, blocks me for literally a whole week. So I'm depressed, like going through it. Yeah, I'm messaging him. I'm like, can you just call me? Like, I've downloaded text apps. I'm texting him like, just call me. Like, let me know that you're okay. Cause mind you, before we got off the phone, like one of the things he kept saying was that she was gonna unalive him, that she was threatening to hurt him. So I'm concerned about him at this point. And I'm blowing his phone up, like, call me, text me, I love you, you know, I'm sorry, let's figure this out. Because he had gaslit me to the point it was in my head enough to where I did feel like it was my fault, and I just felt bad, and I love him, and I just wanted to figure out what we needed to do to work through this. So he finally answers the phone for me. And he's like, look, I'm sorry. It's just this situation with her is just it's so deep right now. And it's not fair to have you involved. And he's like, you just deserve so much better than what I can give you. Mind you, we've been together for 9 months at this point, okay? I'm heavily invested. Like, I love him. I love his man. And he's just like going on and on about how he can't be the man that I need him to be. And, you know, he just needs to, you know, get this divorce done and get separated from her so that we can actually be together. But for right now, he just wants me to go and live my life. He wants me to see other people.
Shit, giving you
I
out.
deserve so much better. I'm so beautiful, and he doesn't understand why I want to be with him anyways, and da-da-da-da. Like, he's just like deflecting. I'm crying my eyes out, y'all. I'm depressed. I'm telling him, no, I love you. Like, I want to be with you. We've invested all this time into each other. Like, my emotions are with you. You're the person that I want to be with. Like, what are you saying? Like, I'm basically telling him, like, how are you going to tell me what I need to not deal with? You know, like, I'm basically telling him, like, I love you. I'm in this for the long run with you. Like, I'm willing to work through this situation with you and be there for you. Like, how are you just going to cut me off? So that whole entire day, we're on the phone with each other. And, you know, we just didn't get off the phone with each other. Like, we're on the phone for like 13, 14 hours with each other. Just talking, and he's just telling me, you know, how much he loves me, and he just hates that stuff is the way that it is. So, in the past, we had messaged on this app. Like, he would send me little videos, I would send him stuff back. Well, when we were, like, arguing and stuff, and he blocked me, I had messaged him on here, and was basically like, you know, what's going on? Like, you got another female or something? Like, I was mad. I was going through the ringer. You know how it be. Like, I was just trying to figure out what was going on. Like, why are you acting this way? So I'm on TikTok, and I get a viewer up in the corner that is his child, like his oldest child profile picture, like when he was a little kid. And I'm like, is this you? Like, did you make a new page or something? Before he could even answer, he's like, I'm so done with you. I'm so mad at you. Da 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 da. I don't understand why you ever messaged me back on here. She hacked into my TikTok account, and she saw that you messaged me, and he sent me a screenshot of like this message that she sent him, right? And he's like, you're a TikTok WHORE. What? So I'm thoroughly confused. Like, you're mad. What is going on? Like, at this point, it's giving you guys are in a relationship. So now that I know that she's inside of his TikTok, I type my number into the chat, and she calls me. Part 7 on how I found out my boyfriend was living a double life, aka married with kids. So she calls me, and I answer, and she's like, hey, we're gonna call him Barry. Hi, this is Barry's wife. How long have you guys been seeing each other? And before I could even answer the question, she's like, and just so you know, we've been married for 21 years. We have 3 kids together. He's cheated on me since day one. He's been cheating on me all these years. And he's not who you think he is. I promise. I don't know what he's told you, but he's very abusive. He does all kind of stuff to me. He tears me down at home. Basically, she's just telling me that this man is a stone cold narc, right? That he is the aggressor in the home, that he is not who he says he is. He's been unfaithful to her, their whole marriage. And she's just so done with him, and like she's just telling me all this stuff about their marriage and how basically like it's been his fault. And that's quite opposite of what he told me, because he's always told me that like it was her fault, right? So I tell her how long we've been seeing each other. I answer all the questions that she wants, to know. Come to find out, like, he had been messing with one of her best friends. Like, he's had a baby on her. He has done some really horrific things to this woman, like things that are just unspeakable. Like, and it was just disgusting. Like, I was thoroughly disgusted at hearing the things that he's done to her. And I'm a girl's girl at the end of the day. So, yeah, I'm on your side, sis. Like, the heck? Plus, two, how his behavior had started becoming towards me, I could definitely see where he was masking and, like, the mask was starting to fall off. So now, babes, my rose-colored glasses are off, and I'm looking at this man so cockeyed. And I asked her, I'm like, so he told me that you guys were, divorcing or separated. She was like, we've never talked about that. We are not divorcing. We still sleep with each other every night. Like, he basically, everything he told me was a whole lie. Just this big, huge lie. Me and her are on the phone for like an hour at this point, okay? And just talking. And she's actually really cool. Like, that's how I'm feeling in this moment. Like, dang, she's actually a really cool person. Like, I wish I would have met her in a different scenario. And she said the same thing to me. She was like, I wish I could have met you under different circumstances because you seem really cool. And I mean, she's older than me too, so I don't know. She's not the person that he said that she is. Like, she's not this angry, aggressive person. She's literally just a hurt woman. She has been with this man since she was 17 years old. He's literally the only man she's been with her entire life. She has never touched another man. Like, he is it. Meanwhile, he's out here running the streets, like, sleeping with every person he could take to sleep with. And just, like, really dogging her out. And at this point, like, I'm feeling really bad for her. Like, ew, this is disgusting. And then also in my head, I'm like, if you would do this to this woman who's dedicated her entire life to you, I can only imagine what she would do to me. No thanks. So, her and I are having this heart-to-heart. And she was being super respectful to me. I was being super respectful to her. Like, it was not an aggressive conversation at all. I could just genuinely tell that this woman was hurt. And I genuinely felt bad. And I gave her all the interest, that I could give her for our situation. And I felt bad having to tell her these things, but, like, she wanted to know them. And, like I said, I'm a girl's girl. So, at this point, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to protect him when he's the bad guy in the situation. Like, why would I protect him? Then, she three-ways him into our call. Part 8 on how I found out my boyfriend was living a double life, aka married with kids. So she three-ways him in on the call, and he instantly gets in the call blaming everything on me, telling her that I knew they were married, that I was actually participating in this affair of his, trying to say that I'm just getting in her head, that I'm really the devil, and he broke up with me, and I was stalking him, and he was just telling her things like, she knew about you, she knew, and she knew that me and you were never gonna split up. I never told her these things. And mind you, like, I'm just sitting here like, what? I did not know any of that. Like, I would not have done that. I don't want nobody's husband, okay? So, and he starts telling her I was just for fun. He never loved me, never cared about me. It was all about sex. I was just a WHORE. I was just something easy to do, something fun to do because he was bored. And he's so sorry to her and how much he hates me. And I'm just trying to ruin his life and ruin his marriage. And basically, he's blaming everything on me and trying to make her think that, like, I was just... He's trying to...
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9 million barrels.
trying to make her think that I was just like actively participating in an affair, knowingly participating in an affair. Not the truth. She's yelling at him at this point, and she's like basically telling him like, I don't believe you, I believe her. Like, I watched her TikToks because I had posted some sad TikToks because my feelings were hurt, guys. Like, and meanwhile, in the midst of all of this crazy, I'm really upset. I'm crying. I am really hurt because the man that I loved, the man that I just fell in love with, just was a whole liar, you know? And now I'm finding out that, like, you know, we can't be together. And every picture in my mind that I had of us, it's false. Like, you aren't even the person that I fell in love with. And then to hear somebody that you love, because in this moment, like I said, my feelings are still involved. Like, when he loves me, it just doesn't just evaporate. Like, yeah, I'm looking at me crazy, but I'm genuinely hurt. My heart is genuinely broken. I've just spent the last 9 months of my life with this man, you know, really loving him, spending some seriously intimate time with him, just to hear him basically say that it was all a lie and he never cared about me. And he's on the phone. He's like, I hope all this bad stuff happens to you. He was like, I hope your kid's unalive. He's like, I hope you unalive yourself. Make sure you do it right this time. Mind you, I have a history with SH and, you know, attempting to unalive myself. He's like, nobody cares about you. No one's ever going to care about you. Like, he knows intimate things about, like, stuff that's going on in my life personally. He's like, your whole family hates you. You're just a burden to everyone. You're a waste of space. Like, what? I've never heard this man talk to me like this. I was just devastated. He was saying how fat I was, how disgusting I was, how my SEX wasn't even good, and he just was looking for a reason to cut me off, and I was just only telling her everything because I was mad that he cut me off, and in reality, like, no, I was talking to her. I sent my number to her because I needed clarity on the situation because it wasn't right. Like, I was trying to gain clarity, and in the process of gaining clarity, she, you know, told me everything, and I told her everything. So we're all going back and forth on the phone for a while, like a good hour or so, until mentally I just have to hang up because the things that he's saying to me are so horrific and upsetting, and my feelings are just really, really hurt at this point, right? So I get off the phone, and the next day, was it the next day? Yeah. The next day, he reaches out to me first thing in the morning. Part 9 on how I found out my boyfriend was living a double life, aka married with kids. So he calls me the next morning, and he has a completely different tone. He's like, I'm sorry, Bianca, and I do love you, but like, this is just too much, and now things at home for me are gonna be bad.
This nigga's a psycho.
Talk to her. You should have never sent your number. If you would have just gave me a couple days, you and I would have been back talking again, and I wouldn't have been so mad. I just needed some time to calm things down.
Like a little child.
Meanwhile, I'm like, no, you lied to me about everything. I am not your little dirty secret. I'm not feeding into your dirty little affair. And after everything that you said to me yesterday, the fact that you even have the balls to call me today is crazy work, right? And I'm just like, I'm showing zero, like, empathy for him and sympathy. I told him how disgusted I was with him and how I just feel like he's a bad person, you know? And then he, like, flips his lid and is telling me how this is just all my fault. I should have played my role. I don't play roles, sir. And I wasn't aware I had a role. But I told him basically, I'm like, don't call my phone anymore. You call my phone again, and I'm going to tell your wife. I hang up on him. He calls me back. I three-way her right back into the call. At this point, he's like threatening me, saying he's gonna do stuff to me, like he's gonna have people like do things to me, he's gonna give my address out, and he's just saying, I'm gonna get even with you, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, you ain't gonna live this down, you ain't about to go live your life all happy, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. And then she's on the phone and she's like, no, nobody's about to do anything to you. He's gonna leave you alone. We're both gonna block and delete your number. If you could just do the same and never reach out again. And I'm like, oh, honey, you don't have to worry about that. So, you know, we all get off the phone. I block numbers, block and delete, right? And like I said, I'm still super tender. My feelings are still hurt. You know how it is when you love somebody, and it's just, it was unfortunate. The whole situation was unfortunate. You know, my feelings were involved and whatnot. So a week or so goes by, and I get an unknown call, and I answer. It's her. And she's basically reaching out to me to ask if I've talked to him or if he's reached out, and just apologizing for everything that happened, and, you know, just like trying to talk. It was almost like, you know, when you're dealing with narcissists, they isolate you away from the world. You know, you end up with no friends, just nobody. It was almost like I felt like she just needed somebody to talk to,
Right.
in a way. And me having a soft spot, because I've dealt with a narcissist before, I really had a soft spot for her, so I did. And like I said, she's a cool person. Like, I don't have an issue with her. I'm at this time, I'm team her. I'm like, yeah, like, I don't mind talking to her. And in a way, I was just still kind of like traumatized myself. So talking to her brought me some peace, and I think it brought her some peace too. But anyways, like, we're having a conversation, and she's basically telling me about how she, you know, her plans, what she's doing, you know, gonna do. And I'm not gonna like air that out on here just in case, but just how she plans on moving forward. And I felt like the conversation went really well, and, you know, I reassured her that no, he hasn't reached out to me, and he hadn't at this point, and things were good. Right? Wrong. My father calls me and informs me that this man has called his phone to try to, like, get my dad to be on his team, I guess, right? Mind you, my dad's a married man, and he does not cheat on his wife. So you thought my father was going to be on your side? That's my father. And not only aside from being my father's a faithful Christian married man. Like, bye. So, yeah, I mean, my dad are just laughing about the situation. A couple days go by, I get another unknown call. This time, it's from him. He's basically telling me how he just doesn't trust me anymore, but he misses me, and he wants to still be in contact with me, and he really does love me, and he's sorry about the things that he said. He didn't mean them. He was just hurt, and blah, blah, blah. Just trying to, like, loop me back in. And I'm standoffish because, like I said, I've dealt with this type of stuff before, so I'm really not buying it. And honestly, I shouldn't even have answered the phone for him or talked to him, but at this point, like, I'm invested, and this has already been going on now for 9 months, so whatever. So he then proceeds to tell me that things for him at home have gotten so much better since she talked to me, and how she would like to see my pictures. Like, pictures.
Oh, they trying to threesome you?
How he thinks that she would be interested in, like, dating me as well.
Oh, wow.
Which is wild because I just talked to her. She didn't say anything to me about that, but okay. Part 10, finding out my boyfriend was living a double life, aka married with kids. So this whole conversation of poly gets brought up, right? I'm not against poly, don't get me wrong. But considering all the things that have happened, and considering the things that this woman has told me that this man has done to her, no, you're not gonna do both of us bad at the same time, sir. No, thank you. And two, in my head at this moment, I'm partially feeling like she's only bringing up this poly thing because she, you know, some women will do poly in an attempt to, like, get their man to stop cheating, like, to save their relationship, but in reality, the man ends up just cheating on both people at the same time. And then she had mentioned to me that in the past they have had fun, right? But it was really her only trying to do it to, like, spice things up to stop him from cheating, but he continued to cheat anyway. So I just felt like, okay, this woman
mentally, she has been, drugged through the mud so bad that, like, she's just grasping at anything to keep her marriage going. So me being me, I'm really nice. Like I said, I'm nice and judgmental. I'm really, like, non-confrontational. I'm just kind of like, yeah, I just don't think that that's, like, something that I'm interested in, So at this point, I'm thinking, okay, the relationship is cool. Nobody's mad at nobody. Everyone's good. We're all chill. Everything's chill, right? Wrong. I was so wrong. So a few weeks go by of, like, just him and I kind of casually having a conversation. Because mind you, like, he's not a terrible friend. He's not a terrible person to talk to. I did enjoy talking to him. I did enjoy conversations. And we weren't having any conversations that I felt were disrespectful to his marriage. Nothing was, like, weird. And in the midst, too, of that, like, she had called me a few times and had a couple conversations with me. Everything just seemed cool. Like, at this point, I'm kind of like everybody's friend. Okay? I know. Don't judge me. Because I know y'all about to say all the goofy stuff in the comments. Whatever. What works for y'all, works for y'all. Works for me, works for me. But anyway, yeah. So, everything's chill. Until it's not. Okay? Something happens and she spazzes out. She spazzes out. They're back fighting again. He's calling me, like, telling me how angry he is with me because, once again, this is all your fault. Like, the same story, right? Long story short, I end up in a three-way call with them playing marriage counselor. So basically, we're on the phone for like 2 hours, and it's just back and forth, and one person's like, Bianca, what do you think about this? Or Bianca, what do you think about that? And I'm literally mediating this entire argument.
Right, the youngest one.
Marriage counselor. Like, I should went to school for this, because I can think you something. The conversation ends on a positive note. They're cool, I'm cool, we're all cool with each other. She texted me after we all got off the phone. She's like, thank you so much for that. Like, I know that was a lot for you. Thank you or whatever. Everything is good, cool, cordial, calm, collective. So, my birthday comes around, right? Mind you, this is all recent stuff that's happening, y'all, so just bear with me. My birthday comes around, and he has hit me up off and on, like, just to kind of, like, vent, and I'm giving him advice on how to handle certain situations at home with her. She's hit me up one time to kind of vent, and I'm giving her advice also, which it doesn't bother me. Like, to be honest, it doesn't bother me. I'm that friend that, things like that, they don't bother me. I enjoy helping people. I genuinely care about other people. I enjoy helping people out. I like to see people be in good situations,
Yeah,
So my birthday goes around, and, like, this man doesn't tell me happy birthday. She doesn't tell me happy birthday. And I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I feel a type of way. Because remember, let's reverse back. When his birthday came, I did a lot for him. I made sure he had a great birthday. And I don't do stuff for people with the expectation that they're going to do it back for me. But at minimum, you guys have both called me to vent about your relationship. At minimum, you guys could have wished me a happy birthday. He knew when my birthday was. She knew when my birthday was. You guys could have wished me a happy birthday, right? So I'm in my feelings at this point. I'm sensitive about my birthday. I send a text out to him, and I'm like, you know what? I'm blocking and deleting both of y'all because y'all didn't even have enough decency to tell me happy freaking birthday. And that's bogus. Y'all can call me about all your drama and everything else, but nobody decided to call and tell Bianca happy birthday. Or to even check on Bianca and say, hey, how's your mental health? Because I kind of struggle with my mental health. Like, hey, how's your mental health? How are you doing? So after I did that, he decides to call. Part 11, finding out my boyfriend was living a double life, aka married with kids. So at this point, he calls me and he's like, me and her been fighting nonstop. I just had a lot going on at the crib, like giving me all these excuses, which, mind you, typical narcissists, they don't acknowledge your special days. They don't want to. They want everything to be about them. They want themselves to be the center of attention. So they make sure that special days don't involve them, that they're not celebrated, that you're not celebrated. So I should have known better, but me, I'm gonna say something. If I feel away, I'm gonna say something. So he gives me his 1,000 excuses, and I'm just like, look, bro, I'm about to get off the phone with you. I just wanted to let you know how I feel. Both of y'all upset me. I feel away because neither one of you guys, y'all don't have no common courtesy. Y'all could have at least said happy birthday to me. Neither one of you guys did, but y'all want to call me about your drama. Don't call me about your drama no more. Right? So I get off the phone with him. So for my birthday, I had some great plans. I went out of town, whatever, right? I do my little demo on my birthday. I check into my hotel room with my homegirl. We do our thing, and then I go to sleep pretty early because I was tired. I had to go like 4 hours. I wake up, and at 6 a.m., I have a Cash App request for $1 from him. And it says, hey. So I request $1 back and I'm like, WTF. And then he requests another $1 back and he's like, for your number. Then I request another $1 back and I'm like, is you cool? And then I said my number. The reason why I was like WTF is because he has my number memorized. He knows my number by heart. I have my number memorized. I know this. He mentioned it multiple times. So I'm just kind of like, what is even going on here, right? So after that, I don't hear anything back for, the rest of the day. So me and my homegirl continue our, my birthday weekend. So we get to my friend's house and, we did our normal thing. I'm not going to kill you guys with my birthday plans because we really didn't do much. Just like some girl stuff, shopping, gossiping, just doing little things, okay? We go to bed at 3 in the morning, 3 a.m. My phone is ringing off the hook. I wake up and I answer it. It's his wife. She's like, oh, you want all smoke behind my husband. Y'all still talking. Mind you, I thought we were all cool. Like, I thought everything was good. She was just trying to see my photos. I thought everybody was good. I did not realize that that's what type of time we were on, right? So she's like screaming on the phone. A lot of it's, and I'm like, first of all, I don't know what's going on. She's like, on Cash App. And I'm like, oh, well, he had messaged me on Cash App and asked me, like, for my number or whatever, And then she's like, looking at it, and then she's like, I'm tired of you, and you sending other females money. So I guess she also caught him up sending other females money that, weren't me and doing other things too on the side. So that does not mean to me. But, like, she was very aggressive, and then, like, they were arguing, and I just, like, casually hung up the phone, right? I went back to sleep. And when me and my friend got up the next morning, we were going to do some shopping. So while I was telling her what was happening, while we were out shopping, she calls me again. So she calls me and she's like, listen, I wanted to apologize for what I said to you earlier. Basically telling me that, she's not mad, she's not on that, she just is going through the motions. You know how it be when you find out that your partner's on BS with you. You gotta go through the motions, the ups and downs. She just was telling me, like, I've been going through the account. Like I told her, girl, I'm here for you. I'm not mad at you. I know that, he's kind of isolated her. She told me that he really isolated her from all of her friends and stuff. So she really don't know anybody. So like I told her, I'm cool with you calling me and talking to me and visiting me. Like, I'm here for y'all. I'm here for both of y'all. That's what I said to her. I'm here for both of y'all. As y'all friends. Like, and before y'all judge me, shut up, like I said. But work for me, work for me. Work for y'all, work for y'all. Now shut up. Or y'all get in the comments. So just as I'm thinking that everything is great, he decides to call my phone again. Part 12. Finding out that my boyfriend was living a double life, aka married with kids. So he called my phone, and at this point, I'm just like, listen, I just got off the phone with your wife earlier. Clearly, she's still really uncomfortable with you speaking to me. I just think it's best if you stop calling my phone. He's like, she called you? I'm like, yeah, she did. She called me to apologize for what happened earlier or whatever. And, we talked and things are cool, but, like, this is just becoming too messy. Like, you need to stop calling my phone. It's just turning into a big thing. She's not comfortable with it. At this point, it just needs to stop. Like, I'm just trying to be nice, and I'm just, like, letting him know, like, this isn't working, okay? It's too much drama for me. And quite frankly, I'm tired. And it's my birthday weekend, and I'm tired of the drama, and I just don't want to deal with it anymore. So he respects it, and he's like, okay, I feel you, or whatever. And he's just like, we get off the phone, and I go on about my day. So me and my homegirl, we go to this party, right? We're having a ball. Listen to me, a ball. I'm having so much fun, meeting so many people. Just, it's great. It's like an all-girls, like, little Valentine's Day party. It was great, it was cute, having a good time. Right at the end of the party, his wife called me again, and she's literally just screaming at me on the phone, and it's just like, at this point, now I'm mad, okay? I've been calm this whole time, but now I'm mad, right? And I'm like, check this out, shorty, like, I'm not doing this with y'all. This up, this down, this back and forth. 1 minute y'all want to be my friend, the next minute you guys are mad at me. I'm cool. I'm not part of the situation. A, I don't mess with your man, haven't seen him in over a month. B, we don't even talk like that. And when we do talk, it's nothing even disrespectful to your marriage. But I just got off the phone with him earlier and told him to stop calling me because I see that you're still uncomfortable with it or you're undecided or whatever. And see, I'm just tired of the drama. Like, I'm tired of dealing with y'all. At this point, she's threatening me, saying how she wants to fight me and this and that. And it's just like, for what? And then he's doing what narcissists do. He's on the background like, nah, she was telling me she loved me, like saying I was saying that to him. And I'm like, whoa, that is not the conversation was had. But she's so angry and so turned up that she's not even listening to what I'm telling her. Like, she's listening to what he's saying. At this point, to me, it's very obvious what he's doing. He's a narcissist. He does not want her to be friends with me. So he is making every attempt to make her mad at me and make her dislike me so that she is once again isolated and has nobody in her corner. Because he sees that I am in her corner. And narcissists don't like that. They like their victims to be solo dolo and isolated and alone and fully depend on them. She, being that she has been manipulated by him for 21 years since she was 17 or whatever, mind you, they're in their 40s now.
Is your child struggling with a gaming addiction? Major companies behind games like Minecraft, Fortnite, and Roblox are now facing lawsuits for knowingly designing
She's feeding into it. I mean, she doesn't know any better. She really doesn't. Like, this is the only relationship this woman's ever been in. So, like, I just been giving her some grace in my brain because, like, she really doesn't know any better. So she's feeding into it. I'm trying to tell her, like, girl, you need to calm down. He's just trying to make you mad. He's feeding into it. You know, he's pouring gas on the fire at this point, and he's trying to make you upset. He's trying to say things to you to get under your skin, and you're letting him win. But she wasn't trying to hear it. She was just screaming at me. He was, you know, adding fuel. Yeah, Bianca's the devil. This is all Bianca's fault. Da, 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 da. Like, it just, I let it be my fault. Because at this point, I don't care, you know, clearly, I'm not going to be of any assistance in this situation, right? So it just, yeah, both y'all be mad at me so that y'all will leave me alone. I get off the phone, but I'm very irritated and upset because A, I'm tired of being talked to crazy. I'm tired of the, you're no good. Like, she was even saying stuff to me like, oh, you're just a WHO, are you? Like, saying the same stuff that he said at this point, just trying to hurt my feelings. And I'm not gonna lie, he did hurt my feelings because I don't do stuff like that to people. I don't try to hurt people's feelings. So when people go out of their way to hurt mine, and, you know, I am tender about stuff like that. I don't like that, you know what I mean? And that's what she was doing, just like really dogging me out and downplaying me. I got accused, he accused me of sleeping with his ex-friend or whatever for money, which the man's never met me. He doesn't even know me, so that's crazy. And I just let them think what they want to think. And I called it a day. But, you know, I'm upset at this point, but me and my friend, we leave from the party. We go back home. Mind you, this is my last night out of town for my birthday. So we leave for out of town. Next morning rolls around. This man tries to call my phone again, and I let him have it. I answer. He's like, hey, gorgeous, what you got going on? I said, don't ever in your MFing life call my phone again. I went cleaning on him, dogged him out, and let him know I'm telling your wife. I hang up on him. He keeps calling, and he's texting me, saying stuff like, that's fine, you're only acting that way because you're sleeping with such and such, and yeah, go call such and such because that's all you good for is sleeping with somebody for money, and da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, yeah, I've never done that a day in my life, sir, but whatever makes you feel good. He's like, my wife changed her number anyways, and she don't have yours. I still found ways to try to message her and let her know, like, he still called my phone, so leave me alone. Because because the last conversation I had with old girl, she was threatening me, basically saying, like, and this is so delusional to me, leave me and my family alone. You better never call us again, or else we're going to get the authorities involved. I've never called you guys. You guys keep calling me. But okay. So, yeah, I wanted to make it a point to, you know, prove to her that he's still messing with me, still bothering me. But you know what? I left it alone. I let her have it. So, yeah, that's pretty much all that I got so far. This all just happened a couple days ago. So, I have my phone now set to where, like, numbers that I don't have saved can't call me, and I have both of them blocked. So I'm hoping that I don't hear anything else. I'm hoping that this is the end of the saga, but y'all know I will let y'all know if anything else weird happens.
Moral of the story, because this was a long story, right? And there's still so much else I could have added to this and told y'all. This was 9 months of drama. You feel me? The whole 9 months wasn't drama, but this is 9 months of stuff, a relationship. The moral of the story, ladies, do your research on these men. Don't ever trust anything that they say. They're liars. They're manipulators. First red flag, dip out, because it's only going to get worse. It's never going to get better. Everything that glitters is not gold. And yeah. And stay away from divorced men or men that claim they're divorced, because 9 times out of 10 they're divorced for a reason. And yeah, anybody got time for that? So yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, it sounded like this young lady enjoyed this
Facts.
back and forth.
Facts.
Facts. Kept answering the phone.
Facts.
There was nothing real.
She enjoyed that shit for that motherfucking crazy chick. She enjoyed that bullshit for a little bit of time until it started getting too toxic for her. And that's all. You know what I'm saying? She enjoyed it for the amount of time that, you know, she was deciding to deal with the shit. So, yeah. And then when things start getting a little too crazy for Shorty, she got the fuck on up out of there like any motherfucker with some sense would. You know what I'm saying? Crazy little wild story, man. I listened to that joint a while back, and I just figured like, damn, that was a story I wanted y'all to listen to with me again for a second time. But man, listen, right? Damn. Ouch. Look at this joint sticking out like a fucking Blair Witch Project. Fuck wrong with you? But anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed tonight, man. It was definitely a vibe. I'm about to catch some motherfucking Z's. And yeah, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, man, if y'all was here with me, OZ. I ain't got that much energy for y'all right now to be turning up like I normally would. Hit that like button for your boy. And I might see y'all later on. Who knows, man? Y'all know me. I pop in and out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so hopefully y'all have a good day today, man. Y'all stay focused, motivated, positive. Don't let nobody take y'all shine away or y'all smile away, man. And most importantly, stay the fuck out the way. Lessons learned, blessings earned. I'm gone. Go catch some Z's. You view me. YouTube, W Movie, W Stream. I'll holler at y'all in a minute, man. Hit that follow button on your way out. Hit that like button on your way out. I'll fuck with y'all in a minute. Love.